guys. How is everybody? Can everybody hear me okay? Everybody doing okay today? Okay. Let me make sure I'm on here real quick. I see some other people are live as well. Um, my main reason for today to have this. Hi again, Cat's Eye, Leanne Ferguson. And of course, I see my Miss Marcy up there, Barb, Judith. My main reason for having this live tonight is because I wanted to catch you guys up on what's going on with my status. Um, yeah, Marcy, I'm okay. Um, I had been out of my medication for a while, so I was kind of depressed and I was stressing, and I was kind of concerned. I don't go out very often, and I live in the middle of nowhere, like I've said before. But I kept having these sinus headaches for just a couple of days. I mean, they were so bad I had to go lay down. Um, and my son, he, you know, kids are always very smart and receptive, and he said they were probably just from stress. Um, but it looks like, from what I can tell, me and him sat down today and took paper to pen, and it seems like we will be ready to leave here at the end of the month, the end of January. Um, or actually, right before. Um, Now, when we leave, the hardest part, oh, the hardest part is going to be finances and going to, his job and um, disability. What I get is 1,000 a month, but I also have stuff that's coming out of that, like um, insurance, health insurance, and stuff like that. And I thought, what am I going to do? How in the heck am I going to get out of here? Well, I set me up a PayPal, or not a PayPal. I have a PayPal. I set me up a like GoFundMe so that hopefully we can get enough money to get a U-Haul, get our stuff, and get out of here. And my husband says, just take what you need, have everything that you own packed up, and I will get it to you. Well, shame on me once, shame on you. Shame on me. Do me twice, shame on me, however that saying goes. So, I would rather not do that. I would rather get what I need and get out of here. But the thing is, what I'm going to do to get out of here and to get where I need to go. Now, I can stay with my daughter for a week or two till I find us a apartment or something, which we figured because we've been looking. And the cheapest apartment we can find was like $580 a month for a 2-bedroom. I don't know what it looks like. But I'm going to have to leave my 2 dogs behind. And that's what kept me here so long is I didn't want to leave my babies. Because they are my babies. I'm home all the time with them. They follow me around. I go to the bathroom. They're sitting at the door, and they're with me all the time. I'm home all the time. So they're going to go through a depression, and I hate the thought of that. That really bothers me. Yeah. Yeah, Marcy, I do. I want to get it all at once. But I'm trying to sell a lot of my gold and diamond jewelry, my Dooney and Burke and my Coach purses. I'm trying to sell my wedding dress, my leather biker jacket. I have a collection of Hot Wheels. I have a collection of shot glasses from, the truck driving time. You get a gift when they go to a different state. They bring you what you collect and stuff like that. I don't know how to share my GoFundMe. I don't even know really how to get into it. Dylan told me type in GoFundMe, like where you went to start it up, and it'll be there. Well, I don't know how to do all this stuff. I was really surprised that I could actually set one up. But I didn't. And I have to wait really until the end of the month. That way, because I get paid on the 3rd of the month for my Social Security or disability check, whatever. And I mean, I'm ready to go. Oh, tomorrow, we have an appointment at the bank. He mentioned it when he came home today. Tomorrow at 2:00, we got an appointment at the bank to get my name off the car. And he said, and then we got to go to the courthouse. And I said, okay. So I don't know exactly what the courthouse is all about, if it's the title or some kind of papers we got to sign or whatever. I don't know. I don't care. Just let's do it. Let's get it done. That's where I'm at. I want to get it done. Get it done. Get it over with. I want to get back home. And ever since I did move out here to Kansas, that's all I've ever thought about was I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. And I've never been a grandmother to any of my grandchildren. They've always been in a different state, and it's always been 2 or 3 years, maybe even longer, since going between and seeing them has been about 2 to 3 years. And I'm raising one of my grandkids, which that's fine with me. And I've thought too, I should just let him go. Just let Dylan go and be his own person. I mean, he'll be 18 in August. Why not just sign him over to let him be his own adult and just let him go? Well, no, I really don't get half of everything because nothing is in my name. I mean, the car was in my name, but he takes the keys, he hides it, he locks it away where I can't get it. Um, and he's done that with this car several times. And if he's going to do that and not let me have my car, I told him, honestly, that's just pretty shitty. That's a shitty way to treat your wife. You think you can buy something for me and then hold it from me, hold it over my head because you're mad at me? That is a form of domestic violence, and I told him that. Home is Oklahoma. I'm in Kansas. It's an 8-hour drive from where I'm at to basically, I'll say, Muskogee. And I'm registered in Muskogee as an Indian. Yes. Yep. We're done. And I didn't know what else to do than at first I was trying to sell my stuff and people will call, is it still available? Yes, it's still available. Well, I'm wanting $350 for this golden diamond ring. It's unique. I've never seen anything like it. And it's heavy. Um, I bought it at a pawn shop and I don't remember how much I paid for it. But people are like, well, will you take 200 for it? No, I'm asking 350. The least I'll take is 300 because yesterday, well, my dog's been out of food for a couple of days and we never have any food in here. And I wasn't getting my medication. Um, so you're in Oklahoma, Cat's Eye? Whereabouts in Oklahoma? And you have a girlfriend that lives in Oklahoma. My grandparents are in Oklahoma. Wow. Well, yeah, that's and another thing is too, I'm trying to think of, to me, this is a positive thing in my life. Leaving is going to be a positive. I'm going to be so free. It's going to be unreal. My son is going to be so free and happy. It's going to be so unreal. And we was giggling because we was talking about, oh yeah, this house, the houses that we were looking at online was like 2 bedroom, which they weren't great. They were little houses. They were not necessarily in great neighborhoods, but they would take dogs. So I thought, oh, that's great. So we start looking at the pictures of the inside of the house, and the damn thing is a dump. And there's no refrigerator. And I thought, well, we'd have the dogs. We could get a refrigerator, used one. The house looks bad, but I thought, I don't know. Um, would it be worth it to live in a place like that, which we would have to have utilities, or would it be better if we lived in an apartment? I mean, Dylan likes to listen to his music. He gets kind of loud, I'm not gonna lie. Um, if we had a apartment, it would have a refrigerator and stove, things that we're going to need. I'm so confused on, our what we can do. I know the Indians will help, but I don't know how they'll help. It seems like when I call these places or I try to do anything online, it just never seems to work out. I can't get the answers that I'm looking for. And I feel like if I go there, if we go put our stuff in storage, Dylan goes and looks for a job, I go look for a house. Um, or something. Ponca City, Oklahoma City, Yukon. Where I'm looking to go is Coweta. I don't know if any of you know where Coweta is, but it's a little town between between Broken Arrow and Wagner, I'd say. I'm used to a little town. I like that. I don't want to be in the big city because there's too much energy there. I need to be where there's not a lot of energy because that way I can control um, my environment better. Um, it's like I can't go into Walmart without picking up everybody's energy. And a lot of people have really bad energy, and it does affect me. I mean, by the time I get home, all I want to do is go to bed. So I don't like that. Um, but there is easy access to the highway to Broken Arrow where Dylan could get a really good job. And I told him, I said, "Do you think money is bad now?" I said, "You wait until we get into our own place." I said, "Dylan, I need you to understand that it is going to be very, very difficult." And he said, "Yeah, but there I can make more money and I have more choices on where I can work because there's nothing out here, like I've said." And which that's true. And I will get help from the Indians, hopefully, uh, food assistance and housing assistance, which is what I was looking for. But the only thing that the Indians have, um, there is a place that I would like to go. It's for people that are 50 and older. Um, and they're like little duplexes with carports, and they don't look or seem that bad. But Dylan is like, "I can't live next to old people." Because of my music. And I said, "Well, something has to give somewhere, right? You gotta make choices. You just have to figure out what's the most important, you know." But we're not, the only thing that we're going to take as far as furniture is our beds and our dressers and our clothes, and like my little decoration things. Summer Dawn, I've been wanting to ask you, was it you that sent me the picture of Case, or I'm sorry, Chase Elder Elder Chase, the cowboy hat, the guy with the cowboy hat. You wasn't it you that sent me his picture for me to do a reading on? And back whenever I did this reading for somebody, I don't know who sent it, but I did this reading and now this guy is on international news. Yes, yes, it was you that sent me that. Okay, I was looking through my emails trying to find who sent me that. Did you see him on national news now? And I told you back then, he was a very good man. He didn't just disappear. He was taken by people that he thought were his friends, and they killed him. Now, whenever I seen this on the news, um, I will and know it was my brother, but I did send you a picture. He was holding a little baby, yeah. And I remember the reading without even looking it up. I mean, because when I see the picture again of the person, all the emotions, everything that I see comes back to me. And I remember that man, he was taken away. He 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 was deceived by two people that he thought were his friends, deceived him. They took him out and they killed him. Now, Chance is on national headline news. I don't know if he was from Oklahoma or not. I don't remember that, but I remember everything about him. Um, and his wife or whatever, she had this planned out. She planned this out. I asked about the wife and the best friend. Oh, okay. Wow. That I will see. She set all this shit up. Um, and when I seen this on TV, on it was on a YouTube. I think it was that channel out in Florida that covered Gabby Petito case and all that. Now they're covering Maya Malete and Chance. Um, they're covering that. And when I seen his picture on the news, I was like shocked. And I stopped and I was like writing in the comment, I read this guy. Somebody please get in touch with me because um, I now they're saying that they believe that his two friends had something to do with this and his wife was suspicious. And I'm thinking, listen to me. That's what I've been saying and I don't even remember how long ago that was, but it's been a long time since I did that reading on him. And then to see it on the national news and they're saying what I'm saying, it's amazing. I mean, to me, that's like a lot. But what I'm going to do when I get to Oklahoma, I'm going to continue doing my channel. This is part of my income now. Obviously, I mean, I can't say that it's not going to be my channel is going to be part of my income. I have to do something to um, be able to support myself and my son, right? And with the disabilities that I have, I can't do a whole lot. I mean, I can't work in a store and go running around like a crazy person. I can't do it anymore. That's why I sent you the picture because his wife made my stomach turn. She forgave me for this. No offense, but I was assuming that the baby um, wasn't his. That was why he walked away. He didn't walk away. He did not walk away. And I don't know if that baby. Okay, what I'm feeling right now, Summer, that baby may not have been his. No, I don't think it was. But you know what? He didn't care. It didn't make a hill of beans to him. And I'm covered in goosebumps. So I hope that this is Chase that's with me right now. We just need to know, Chase, where to find your body. Where did they put you? Was there like a lake or because he's kind of showing me like sand dunes and a lake and that type of area where maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just saying maybe he was buried out there. I'm not really sure with his surroundings. I'm just showing you or telling you what I see. The baby was his. Well, he loved it like it was his. It wouldn't have mattered to him anyway because that's the kind of person he was. I don't know. I saw it on a news channel. No, Leanne, did you leave a comment on that too? Lots of lakes in Wisconsin. So he was in Wisconsin then? He wasn't from Oklahoma. Definitely foul play. Yes, it was. It was. And he was trusting. He was a good guy. He would never have thought, never, that those people would have done him that way. Um, I don't know if he was going fishing or not, but he got into a vehicle with two people that he thought was his friends, and they were, just at first they were doing good and just kind of goofing off and talking and having a good time. But the two in the front, like he was in the back seat or something, is what I'm seeing. But it just made me sick to my stomach. He seemed like one of the good old boy. He was. He was a good old boy, and he trusted people. Um, but his wife she's greedy, um, and I feel like she wanted him dead for the money. They kind of pissed him off about job situation. See, I don't know the whole story. And like I always do with my readings, I just want a picture and a first name, and that's what I got. I think it was Summer that sent me that picture of that man, Chase. Yeah, Chase Ellenbert. Engelbert. It was Engelbert. And Chase went to the house there to pick something up. Wife wasn't in. She came out, and it was just the baby, and the guy was gone. Why would they dog him about getting a different job? See, he was a good man. He was trying to better himself and make a life for his family, but his wife didn't want it, and she wanted the money. I mean, I'm just telling you what I see. Um, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I mean, not from what he's showing me. Keyboard problems. That's okay. Um, it was like it was like down on him, but they got into a huge fight. Oh, see, y'all are telling me stuff I didn't know. I mean, I seen it. Um, that he was killed by these two people that he thought were his friends, and he got in the car willingly, and he thought everything was just hunky dory, everything was fine. But they turned on him once they got him to this point where they knew that they were going to get rid of him. You told me not to. I told you not to what? Laughing my ass off. But you were spot on. Um, I like it when people know things, and I don't know nothing about it. It's like this guy, I didn't know anything about him. I mean, he was a nice looking cowboy and he was holding the baby. That was a beautiful photograph. Beautiful. Um, and his spirit just rang right through that picture. Um, a huge storm was coming that night. His wife, I guess I kept wanting to call her girlfriend, wife. I wasn't sure, but the woman, his wife, I consider his wife, was behind this. She planned this for his money. And when this information comes out, I will be so happy because I will get some kind of validation from that. Um, Now, with like, I can say things allegedly, or in my opinion, like with Harmony Montgomery, the little girl. Um, I said this the other night that the father beat her to death. This is allegedly, in my opinion, the father, Adam, beat this little girl to death and buried her. And when they find this little girl's body, and they will, but when they do, they're going to find that she has a broken skull. She has multiple broken bones. Some are old wounds that are healing, but it seems like to me, from what I'm seeing, is she was on the ground and he was kicking her and he busted like um, her bowel or her liver or something internally, and he took her away to bury her. Um, I mean, I can see it so clearly. And when they find her, she will have um, broken bones, and she will have some in a process of healing. Um, and that's my problem is I see things. Like Michael Vaughn, he was a cutie patootie, and I really feel like he was picked up by someone who loves the company of small little boys that are cute like that. And I don't think, unfortunately, in my opinion, I don't believe that he will be recovered. I really don't. And that's not going to mean that he's alive. It's just going to mean that he was disposed of very well. I mean, he may be found years from now, but it's going to be highly unlikely that there's um, a lot to be found. Let's put it that way. Um, no, Summer, you're fine. Let's see. Let me back up here. Um, Leanne, but I'm curious what what she says about the water because he was last seen by Platte River. Oh, wow. Um, wow. That's creepy. Um, yes, Miss Sherry, you never did finish the water statement about Chance. You didn't interrupt. I just, that's where he's showing me that they buried him somewhere by that river. That's what I'm seeing is like it was by a river. No, I don't know where Platte River is. Um, Somebody said he was in Wisconsin or something like that up there. And then I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know what state I'm in with him. I don't. Yeah, with Chance. Um, I don't know what state I'm in. Um, doesn't that run along his wife's farm? Oh God. Oh, that's terrible. Nebraska. Okay, somebody told me Oklahoma. Somebody's telling me Nebraska. Somebody was telling me Michigan or Minnesota or something like that. So I don't know what state he went missing from. I don't know the people's names. Like I don't know what his. No, he was visiting his girlfriend's family in Oklahoma when he went missing. Platte River is north of us, but he lived in Wisconsin. Okay. Wow. Are you related, Bonnie? Are you related to Chance? And Marcy, are you going to feel like going live with me tomorrow night and get up here on panel? You don't have to be on camera if you don't want to, but if you do, that's fine too. But I still want to cover Shanann and the kids. Um, I even hate to mention that son bitch's name, because I don't like that man. He's not even a man. He's a devil as far as I'm concerned to do what he did to his family. But if you feel up to it, if you are healthy enough, you would like to come up here, we can talk about it. We can, because I've been wanting to get you up here for a long time. I will try if I can't stop coughing. Well, you also, when you're up here on panel, you can choose to use your microphone, or if you feel a cough coming on, you can mute yourself, or you you don't you can stop the camera so you're still live but nobody can see you, kind of like me today, because I'm sure I look like crap. I haven't taken a shower, nothing today, but I've been slightly depressed. So I know the case front and back. Been dealing with it shortly after he went missing. Well, Bonnie, are you related? And with Summer, I don't hold anybody. Um, Now I think no, you're not related. Okay. Um, this thing with Summer, when their YouTubers are going down there and stuff. Now, I think Blowhard Betty and um, MGL and this new one, Olivia, they, I appreciate them feeding the dogs. I really do. That was a good thing. But to harass people. Now, I'm not on Dawn and Candace's team. I'm not on their cheer team. But oh yeah, Summer's getting ready to be found. She will very, very soon. Um, I would say within a month. Today is January the 13th, 2022. I'm going to say within, I keep wanting to say 2 weeks, but I'm going to stretch it out and I'm going to say a month. I'm not on Dawn and Candace's side. I'm on Summer's side. Mystical Heart. Wow. Okay. You'll have to email me or something. Yeah, my email's floating across the screen there. So yeah, if you want to, that'd be great. You think February? When our birthday is what, February the 6th? Um, how can somebody not know their child's birthday? For God's sake. But I don't think what they did to harass these people, what the hell good is that going to do? You don't harass people, that's against the law. You don't get them fired from their job, that's ridiculous. The man has to make a living, no matter what he's done, until the day that he is arrested for something, anything. You need a PayPal link or a Cash App. Your oldest son will be 16 on the 8th. See, I don't know how to. I don't know. My son can do that, but I don't know how to do all that. I mean, and I have a GoFundMe. I don't know how to link that up to here. I don't know how that shit works. I really don't. I am so dumb when it comes to this. And Angela um, has offered to help me. And I talked to her today through messages. And I'm trying to get um, her to help me with some of this technical stuff. Email it to you. What do you need? She's your soul sister. Soul sister, soul sister. I like that song. But I like that kind of music, you know. I grew up to that kind of stuff. I mean, when my dad wasn't playing his country stuff. I just don't think that what they did was right, going down there and harassing Dawn and Candace. Let it go, because it's all going to come out in the wash. It always does. The truth always comes out. And sometimes it's not until years and years later. I don't feel that with Summer's case. I think it's going to be very soon. But sometimes cases go on for many years. But the truth always comes out. It always does. And I woke up to um, Tiffany going off on Ziggy this morning. And I thought, what is going on? And I look back and I see, what um, Ziggy had taken pictures of bones and all that stuff. Well, I believe that if Ziggy honestly thought that that was Summer's bones. I really don't think she would have put them out there like that. Yeah, it will. It'll all come out. Um, Serenity Denmark's case has been going on for 3 years. That name sounds familiar. Missing 9 years. Molly was knocking on their door, so she was on their private property again. See, the thing is, people from the city do not realize that country people, every one of them is packing, and generally it's a shotgun. And if you come upon their property, they have the right to kill you. And people in the city do not realize that. Of course, people in the city, they do that too. But it's just country people. They're all packing because what if a coyote's coming up after your cows? You kill it. I mean, are you going to sacrifice your cattle that you could get thousands of dollars off of for a coyote? No. Every time you see Molly, she's eating. Yeah, that's why she's so fat. Well, I shouldn't say that, but she is getting older and she shouldn't be doing that. Because when you get older, and I know this, once you go through menopause and stuff, it's harder to lose the weight. The weight comes from nowhere. It just clings to you. Um, I'm judging y'all, sorry, but that whole group didn't come about Summer. They wanted the views, yes. Um, and the thing is, when people go through that kind of stuff, yes, I seen that, and I seen that. That was sad. Watching that with Ziggy, because I know what it feels like to, you get involved with other creators and you get close to them, and then something happens, and it's like they just crap all over each other. Well, I was treated very badly, and um, of course, the other creator apologized to me, and I accepted that apology. However, I do not accept the apology from that third person that actually held the knife in my back. So, I mean, I've been married and divorced, getting ready to be twice now. So, I know what it feels like to have a knife in your back. And, you screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice, shame on me. I don't give you a second chance to screw me in the back. You know, I'm not that way. I mean, I am a loving, caring, accepting person, and I want to make everything good, and be nice and everything. Um, Summer, I just love you so much. No, I mean, I was uh hurt by another creator that I got attached to, and I don't, I don't know. This has been very recently. And it makes it, when somebody does that to you, it makes it hard to trust anybody else. And it makes it hard to trust that other person again. She didn't see you in the video. She even said she wouldn't be fired. What do you mean she didn't see me in the video? Yeah, it does seem to be happening a lot lately, too much, because I don't know why. Because if we're all creators, we're supposed to help each other. And I think, personally, we all have different gifts. You know, some are from an LE standpoint, some are from a family standpoint, um, and some are from a psychic standpoint. And somebody asked me in the chat the other day, why do all psychics see things different? And I don't know. Um, it is weird because I believe in Donna Serafina, for instance, um, but I do not see Summer being stabbed to death. I don't see a carousel. All I seen was what I've explained before. Um, she was showing her ass at Dawn's house. She shows her ass everywhere, in my opinion. I've been around long enough to know the good ones and the bad ones. There's a lot of YouTubers I don't even know of, but um, I felt really bad listening to Ziggy, and I felt I could feel her pain. I could. If you remember sharing my experience with Suzanne, you helped me through because it freaked me out. Mystical heart, your reading, your abilities are different than mine. Your gifts, um, true. You've seen me before, just not under this name. Oh, what was your name? You don't have to tell, but um, you've seen her floating in the creek by the guardrail, like the video show. Well, the first time that I saw Summer, she was on her belly. She was laying face down, with her head towards the water and her legs like it's like somebody pulled her out by her legs and laid her at the shore of this lake, lake pond, uh, whatever it was. It was a small body of water. Um, my real name is in here. Bonnie Prince. You're the same person. Okay. I wonder how. I don't know how people do that, where they get several different names or they change their names to go into chats that they know they're banned from or whatever, and then they, Oh, okay, Leanne. Thank you for coming in. Come back if you can. My main thing was just, you know what I've been dreaming about? Apartments and houses and Arby's. Oh my God. Arby's is like an hour away, but I'd love to have an Arby's. You're not banned. um, I was in process of meditation with my cards, and I saw a vivid image of Barry Morphew, Phil dressing her. Yeah. Um, and I believe he did it behind his house, in that water back there, because he knows how to do all that stuff. And you know, that would be the best place to do it. There's water to clean up in, water to wash away the blood, and he knew what he was doing. He was very clever at it, but I don't think he's going to get away with it. I can't believe some judge would be stupid enough to allow someone out of jail after they were arrested for capital murder. Can you believe that? That's just ridiculous. How stupid can a judge be? Yeah. Yep, Summer. And I do love to do readings. Um, and I'm gonna have to do more. But when I get to Oklahoma, I've already decided that I am going to work more on. It was like he was field dressing her. Exactly, exactly, Barb. I want to focus more in on more Native American cases. I want to take you to powwows. I want to take you on tours of Indian history. I want to take you on tours through missing Native Americans, how they live. And, if I get a wild hair, I could take you to my uncle's church where he teaches in the Native American language. I can show you so many things once I do get to Oklahoma because I will be definitely going to a lot of these places. And there is something I want so bad, you guys. Amy Allen is going to be in New Jersey in July. July is my birthday. But she is going to be there. And somewhere I've seen it's like on Facebook groups, you can join different groups or whatever. And I went into her Facebook group, fan club, whatever you want to call it. And it said something about the tickets were $20. And I thought, okay, I just got to get to New Jersey. I want so bad to meet this woman. I want to meet Amy Allen. I want her to test me to see what kind of gifts I actually have, see what she can pick up on. I want to I want to spend a day with her where she can validate me or so, you know what I mean? I don't know. I know what I know, what I know, what I know, and I just want that validation. I mean, you guys give it to me all the time because you say, "Yeah, you were right on," and and I appreciate that. I do. But it's like the difference between friends telling you, "Oh yeah, you look good in that dress," or a model telling you, "No, you look fat. You need to lose 20 pounds," or whatever. It's just the difference. The validation um, means a lot. But I think once we, listen to me, we get to Oklahoma, it's going to be very exciting. There's going to be so much to teach you, so much to show you. Um, the Native American traditions, the food, um, the language, the culture, the history. It's going to be so exciting. I am getting like the pre-Christmas jitters or whatever you want to call it. I'm getting very excited about this. Um, I just can't do it without help. Hey, how are you? Oh, thank you for becoming a member share. Your teeth look gorgeous. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're doing much better. So, what do you think of what's going on with well, you may not even want to answer or talk about that, but I don't know. I felt bad for Ziggy. I really did. I thank you for becoming a member, and you're always welcome to come up if you want to. True Crime with Eve. You want to come up? You want a link? I mean, I'm not going to show my face because I probably look like hell warmed over because I've been bawling and just a mess. So, what's therapeutic? Okay, I'll drop a link for you. Let me see. My brain working here. There you go. I would love to have another psychic up here. and Eve, I know you're real. I know you're true. I've heard you talk to them, and see, I don't use any of that equipment. I just know. I just hear it. I hear them all the time. Oh, you got my email. Okay. I'm so glad to have you here, Cher. Okay. Well, tomorrow night I am planning a live also with one of my subscribers, my mods. She is a friend of Shanann Watts, and she is. We're hoping that she'll be okay enough tomorrow to come up and do a live and answer some questions for us. Um, I'm really hoping that I will get some help to figure out how in the heck to get pictures and stuff up here. Um, Angela was supposed to come in and help me, but she hasn't done that yet. Okay, and here is True Crime with Miss Eve. How are you?
Hello, hello. Sorry,
Don't you
sorry
don't
if
you
you can't
look
see me.
nice? Oh, I can see you.
I have my purple light on for summer on my patio
Oh, that's
every night.
nice.
I have, well, every night except for Tuesdays. Tuesday is for a missing persons case that I'm working on. But anyway, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I just wanted to touch base with my people and let them know my what's going on with me and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff because I'm getting ready to move.
Oh, wow. Is it far away or?
Um, it's out of state. It's
Oh,
about 8 hour drive. Yeah,
oh, wow.
I guess it's not too bad.
Good luck. I hate moving, even if it's down the
Oh,
street. I hate it,
yeah,
but
I do too. But
um,
this is going to be a good thing. It's a second divorce, so
oh, congratulations.
oh, thank you.
I have a feeling it's a relief, right?
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea.
You were saying something about using the equipment.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this light. I can't see worth a dang. Sorry, 1 second. That's better. Um, I use equipment because sometimes I have a block with intuition.
Uh-huh.
I have had a lot of trauma in my past that when certain things come up, it triggers me,
Yeah.
or I don't see it clearly because my mind goes into a different thought process. So, spirit boxes and tarot cards actually help me dig into a question more than normal, so that I can then hone in those skills and go, oh, okay, that's what that truly means, because I do misunderstand from time to time.
Oh yeah.
And I have ADHD too. So
Oh, that
could
don't
you
help.
just imagine me trying to figure out, things that my
Th-
brain's going too fast. So,
That's funny you say that because I have done readings for people who have oh god, I don't know why I can never remember this. Schizophrenia.
mm-hmm.
And they are fun to figure out
Yeah,
because they don't see things the way that there really are.
those are the
So
hard ones. Yeah.
yeah, they
Those
are.
that have almost like a mental illness that we can't understand,
Right. Right.
beyond schizophrenia, or if they died tragically, or if something happened to where they don't even know themselves and the energy. Um, they try to figure that out, and they're like, I don't know either. I'm trying to ask you what happened, and how do you know? Because I truly believe that sometimes instantaneous, death or something like that,
Yeah.
they don't,
They don't
because
realize they're dead, and a lot of times that's the same way with children. They don't realize that they're dead.
right,
Now, this is just my from my abilities, and a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but I really know that Summer is fine. She's on the other side. She is so happy now.
yeah, yeah. I had a
Like,
block. I could not reach Summer for a good 3 months, um, when the height of the SDA church was involved.
yeah,
It was really about the spiritual side. It was a fight, I believe. I really truly believe it was a fight for her energy. A lot of people were trying to tap
yeah,
into her energy and everybody around it. And it was really impossible to get a good reading and a good connection because of all of the chaos. And it's still hard. I mean, I haven't been able to connect with her, but maybe once since, I think, excuse me, right after Halloween. And I haven't been able to really get that solid connection with her since. But I do know, like that she is at peace
yeah,
in my heart. I truly believe that.
yeah,
And I I will say this, and I will die on this hill, that I truly truly believe that somehow, some way, CPS and the church are the
no,
two things that just, they keep coming up, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the reason, or if it's trying to say stop thinking it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Those are the two things that always came up, and snakes, um, wood. I don't know if you got that, Sherry, but I got a lot of wood and water.
Well, the thing is, the first thing that I saw with Summer was her laying face down by the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
water.
Yep. Yep.
And but I don't feel she drowned. I don't feel she got out of that truck that day.
Mm-hmm.
When she was by that milk, I think that she got into something that maybe there was something in that orange drink.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but I do know from everything that I've got that Summer's because see, I felt that Summer's breath was taken. Because when I channeled her, I was having a real hard time breathing, like I was
Mm-hmm.
trying to catch my breath. And I feel like she died in that truck. Well, maybe she was not quite, but that's when grandma, and I know grandma is involved in this. I know
Mm-hmm.
it. Grandma
Yeah.
did something with Summer's body. And
Yep.
Don, really, I don't think Don, I think he just went along with the story.
Mm-hmm.
But also feel that eventually Candace broke and told Don the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's covering for her. And he's
Yeah.
covering for her because he doesn't want to go to prison.
Right. Right. I do believe that. I believe that Don knows at least something,
Yeah.
and he's covering because he knows that he's complicit in some way. And I think it's about something that happened prior to the day that she went missing. I just don't know the exact reason. I've never been told, or I've never connected with it. And I've also heard Daddy mean. Daddy was mean. And I don't
Well,
know what if that means to her or to the kids or to Candace. I don't know, but I do know that that was a very strong confirmation that Dawn was mean in some way at some a certain point before she went missing.
I know that I've talked to her many times. And the one time that I did talk to Summer, she was very, very upset about all the commotion going on around her case. She did not like it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She didn't like what her parents were doing. Dawn going on all these platforms and people, um, it was just too much.
Right.
When you said wood, that see, I said at first that she was buried on that property and there was wood and all kinds of crap piled up on top of her.
Right. Yes.
And I
Mm-hmm.
believe she's still on that property where they can see where she is to make sure nobody is messing with her.
Right. Yeah. I do see. It's almost like Donna Serafina said, the hollowed out tree. I see this stump and a hollowed out tree and leaves and sticks and all sorts of things, but it's almost like she's face down um, in the water at first,
Uh-huh.
and then I see her in a almost hollowed out wooden. I want to say tree stump, but it almost doesn't look like that either. It's very odd. I can't explain it. It's
See, I was thinking it was some kind of a hole in the ground, but it was, and the first thing I said was she's under a house, and I didn't realize I even said that until I went back and listened to what I had said because it's really weird when I do it. I It's almost like I'm somewhere else.
right. Yes,
Yeah.
always like a almost like I don't know if anybody knows what astroplaning is, but you kind of go into this weird cloudy like
Trance or something.
trance. Yeah, it's like a tunnel vision. If you've ever been really really drunk
Yeah.
and you get that tunnel vision, but it's without the drunk feeling. That's how I classify it as. And
Uh-huh.
you're looking from a bird's eye or like a drone almost. It's kind of like you're looking around and above,
Right.
and very rarely do you ever get to actually sit in that energy. It's hard to get out of. But anyway, I see two separate instances with her. At the very beginning it was water,
Uh-huh.
and about I would say around July is when I started seeing the wood and the
See,
sticks and the
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. That's how I was because I felt like they moved her at
I
some
really
point.
do feel that way too. Hmm. I do.
At
I
some
agree.
point, yeah, it's
I want to shout out to Mystical Heart Tarot readings, by the way. I've been watching her since the beginning, and I learned so much from her when I was trying to hone in my skills. So I wanted to say hello and thank you for the Moldavite crystal um, advice that you gave me. It changed my life. I wasn't ready for it. That stuff is way strong, but it
I don't
really did
even know
help.
what you're talking about.
It's a I believe it is formed from meteorites. It's rare
Okay.
gem, and you have to be careful because some people fake it because it's like glass, but it's this beautiful green, uh, almost like adventurine,
Okay.
and
Well,
but
and they
it's
say
beautiful.
too, they say too that like limestone carries spirit. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot. I don't know if you've heard about that, but around here where I am, there is a lot of limestone. But I've always been this way. My parents were both this way. My sisters, my siblings, or my children. I mean, it's a long line of people with abilities. And my
Mm-hmm.
mom to this day, she still calls it it. Well, you have it too. Have what? I'm or she'll call me and say, "Well, why didn't you call me? You have it. You should have known something was wrong."
That's so funny that you mentioned that because my cousin, who I've never met, we found each other on Ancestry, the DNA
Wow.
stuff.
Yeah.
So there was a big scandal, of course, on both sides of my family, my mom and dad's side. There was some, let's just say, stepping out. Okay.
Mm.
And so I have all of these cousins and a grandfather I didn't know about. It was a mess. But anyway, we've been talking for about a year now once we found each other. And then today she's been seeing that I've been making videos and stuff. And she said, "Did you know that I am also psychic and that I basically believe in pretty much everything you believe in and do the same things you do?" I said, "I had no idea, but I did. But I didn't want to ask." Didn't want to overstep my boundaries because you got to be careful. And so now we're teaming up and it's just beautiful.
That's great. I love ancestry stuff.
It's
Um,
important, very important.
yeah. And there is something that was very important to me. It's there is a BBC documentary called The Penley Witch Child or whatever, and there's thousands of
Yes.
books. Okay, when I was my birth name is Penley, but
Oh, wow.
I believe when our ancestors came to America, they added the Y because when people would migrate from other countries to the United States, they would add a letter or drop a letter, or instead of Jones, they would make it, Johnston, or, I mean, I don't know, but they would change their names a little bit to fit into America better. And I think that's what they did back then. It's really weird that I would love to get into some ancestry and find out just exactly. Now, I did ask the spirits, and they said yes, that they are my ancestors. But I don't believe that they were just necessarily witches. I just think that they had the abilities that we do. But, back in the 1600s, which is when this happened, they just took it as being witches. So if we lived back in the 1600s, we would be considered witches. You know what I mean?
Yes. Exactly.
And we have Bonnie. Let's see what's going on. Hey, Bonnie, how are
Hi,
you?
Hi.
Bonnie.
Hi. I'm gonna cover up. How's it going?
Just fine. How are you?
Not too bad. Another day older, another year older now. Yesterday was my birthday, so
Oh, well, happy birthday.
thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Where are you coming from?
I'm not gonna say because I
Oh,
do. I have mystical heart. I'm also mystical hearts.
oh, okay.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. And you are,
Yeah. Now you know what I look like.
I do. Yeah. I don't know if you saw me earlier, but you know what I look like too.
Well, let's just say my business phone is on my YouTube site. So if you want to go by the area code, go ahead.
Oh,
Gotcha.
but that's not technically correct. But
The
I
the
work.
Moldavite,
Yeah, the
um,
Moldavite is from the Czech Republic. Republic is where it's from. It is called space glass. It's to help open up the third eye. And believe me, it's powerful.
wow. I'd
And
like to have some of that.
it
I'm,
it makes your hand tingle. So when I held it in my hand for the first time,
uh huh.
it took about 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and my hand was tingling, my
Mm-hmm.
eyes dilated. I was very hyper aware.
Oh,
But it's weird. It was within the
Yeah,
mind. But it wasn't naturally mine. So
right.
it opened up that portal there, and boy, ever since I've had this in my possession, I have to be very careful. I can even get sick sometimes doing readings.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. Like when I do a reading, I am like, it's like I ran up 100 flights of stairs and but it's in my head is what's tired.
yeah,
It's not necessarily my body, it's my brain.
yeah,
Yes, it's really right in that third eye. I mean, it really does open it. So
Yeah.
if you're not ready,
yeah.
and I wasn't really at first, I wasn't. I
I tried.
slept
I
for
tried to
6
warn you.
hours after that.
I tried to warn you.
You
I
really did. You did.
the first time I put the Moldavite on, that night I had it, and I was sleeping with it. It woke me up with a Charlie horse so severe in my left calf, and I'm like, I'm no longer on the medication that does that. I
I
don't
think
eat
it drains you of
bananas.
water. I really do.
Well,
Like
you
dehydration.
can wear too much, is what I've been told, because it's kind of like radiation in a sense of
Wow.
speaking. And I'm wearing two
Right.
pieces. I'm now wearing two pieces. But the very first night, I had a leg cramp in my left calf, and my right calf was about to go into a Charlie horse. I had to stop it. And after that, I've become attuned to it. But it makes a big difference.
So it kind of makes you sick at first and then it helps you is
It affects people differently. Like she said, it was making her a little bit sick. The only thing it did to me was give me a really severe Charlie horse in my left calf, and was going for the right calf, and it woke me up. So I prevented the right calf from going into a Charlie horse. Just had to get the one out of my left calf.
I think you really just have to train
Yeah,
your mind and your body to work together to harness it better. Because if
right.
I'm a baby, all
Yeah,
right,
you
a
are.
baby medium. I am just starting out. Um, I've always had the gift, but
Mhm.
trauma has suppressed it throughout my childhood and my
Plus you have to learn how to use it and control it.
right. And I just
Right.
jumped in, dove right in, just expecting me to um, get this together. And no, this takes years. This takes
Yeah,
your
It's
life
a
is basically this, and
yeah,
everything else
it's a
revolves around it.
lifetime.
Yeah,
It's your lifetime and it's who you are because this is who, it is who you are. And you have to learn how to take care of it and to trust it and to guard it. Um, because sometimes things are not always good spirits. So you have to know how to guard your spirit. And I tend to pray and meditate and stuff before I do a reading. And all I need to do a reading is the picture of a person and their first name. That's
right.
it. I don't need
right,
anything
right.
else. And, I
I want to get there. I so want to get there. I just have a problem with reading in between the intuition lines, is what I say. Um, because I have, neurodivergency, and I'm an accountant. That's what I do for a living.
uh,
So tapping into that empathic and intuition has been very hard for me because with trauma, you suppress those feelings. You know, you just try to be kind of,
You're guarded.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I
That
am learning. True crime will definitely knock that out.
I'm so
Oh,
guarded.
yeah.
I don't leave my house unless I have to.
I'm the same way. I don't go
Mhm.
anywhere unless I
Nope.
have to. Because like I said earlier, like I can go into Walmart and I got to get out because there's
Yeah.
just too much energy.
Yes.
The energy will, I mean, it's over freaking whelming, you
Don't you
know?
It
feel like the
is.
scales are imbalanced with the what I call positive and negative,
Yes.
with a little
Yes.
neutral, right? That's how we live.
Yeah.
I feel like it's super imbalanced in the world where the negative energy is definitely overcoming
Yes.
everyone,
Yeah.
or the masses, right?
Mhm.
Right.
And we need to get that balance back because I think this is what's making it even more easy to have these children missing, people hurt. Um, I think crime is going up because of COVID. I don't
Yeah.
believe what they're
Well,
saying.
and
You
the
know,
It
thing is,
is.
with COVID, it's like, oh, I can knock my wife off and I can just say she died of COVID and, I wasn't with her when she died and I can't find her body and nobody knows where she is. So, hey, this is a good time,
I've had
or
readings
these
Well,
like
these
that.
children don't go to school, so they fall through the cracks, this is not, I mean, it is the perfect time, but it's just ridiculous.
I noticed a pattern.
Yeah,
I noticed that I'm not going to mention um, political names,
right.
but there was one person who was putting his foot down on trafficking, and even another group of people said that they come in during that time period and they were helping with that situation. And it was right after that, the next thing you know, we got hit with this virus, this pandemic. And be careful saying that C word on here on YouTube. They don't like that word.
Hmm.
So I promise you,
Yeah.
I won't say it, you know, to get you in trouble, but you know what I'm talking about. So we had one person was trying to put a foot down and get a hold on trafficking children and people, adults alike. And then next thing you know, we're distracted with a pandemic. That's not a coincidence.
I don't
Exactly.
believe in coincidences.
No, I don't either.
I
I
think
have learned that lesson after
everything
getting
happens
back
for a
in.
reason, and it happens. I believe it all happens in God's timing. But I also feel like right now there's a big battle, bad against evil. I mean, good against evil. Right now is a really big tug of war with people's souls and everything else.
Yes. Yeah. And I can tell you what another YouTuber that I love watching calls it. It's a spiritual war.
Yes,
It really is.
spiritual
Mm-hmm.
warfare sure
It
Yep.
really
is.
is. And I think that it it takes effort to be good and kind in our human nature,
Yes.
because it's very easy to be bad if you think about it. It's so easy to, I mean, we come out of the womb crying. um, and so I really truly think that the way that, I guess I would call it, the top dogs of our world that dictate how we live,
Yeah.
that's their plan. It's an entire plan to
Mm-hmm.
basically knock each other off.
Right.
A spiritual warfare genocide is what I call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really think that that's in the works. It has been in the works, and it's just so hard to find how we can offset that. You know, we just have to keep doing good in the world,
Right. I agree.
and get you some Moldavite. That'll help.
Well, you
Well,
can.
Manda here is saying, who wants to do a reading on me? Um, Anybody?
Not me. I'm still recovering from last night. I don't do what I do is tarot readings, so I don't do,
Okay. See, I don't read cards.
yeah.
Nothing like that.
I do both. I do it all because I'm crazy.
I have some, but I don't know. I mean, really, it tells you on the cards what they mean, right? So,
No, those are
Well, my
oracle
spirit
cards.
guides, yeah, those
You're
are.
thinking of
My
you're
spirit
thinking
guides have used them before. So that's how I tapped into tarot again, was because I have a few spirit guides, but one of them is well versed in her past life with them. So she guides me through readings, um, and tells me, no, 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 no. You didn't. Her name is Carmelita. uh, I know. I don't get names on all of them, but she did. She gave it to me, and she helps me, guide through tarot very well. And the
the thing,
imagery and the
mhm.
numbers connect together. Tarot is beautiful because it gets your mind going
yeah,
to connect the dots where your brain literally can't do that without that imagery for some of us,
right.
especially me with having ADHD, and I have Asperger's, so I'm too literal sometimes. So those tarot readings really, those cards and oracle cards tie things together for me personally to get that message.
Yes.
We also have another person in here, Dee Dee Cares. I would love for someone to do a reading on my brother. Now, I do readings. Um, I charge $50 for readings, and like I said, all I need is a picture and a first name. Don't give me nothing else. And you can always send that to my email, the picture, and then I have and the first name of the person, and then I have a PayPal too. Um, but I love reading people. I think it's when I started this YouTube, I wanted to help people. That's all I wanted to do is give back to people. And I thought it would be from the experiences that I had with depression and um, marriages that are bad and stuff like that. But it turned out to be that I came out of my broom closet and told everybody about my abilities.
Right.
And that was scary
Yeah.
because I knew I was going to get backlash, Um,
Well, I get backlash on my channel on a rare occasion, and that's okay, because I have my comebacks for them. You have to have thick skin to be on YouTube, that's for sure.
yeah.
I call it the
Unfortunately,
Compton of social media.
yeah.
And I don't mean any disrespect, but uh, good Lord, I get hate all the time about, uh,
Thank you, Ria.
mediumship and tarot readings and using, spirit boxes and stuff like that. But here's my thing, and this is what gets them every time. What if I am just a loony boony schizophrenic,
No.
and
No,
what
you're not.
let's just say that I am. Let's just say that I am. What if I trigger some kind of thought process within you or someone else that may just bring a baby home or help solve a cold case? Wouldn't
And
that be worth
yes.
respecting me and my channel and those
Yes.
who do this?
Yes.
Isn't that
Yes.
worth it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
And they never have anything else to say after that.
And see, I wish that, people with abilities like ourselves would get that kind of respect. I mean, there are a lot of fakes out there, and we all know this,
Yes.
but the ones that are really true, which I feel I'm 100%. I've
Sherry, you're
only
good. Yes. I've seen your
I
readings. Yes, ma'am.
You can ask Karen Spence. She's gotten readings from me on Saturdays. I do lives on Saturday evenings. I do one card pulls and I do angel numbers.
hmm,
Karen can testify to my abilities.
I'm not sure. There's
I'll testify to it too. The first reading I ever saw her do, it was right at the beginning, I think. And you pulled some cards, and of course, they don't resonate with everybody, but
Right.
It was about addiction. And I used to use alcohol to cope with a lot of my trauma right as I was starting to get medicated for depression and bipolar, and I have all these things. And I was dabbling in and out, trying to quit that. And she laid those cards out, and I just sobbed. And I emailed her and said, "Thank you so much." um, it hit so hard, like everything she was saying, and I knew that that was for me. I knew it, and so I can testify for her.
Oh, I thank you for supporting my channel.
I'm gonna have to go check that
Yeah.
out
Yeah. Come on over on
because I
Saturday night.
I want I know it sounds stupid, but I mean, I know what my gifts are and I know that I'm true and real,
Right.
but I want a reading from a psychic. I want someone to basically tell me I'm not crazy, you know?
Okay. Well, let me tell you something. A little story. Last night, I was with two other friends. Oh, I'm not going to name their names. That were celebrating via the internet my birthday with me, and one of them mentioned that, hey, Ziggy found bones. I said, they're animal bones.
Mhm.
I didn't even look at them. Just right
Yeah.
out of the blue, I said, they're animal bones.
Me too. I knew you were Earth sign, Mystical. I
Yeah,
just didn't
I
know
am.
which one. I
I
was
am.
I was betting Capricorn or Taurus. Those were the two
Capricorn.
I was betting on.
Yeah, but you're not going to get my moon and my rising sign right.
Hmm. I'll have to think about it. I'm thinking you've got water as a rising, maybe.
Nope.
Ugh. What about moon?
Moon. Nope. Not water.
Wow. I guess I won't then.
I'll give you a hint. My moon is also an earth sign, and my rising sign, believe it or not, is fire.
Yeah, I knew there was some fire in there. Do you have a lot of fire in your chart?
I'd have to look at it. I don't remember. I only remember those three.
Well, you
My
connect with wands and pentacles very well. Like you
Mm-hmm.
you are quick with them.
Mm-hmm.
my sister goes to an astrologist. Do you guys know anything about astrology?
I know a
I'm
little bit,
certified.
but I
I'm a
know a
Really?
little
certified
bit, but
astrologist.
not much.
Okay.
Yep. I got my certification when I went to Portland, or not Portland, but Oregon. I went to there's a International Academy of Astrology,
Uh-huh.
and I just went up there to meet some friends for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and went through this course. I was like, why not? I'll do this, and I fell in love with astrology. I mean, I've always loved it, but I did not know the ins and outs of it, and I came out of that course just ecstatic, because there is a lot to it and that people don't
Oh,
realize.
well, there's one person, she's psychic medium astrologer on YouTube. She's been psychic medium since she was born. She's been doing astrology for 40 plus years. And she went to an astrologist. And honestly, she probably regrets it because that astrologist said, you're going to lose a child. And she said, well, I did lose a child. It was a stepchild that she lost, right? And the astrologer said, looked at her and said, no, you're going to lose one of your children. Guess what? She did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
My problem is I can look at somebody and say they're going to die within a certain amount of time and they're going to die of this, like a heart attack or whatever.
that's
And
interesting.
then the next thing you know, that happens. And so I've learned to shut my mouth and not say those things because I feel like I'm making it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean because when I was young and didn't know anything other than uh regular religion, like going into church and stuff like that. And I was forced to take piano lessons, and I was sitting there, and the thought would hit my mind: what would I do if something happened to, well, I called him my father. It was technically my grandfather. And that went on for days. That was like early 1967. I was 12 years old. And April Fool's Day, he died of a massive heart attack at work. So it made
So
me
sorry to hear
think,
that.
wait a minute. You know, I've thought this all my life.
Did I cause
Did,
that?
did
Yeah.
I cause that?
Yeah.
So now when I start getting those feelings about other people, I block them.
I do too, because
Mhm.
I don't want to be responsible for that. I mean, I can walk through a store and pick up on somebody's energy and think you just by being in a close proximity to them, I can be like, oh my God, they're gonna have cancer, they're going to get it, or anything.
Right.
It's very that's the kind of stuff I keep to myself.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm more in tune to animals than I am humans.
I
When
have
it
read
when it
animals.
comes when it comes to psychic abilities, when I was younger, my grandmother backed into my dog with her car. Well, that was one of those. She was one of the dogs that you had to put her on a leash because she'd take off, wouldn't come. And she took off, of course, when my grandmother hit her. And the young person that I was, I said, "She'll be back. She'll be back." The very next morning, she was on the back porch. She had a gash in her stomach. We had to take her to the vet and everything,
Hmm.
but she came back. And then recently, I'd say within the last 2 to 3 years, the person my husband works for, he let his dogs out to go potty while he took a shower for work. Called them all back in, and all of them came but one. And he called my husband. He says, "I think the dog's been taken either by an owl or a coyote." I said, "No, he hasn't. He's not dead." And this went on for 4 days. I had another friend that could actually literally read the dogs. So I sent her just a picture. And she told me that he would be found. There would be a white dually pickup truck, and there would be a wire fence. Well, on the fourth day, we went riding around to his neighbors, and he got a phone call. He said, they said, "Are you missing a dog?" And he said, "Yeah." They said, "Well, I think we found it." So we drove over to where
Wow.
the guy was at, right? We're driving down this dirt road, and my husband's boss stops dead in his tracks because I told him what my friend had said. In front of us was a white dually pickup truck, and there was wire fence there. And there was his dog.
Okay, now how do you how does all the non-believers explain this crap? How if they don't believe, that's what I like, is to read
Yeah,
people that don't believe,
yeah,
because I've done that before, and they wouldn't even say a word.
right.
They were like,
And
gone.
if you're the Angela, I heard you speak Angela of somebody named Angela. If you're talking about Voice for the Voiceless,
No, it's
oh, good.
one of my members,
Okay.
subscribers. I don't know who's that you're talking about.
She was on MGL's panel for the longest time, and they had a blowout right before they went to
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee,
Oh, well, I don't like her, so
which is why I was, when I came in, you were talking about Chance Engelbert, right?
yes.
And then when you said Angela, I just assumed that you were talking about that Angela because she was involved in that case.
Really? No,
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
who that is.
You don't want to know.
No, it was just one of my subscribers. She
Okay.
was gonna help me with some technical problems I'm having, because there's a lot of things I don't know how to put up pictures and video, so we can, talk about things, and I can show pictures
Right.
and, things like that, and
See,
I would like to.
I got that issue too. I don't do lives. I only do one live a week. it's because of the way I'm set up. I'm set up with a what do you call it? A camera, a handheld video camera.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a wire that my husband connects from the video camera to my laptop. So on Saturday nights, there's a lag in time. There's like, it depends on the weather, I guess, because I run off Wi Fi. So my videos lag on Saturday nights.
Can't you go live like on StreamYard through your laptop? That's how I do it.
I could, but my husband picked another program to go live on.
Okay.
I let him set that up. And so I just go with it. I'm, if it's not broke, don't mess with it.
Yeah.
So I created another YouTube channel. It's not up and running yet. That I'm going to be running from my iPad so that I can use StreamYard.
Well, see, at first I was just using my iPhone. And then I got a iPad.
Right.
And then I'm like, I've got to move up somehow, because my iPad is great, but I think I made my last payment finally on this dang laptop. And then now I'm thinking, oh no, what about now I'm going to have to upgrade from this?
Well, when we went with the laptop, I created my channel on an iMac, an antique iMac at that. And for whatever reason, we couldn't use it. So, back when we were getting those checks from the government, my husband said, we'll invest in a good laptop.
Yeah.
So instead of investing in one that, that I can really stream decent from, he gets one that he can use too. It's a gamer laptop. Top of the
But
line gamer laptop.
they say gamer laptops have more speed to them, or at least that's what my son is telling me. They have more power or something.
It might, but my problem is my internet.
Yeah.
I run off of I don't want to plug any
Yeah.
cell phone companies, but one of the cell phone companies, I run off of one of their Wi-Fi little devices, right? So that means that the
A
signal
router?
It's a little box.
Router?
I wouldn't call it a router because I'm not hooked up to direct. I don't have direct internet.
Are you out in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I used to have Usenet where I had the satellite dish. I don't want to give too much away about my location, but it snows here.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when the snow accumulates on your dish, you got to clean it off or you don't get a signal.
Wow.
So I got rid of Usenet and went with the cell phone company for everything. So it has to run a signal from my little box that I have to the cell tower, from that cell tower 300 miles south of me to another main cell tower, back to the cell tower across the street from me, then back to my Wi-Fi box, which is why I had so much lag.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do either one of you see anything good or bad in my upcoming journey that I'm getting ready to have?
My first feeling, just automatic feeling, is a lot of excitement, bright colors, and warmth. Like this has been kind of put off for too long, maybe. Like it's been waiting to happen, and now the opportunity just happened at the right time, like you were ready.
Right. Yeah.
That's how I feel. Like it's a great thing.
Yeah. I feel that, and I feel goosebumps all over, so I know you're right.
I've got goosebumps too.
And now, me, whenever I feel like my abilities, like I am in the right direction in my psychic vision and stuff, I get goosebumps.
Right.
When I'm talking to people, a lot of times just a random name will just fly out of my mouth and I don't even realize it.
Yeah.
And people will ask in the chat, "Who's this?" or "Who's that?" I don't know why. Where'd that name come from? You just said it. Well, I don't remember saying it and I don't know who it is, but it's obviously somebody, a spirit, trying to get me to talk for them or something, or
Right.
mention their name. Um, very strange.
That happens to me quite frequently on Saturday nights when I do my lives.
Mhm.
Well, I usually typically only pull one card, but if the spirit says no, you're going to pull more than one card, I'll pull more than one card. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I'll say a name and I'll start getting goosebumps and I'm like, oh, here we go.
So, yep, they're coming to there. That's the
Yeah.
person you're in. Yep, that's who you're reading.
Yeah.
I believe in that. I really do.
Yeah. But I've been told because I have seen my spirit guide in my sleep one time. And my spirit guide is, I don't know the name, but he is a Native American and he is a chief.
Wow.
That's all I know.
Well, see, I am Cherokee, Choctaw, and Creek,
Mm.
and
Choctaw here.
I am
No.
I am registered with the Indians, and that's where I'm going back to.
Right.
And I know that I can get help once I get there. It's just the thought of getting out of here
Mm-hmm.
is it's almost being able to breathe again.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'm not dreading it. I'm not upset about it. Um, I already know how I want to decorate wherever I go, because
Yeah.
it'll be me. I don't have to share um, anything or deal with the stare downs
Right.
and the mind games.
Personal freedom to do what you need to do for yourself without that opinion of others, especially as a psychic. You
Yeah.
feel what they think.
Oh yeah.
The energy hits you like a ton of bricks, especially
Right.
when they don't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this is a wonderful opportunity. I think that psychics have a hard time with, having a
Relationships.
partner,
Oh
having a
yes.
partner that's negative or has any kind of
I had
inability to say what they feel.
Right.
I had a negative partner the first go around. But this was before I decided that I was going to go down the path that I went down. And he was a cheater and all that kind of crap. And I got rid of him and I got this husband. And he's the one that led me down to the path I'm on now. As a matter of fact, the very first tarot card reading I had, we were at a festival and it was one of his friends. He said, "You've got questions about this path. This friend will answer all your questions." And I'm getting cold chills, and I'll tell you why. Because that friend that did the very first tarot reading that I spoke to, he passed away recently from, of course, that nasty virus.
Jeez.
Yeah. And he's here with me right now. I know he is. His wife
I
called
can
me.
feel it.
Yeah, his
Mm.
I can
wife
feel
called,
that.
his wife
Yeah.
called me this morning. Yeah. But my husband's from Florida, and he was told when he was growing up that he had Seminole in him, which is,
Oh.
native to Florida. And we did the ancestry DNA, and when he got his results back, he's like, "What? I don't have any Seminole. I don't have any Native American in me." And we're
How
like,
sad.
I think your parents lied to you. And guess what? they're both dead, so there's nowhere they're going to be able to see.
I would love to do that ancestry thing, and I would love, Eve, if you could do me an astral chart or whatever it is, how whatever you want.
Absolutely.
I think
Sure.
that is so cool, and my son is like this too. He has these abilities as well, and it's nice because we relate. I mean, we have such a close relationship anyway, but it's like he knows what I'm thinking, I know what he's thinking, and it meshes.
Right.
Yeah, I'll send you my email and you can, give me basically all I need if you're comfortable
Mhm.
is your date of birth, the time, and location.
Yeah.
The
And that's
time I
it.
was born.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep, that's very important because
Yes, it
a
is.
few degrees, 1 degree can change,
Yeah.
Okay.
a half of a degree can change your
Hmm.
entire setup there. So,
Okay. That would be awesome. And I mean, I am so open to anything out there. Um because I don't know. I'm a very, very open person to all different ideas.
Right.
And we all have different gifts. It doesn't mean they're wrong, they're just different.
Right. Exactly.
I love it.
I
I
also can use dowsing rods, but I don't do that on my channel. But I do have dowsing rods that I can use. And I just recently purchased an actual spirit box that I'm getting ready to learn how to use. I've got another friend that's going to teach me how to use the spirit box.
and see, I hear them. I can talk to them. I don't need anything like that, but it is nice to have things like that so others can hear it, because not everybody can hear what I hear
Right.
or see what I see. And that's when my pendulums come in,
Right.
because to me, that's just a tool for people to be able to see the answers that the spirits are giving me. Um, the other day, I had done a live, I think it was Monday, and I went, I know it sounds crazy, but I went to in my third eye, I guess is what it's called, to heaven.
Mm.
And I seen all these children. It was full of
Yeah.
children.
Oh, yeah.
Full. I mean, it's like all these little bitty tiny children
Yeah.
everywhere. And I mean, right now I have goosebumps. And it's like,
me too. Yeah.
why? I mean, I know that everything happens for a reason and God needed these children, but it's just, it was amazing.
Yeah.
I really truly think deep down the increase in harm or the taking of children
Hmm.
from the physical earth is really to protect them. I really do. I feel like there is some kind of massive energy outside of our understanding that is trying to protect that innocence and that new
Right.
creation of energy
Right.
Right.
because it's so off balance. And we have got to change as a collective world. It's just the scales are way too imbalanced.
Right.
And I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's so bad that I don't know how we're going to get there. It's
I
going to
don't
take a
know.
massive uprising of something. But the
Yeah.
spiritual warfare is so powerful
Yeah.
that I don't have an answer. I kind of feel dreadful when I think
Right.
about it. So we just need a revolutionary, something. Something needs to happen.
And spiritualists and psychics and stuff have been around since day one.
Yeah.
And I try to tell people, look at the Bible. It is full of the paranormal. It is
Mm-hmm.
full, and people say that it's evil and it says in the Bible you shouldn't do this or that. But I'm telling you, I've seen in the Bible where God has given certain people these gifts.
Exactly.
Well, the three wise men were astrologists, if you think about it, following
Yeah.
the
And
But
stars
but
to the
but
baby
what about
Jesus, you know.
and
yeah,
it's it
and
was
the
a
parting
psychic.
of the sea? I mean, how does that
Yeah.
happen without the abilities? How does somebody turn somebody into stone or salt or without these types of abilities?
Right.
I mean, we can't turn somebody into salt, but we do have abilities in other ways.
Exactly.
It's not evil. It's not. And
No.
some people may use it that way, but I don't.
See, my husband has similar abilities to you. He can hear them talking and he
Yeah.
can see them,
Yeah.
but he turns the ability to hear them off. And he is truly sick and tired of hearing me talk about the Chance Engelbert case because I've been talking about poor Chance for 2.5 years.
Wow.
And
And see, I don't remember when this my subscriber, and I believe that it's Summer, sent me his photograph and wanted me to do a reading on him, and I told her that he was murdered by these two people he thought were his friends, and
yep.
everything was cool in the beginning, but then they turned on him, and I seen them burying him by water, like on a hillside by water.
Mm,
He did not just walk away, he didn't
no,
run away.
no, no.
He was a good man.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens. It usually happens to the good ones.
Yeah, and see the Angela I thought you were talking about that I was talking about that was on MGL's channel was on CK's channel before she got shut down. And they were talking about Chance Engelbert's case, right? They were victim blaming him. I'm like, are you
They
kidding
tend to
me?
do that
Yeah. I'm like, are
a
you
lot.
kidding me? And when MGL had her on her panel, I said, I can't watch you anymore. I cannot. And then they had that blowout, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Now I can start watching MGL again. I just watch everybody, but when you see people like her, the victim blame, I'm like, when is she going to start blaming poor little Summer for her own disappearance? Because she's that type of person.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I better not hear about it.
You and me both. You and me both.
Because to me, children are innocent. We're
Yes,
supposed to be, we're adults. We're supposed to be taking care of children. Even if they're not ours, we need to watch out for them.
I agree.
And where is that sense of community gone? Especially with COVID, it seems like you just gave horrific people a better opportunity to harm those.
Right.
I mean, it got even worse.
Yeah.
And no one put any legislation in, before this last president,
I
the
don't
one
think that
before.
they I
Right.
don't I don't think they even expected that these things were gonna start happening, which is kinda dumb. I mean, you
Oh, I
get
think
all
they
these
did.
people. They did?
I think deep down in my soul, I think that this was let's see what we can do. Let's see what
Yeah.
we can get away with because it hasn't changed.
Right.
It hasn't. I really feel so sick to my stomach about everything involving how COVID started,
Oh, yeah.
how it, I truly feel like chemicals. I don't know if y'all have ever got this feeling when something is so fake or made that's not natural. I get
Yeah.
chemicals.
Yeah.
And when
Mhm.
COVID came
Yeah.
about, that's all I taste chemicals and scientists, and
Well, it's
I see
chemical
them, and they're
chemical
making it.
warfare.
Yes, they're making it
Yeah,
biological warfare.
right. And honestly, I know all about the monkey theory and all that, but my personal opinion, back when AIDS started,
Oh yeah.
I believe that that was made by the government as a
Mm-hmm.
part of a chemical warfare. Um, I really do. I
It
think a
was.
lot of this stuff is government made.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think what you were just talking about was made to get rid of a certain population of people. I think they targeted because if you
Yes.
think about it, uh crap. There was an experiment they did many years ago on African Americans, and I can't remember the name of the experiment
Which
where
one?
they,
They've done so many.
yeah, they injected them with it. I think it was with an STD or something.
Oh, I
The
think
mus-
I recall
was it the
something like that.
was it the Muskegee?
Muskogee experiments?
It
Yes.
might have been. Yeah,
Oh.
that.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean that
no.
we know that was government made. They admitted to it.
So was Lyme's disease.
Right.
Military, but I mean, yeah.
Muskogee in Oklahoma?
I'm not sure.
Muskogee, Oklahoma. That's the tribe I'm from.
I think it's the
Oh,
tribes. I think it was the
But
experiment
the thing
on.
is, they did experiments on Indians, Native Americans too.
right.
But then in that all that shit goes back to Hitler, and
Yeah.
back then, and the thing is, the government made meth and gave it to the soldiers in World War II to keep them alert and awake and fighting and all this stuff. And then these guys come back to the States, they're addicted, so they learn how to make it. And that came from, uh, I'm sorry, that came from the government. Hello from Oklahoma, Frankie Hopkins. Actually, I am kin to some Hopkins. Um, down around, well, I don't, down around Eufaula.
Okay. It wasn't Muskegee. It was
Muskogee.
Tuskegee. The
Oh,
Tuskegee
Tuskegee.
study.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
I had to
Okay.
look it up.
Shoo! I feel better now.
I had to look it up. I hate it when I can't think of something. Yeah, that's a sign of old age.
I hear that. Monica Lightly is the money, clicks, views, and cash cow. In my opinion, to me, made a mockery of poor little Summer. Well, I don't think it's fair for them to have cost him his job. You know, I'm not for Dawn or Candace. You know, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm on Summer's side, if
Yeah,
anything. But
exactly.
they shouldn't have cost him his job. They shouldn't have went on his property. They shouldn't have peed in his yard, or they're just disrespectful in my opinion.
You want to know something about that whole? I agree with you 100%. I don't think um, you should be. The things that NGL was saying was just
Dakota.
horrid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I learned from that situation is how terrified Don was. You could actually see the emotion and him being so shaken up on the audacity. But you know who didn't flinch?
Candace.
Candace didn't flinch.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was nothing to her. And it confirmed my suspicions in my readings about that sociopathy, that lack of emotion, lack of empathy. I just don't see it.
Right.
Do
Never
you know
have,
their
but
Do you
I
know their
think that has a
astrology
lot.
signs?
I think
I
that
sure
has a lot
do.
to do with the way she was raised.
Yeah,
I do. I know
I agree.
everybody's astrology
Yeah.
sign. I know all of
My
it.
Frankie, my favorite singer in the whole world, Carrie Underwood.
Dawn's a Scorpio.
Yep.
Grandma Candace and Candace are Taurus.
Ooh,
Yep.
Summer's an Aquarius, like me.
Yep.
oh,
Um,
that's a good
H
sign.
is H is a Gemini, I believe.
No.
Is he not?
Nope.
I thought it was June. Okay,
Mm,
I don't know H then. I thought it
uh-uh.
was.
Oh,
Um,
I got so many astrology signs on this poor baby. It's not even funny.
right. Flute player's a Libra.
Who?
Flute player.
No, he's not.
Wow. Well, then I got it wrong. No, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Uh,
Uh, there is no Libras that I
okay.
am aware of. Oops.
Well, I get a lot of air, but I get the
Did she do
lovers.
that?
Um, but I think that tarot reading usually with the lovers reversed is Dawn and Candace. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And then you have Pentacles and the King of Cups. I always get King of Cups with Dawn. Always. I mean, like clockwork. Even my confirmation deck and my clarification deck, always King of Cups.
Right.
Do you think that that's because he is the master manipulator?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but he's Scorpio.
Well, and they're pretty
He
good. I'm telling
stains,
you.
huh?
I call them the actors of the water signs, the best
Right.
ones.
Yeah.
Pisces will always slip up and get angry, and Cancers they just block. They're like the Geminis
You
of
know who?
the water signs.
You want to know who the Pisces is?
I would love to know.
H.
Wow.
Okay, well that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
What's a
That makes a lot
Cancer?
of sense.
Cancer.
Uh-huh.
You mean the July to
Well,
June
that's
to
me.
July?
You mean the
Oh.
dates?
July 16th.
Yeah, that's Cancer.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Well, honestly, it depends. If you have, let's say you have water signs for rising and moon, you're definitely empathic, can pick up on people's secrets.
Oh yeah.
The moon calls to you, And I hate
Yes.
to say this, and I don't want to get too personal, but
No, go ahead.
I've noticed that physically,
Uh-huh.
cancers tend to have the mother's what they call the mother's breast, big chest, bigger,
Oh.
like a bosom,
Yes.
because they're nurturing. They want to cuddle you and love you, and so
Right.
physically that usually is a sign of cancers.
Now, see, I know a person that's Cancer, and she's not like that.
Right. So
Yeah.
usually that is with a lot of water
Metaphorically,
in your
maybe.
chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
metaphorically. Yeah.
Yeah. And that I can totally understand.
And that's how cancers sometimes actually coddle their young, or even their adult children. They don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah. I don't
Age
care.
is no number when it
Nope.
comes to loving somebody.
I don't care how old my kids get. They can sit in my lap and I can love on them just like they were a baby.
Yeah.
Because they are my babies and they will
Yeah.
I don't care how old they are.
Yeah. See, I am, I know when the right time is for, like my child. I have a 3-year-old, and I know when it's time to really show him that love and affection.
Uh-huh.
Right.
But I'm an Aquarius with Virgo rising and Aries moon.
Virgo.
So can you just imagine
Your
my
Virgo.
reactions?
Yeah.
My
Your Virgo.
reactions are hot or cold. That's it.
Mhm. Your Virgo
So
is where the psychic abilities come into play.
Absolutely, absolutely. However, the Aries moon is wanting things now.
Mm-hmm.
Aquarius is going now, 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 and I'm not
Yeah.
patient enough. And so I'm learning big time. That's my biggest lesson is patience and meditation.
Yeah.
Don't force things because it's not going to be the good things that you need, the natural things
Well, you know,
to
it's
come through.
funny. When I've done readings on Summer's case, her card, your card, the star card, always comes out reverse. And when it's in reverse, to me,
Yes,
it means be patient.
yes. I've heard you say that too in
Yes.
her.
Yes.
Do you
Mm-hmm.
ever get um, the? I think it's the 5 or 8 of Swords with her when we're asking about what happened or what's the details behind where you're at. Do you ever get the 5 or 8 of Swords with her instead of the Star card?
Um, I'd have to look at my videos. Honestly, you know, when I'm reading, I go into a trance,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I don't remember them. I don't remember the readings.
Well, you do so many. I couldn't imagine
Yeah,
you memorizing all of that. I mean, that's impossible. But
exactly.
but
But
I
I've
do
been
get the
I,
5 with
I've
her.
been accused of memorizing stuff from the books. You know, the books that come with your tarot cards. I've been accused of
Yeah.
memorizing that stuff, and I don't. And I said it twice now. One on last Saturday night's live towards the end, and then again on another video. I pulled the book out and I said, "Look, I don't read from this. It's useless to me."
Hey, ladies,
Uh huh.
would you mind holding down the fort just for a minute so I can run and go get cigarettes?
Sure, no problem.
Sure.
It'll only take me maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Store closes at 11, so
Party and
Okay.
Sherry's live. Woohoo. Get
woohoo!
crazy.
Take over.
All righty. So, which case would you like to talk about? Because I'm only working on about 50 of them.
I can only do maybe, I think I'm at 5 now, and that's where my mental capacity has been tapped. I mean, there's times I have to sleep for 16 hours
Yeah,
because of the it drains you.
yeah. That's why there's some days I'll go days that I won't put. Only my daily reading will come up.
Hmm.
That's why I'll go days without having anything. Then all of a sudden you'll see me pop up 1, 2, maybe even 4 videos of 4 different people.
Yep, that's how I am too.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. I have a lot of Taurus and Capricorn in my chart, by the way. That's why I was like, I know she's got Earth. I know
yeah,
she's an Earth sign because I
yeah.
connect with that logical, sensible, looking at this from the outside in
And we're the
feeling.
workers too. We're the workers of the
Hmm.
astrology signs.
That's where we get our gratification,
Right,
service. Yeah.
right.
Have
But
you
go ahead.
done any readings on the Harmony Montgomery case? Have you heard about that
Yes,
one?
yes, yes.
Lord help us. It's
Uh-huh.
brutal.
I sure have. I did a reading just the other day on her. A reading on
Yeah.
her and on Summer. They both went up
Hmm.
that same day, that same evening.
I have to check those out. I don't think
Yeah,
I've gotten to that. It's the more information that comes out on Mr. Adam and Kayla, which I can go ahead and tell you that they know in my heart,
yeah,
they know.
I
They know
agree.
exactly where she is. And they need to, these charges are going to keep going because New Hampshire, I get the feeling that they get what they want,
Early morning.
law enforcement. They're just different people up north, in Maine and
Right.
New Hampshire.
Oh, yeah.
They're very brutal in your face, like, look, this is how it is.
Well,
New York, but on
technically,
speed.
I grew up in Pennsylvania. I grew up in the mountains of
Oh,
Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania.
wow.
Mm-hmm. I lived there for 33 years. My ex-husband worked for CSX Railroad, so
Mm-hmm.
he got a call and was told, hey, you got a choice, have a job or transfer, and we transferred. And I said, well, if you're going to take me south, You're going to take me all the way south. And he took me to Jacksonville, Florida.
Hey, Florida's
So,
its own beast.
and what do I know? And, I went on, I did get my master's degree in mental health counseling and addictions, although I did not use it to be a therapist. The first 10 plus years, I did psychiatric evaluations. And then
Yeah,
the
I remember
last,
you saying that in a
yeah,
live.
mm-hmm,
And I
I did,
connected with you even more because
yeah,
of not only my past, but I've been in AA, I've been a sponsor, I've worked at a recovery group and was a counselor for um, intake, basically.
right. I
And you
did
get to
intake,
see
yeah,
a
you
lot.
get to see a lot. The first facility I worked at was technically like a state run facility. And we got, I don't want to put it like that. I don't want to sound crappy, if you know what I'm saying. But we got the
Yeah.
homeless people, the people that didn't have insurance, they were homeless, they were diagnosed schizophrenics, they had substance abuse problems on top of it. And, that's where I started, was in that facility. And then I got an opportunity to move to a for-profit facility and moved there and did a psych eval on this person. And we had different levels of care. You have inpatient, and then you have something called partial hospitalization, where you go to the hospital for so many hours of the day and attend
Mm-hmm.
groups. And then you have an intensive outpatient, which is half a day. So
Mm-hmm.
this guy comes in, and I'm telling you about a story there that I helped put away a convicted, and this was a federal crime, no less.
Oh, wow.
Uh, he, it was unintentional, he claims. He did not know that he was infected with hepatitis C. Worked at Mayo Clinic, and I can say this because it's on the internet. It's public knowledge. And I had the unfortunate opportunity to do an evaluation on him. And what he was doing was taking patients' pain medication, replacing it with saline, and inadvertently giving these patients his hepatitis C that he claimed he didn't know he had.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and 2 patients passed away from it. And so the feds got involved, and here I am at work, and I've got the FBI wanting to talk to me. I'm like, okay. My supervisor in HR is like, do you want us to go in and help you? I'm like, I'm a grown woman. I can do that on my own. I don't need you holding my hand.
You don't tell a Capricorn if you need their help. No, they will ask,
No.
they will tell you if they do.
Well, I was already having issues with these 2 females anyhow, so I'm like, no, I don't need you in there. And yeah, I went in, I sat down, I spoke with the FBI person and I don't know if it wouldn't be called state's attorney, but it would be whatever the federal
Good night, Karen.
equivalent is. And I thought I was going to have to go testify in court, but I got lucky and he took a plea deal, so I didn't have to go to court.
Whew. And
Yeah,
no, you could have been in there for a long time,
yeah.
if he
Now,
was fighting it.
back then well, now I vape, but I was a smoker until I got diagnosed with a medical problem, and I said, well, time to stop doing those and vaping. So that caused me to switch, and I would have been dying in that courthouse, because you're not allowed to do those
Right.
inside either.
Oof.
Yeah, I would have been.
I had
I
to
would have been.
do,
I'd have been out to hurt somebody.
oh, no kidding. I had to do, what was it, 3 weeks of jury duty? And I
Oh
smoke
yeah.
still. I try to quit, and I usually maybe last about a month. That's usually how I go, and then something happens, and I flake out. And anyway, those 3 weeks, whew, I was angry. I
Oh
was,
yeah.
and I knew why, and I held myself together, but I was like, this has to be a conflict of interest because I'm mad at this person that could be innocent. Should
Yeah.
I, you know? So
I
he
know
was
what you
innocent
mean.
though, but
My
yeah,
my current doctor, you know, well, she's not a doctor, she's a nurse practitioner, but she's like, "Are you sure you don't want to quit using those vapes?" I looked at her and I said, "I'm gonna tell you what, you don't want me to quit. You don't make enough money to bail me out."
yes. There's going to be 4 charges put on my
Yeah.
record if you take some that. I think that we also use that as a mechanism to hone in. You know,
hmm
I do.
I mean,
Be-
I've cut down on the milligrams of what's in there, you know, that I'm addicted to. You know, I've cut
right.
way down. But last night now, you know, I was partying. At my age, I was partying.
I have never
And
smoked so much since Summerwell's case.
yeah.
I It really has and still does have an effect on me that
hmm
there's times I have to shut it down
Yeah.
because of the literal turmoil that I create for
Right.
myself, racking my brain trying to either connect or figure out a clue. And I think
Well,
that's kind of everybody.
actually, I had a pack of cigarettes here for probably well over a year. I'd only smoked one or two out of them, you know, because on a very rare occasion, I will smoke a real cigarette. Last night, I was partying. Real ones came out.
Oh, yeah. And then you wake up and a whole pack's gone. You're going, the hell?
I didn't have that problem. See, that's what
Oh,
people think about. You know, people think that I would wake up with a problem. People were under the impression was with as much as I did drink last night, and that's the first drink I've had in over a year. I'm not a, you know, I don't drink.
that's
I
good.
just quit doing. You know, I stopped drinking when I left my ex-husband. When I was with him, I was drinking regular, and I quit after I left him. So now it's
Probably
just
weren't
those.
too happy and self medicating, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Same
you
here.
know, last night was a special occasion. I turned 67 years old. I'm like, why shouldn't I?
Happy belated
And
birthday.
thank you. So I sat here with friends, and because one friend didn't want to be holding her phone all the time, we come up, you can go backstage, like on Restream or even on StreamYard, you can be backstage and not be live.
Right.
So there was three of us communicating last night as I was sitting here having fun. I won't say how much I drank. I'll say I drank pina colada, but I won't say how much.
Ooh, sugar.
I'll put it in the private chat.
There you go.
Don't fall out of your chair when you see it.
Okay. Oh, Lordy.
Mm-hmm.
How are you alive today? I would be in the bed.
You want to know why?
You have the secret.
Yeah,
What is it?
my blue eyes.
Oh, it's in the
Mm-hmm.
jeans and not the
No,
ones you're wearing.
blue-eyed people. Blue-eyed people can hold more.
Wow.
Yeah,
I wonder how that is. Just
I don't
metabolism,
know, but
maybe?
they have. I don't know what it is, but they have proven that to be true. Yeah.
Wow. I have green eyes, and I guess we're the worst because I tell you, I I look at alcohol and I have a hangover already. I mean, I have to take 2 Excedrin,
Well,
eat a banana.
you seen in the private chat how much I had, right?
Yes. And it's
I
a
did
lot,
not
guys.
I did not have a hangover.
I'm jealous. I know it has something to do with obviously depletion in potassium. So maybe you hold your potassium as well as your alcohol. Maybe that's it.
I don't know. I mean, I was the same way. I was drinking Jack Daniel's Fire straight, not mixing it with anything. I could drink a half a
Oof.
fifth. I could drink a half a
Oof.
fifth by myself, but I got away from that because I don't know. There's something about it now that I don't know if it's too sweet. I think
Hmm.
that might be the problem. And now I can't drink it, so I'm down to just pina colada when I do drink. So I won't
I'm a
be
whiskey
drinking again.
girl.
I won't be drinking again now until next year, so I'm not worried about it.
Good deal. That's perfect.
Yeah,
I
I
have a
mean, I
feeling
don't.
she's coming back, by the way. I
Oh
just
yeah.
have a feeling she's going
Well,
to pop up
see,
any second.
here's the problem. Here's my issue. If I'm drinking, I'm not touching a deck of tarot cards. I'm not touching
Hmm.
my dowsing rods. I'm not touching anything because, like the psychic medium astrologer that I watch on YouTube, like she says, these people out here, that fake scammer in the Summer Walls case, and you know who I'm talking about,
Oh, yeah,
that
I do.
that person was a known drug user.
Hmm.
When you use drugs like that, your spirit steps out of your physical body and it allows darkness to come in.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah, it
The
is.
letting your guard down, you know how they say a drunk man is telling the
Speaks.
truth, basically,
Yeah.
speaks the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
That veil is literally your protection that you're throwing
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
And that's why you say what you say and you regret it maybe the next day.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple people I don't have the astrology signs on in this case, but
Love and light, Rand. Thank you. People are going to bed because they're normal, right?
yeah, I'm not normal, trust me.
I am very abnormal.
See, I
And I'm an
used to be
accountant, so
when
I should be
I
in bed.
when I did work, right? We lived an hour. We were living an hour away from where I worked at. It was an hour's drive one way. So I would be in bed by 9 o'clock and be up at 4 o'clock. Well, since I no longer work, that's all changed.
And that's just natural. Like even my
Yeah,
mom did that when she retired. She's a night owl now.
yeah,
And she would go to bed at 7. I mean, that's just how she was.
yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
not anymore.
And the Moldavite, there is an astrological sign associated to it, which is Taurus.
Did you say Taurus?
Yeah,
Oh, that is perfect. I have that as a majority in my chart.
I've got technically I've got 4 pieces of Moldavite, but I'm only wearing 2. If you look at my videos and you look at my left hand, the middle finger, the bird finger, is where my
Yeah,
Moldavite. That's a piece of Moldavite in that ring, in that
I
little
thought
ring.
so. Okay, I thought that's
Yeah.
what that was.
The other piece is in a cage that I have super glued shut, and it's on a necklace that does not come off. Unless I take a shower, then it comes off because I don't think you can get Moldavite wet. Or you can,
You're
but you
not
don't want
supposed
to.
to.
No, you're
Yeah.
not supposed to. Any crystal that ends in ITE.
That's what I was told at the
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
occult store is what they call it down here in Texas. The occult store. Okay.
I have a half sister down in Texas.
Oh, like DFW or South?
I don't know exactly where we're at. I see. I didn't grow up with her. Well, actually, she was like 4 years old when I met her, and I was 18.
Oh, wow. That's a big difference.
Yes. See, my parents divorced when I was an infant, so I'm the only one from those two. They both abandoned me, and my grandparents raised me, which was a good thing. So on my mother's side, I had a half brother who passed away last year in May. I found out when my
Was that COVID related or just other?
oh no, that was alcohol related.
Oh, hey.
He had a brain seizure.
Oh, that happens.
Yep, sure
That
does.
happens a lot. That's what happened to my
See,
grandfather.
my birth. See, he and I shared the same mother. He had a different father, but that father did adopt me when I was 5. But that's beside the point. Still no blood related to me. Both parents for him were alcoholics. So he was an alcoholic. And what would he do? He'd drink vodka, and people wouldn't be the wiser because it looks just like water in a water bottle.
Oh, hell, I've done that. Not
Yeah.
proud of that, but I've done that.
Yeah, but see, he had a brain seizure, and he was younger than me. I'm the oldest of all of them.
Well, that alcohol will pickle you. I'm telling you, it's.
It sure will.
I think it's the worst drug ever.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Is that because it's legal?
No.
Hey, she's back.
Yes,
No,
Party's over.
they
You
were.
can-
Yeah, okay, behave now. No,
You
no, they
can
were
look
having an
in.
issue
You
with the
can.
machine up there.
You can look
Like,
in your private chat and see how much I had to drink last night.
oh no,
But
was you drinking? That's not
oh, of
good.
course, I only
She
drink
doesn't
once
get
a year,
hangovers.
and I
Oh,
didn't get a hangover.
my dad was an alcoholic, so I don't do alcohol. Not that I haven't drank, I have. I'm not going to lie, but um, I have a problem with alcohol and being around people that are drinking because
Mm-hmm.
they're so unstable.
Right.
And I was so petrified. I guarantee you, if my dad was still alive to this day, if he was drinking and raised his voice, I would piss my pants right now.
Right. Right. See, my birth parents didn't raise me, but both my birth parents were alcoholics. And technically, I should be an alcoholic, but I'm not because last night was a special occasion. It was my
Oh,
birthday.
yeah.
So, I did what I did, and I won't do it again now, probably until either December on my husband's birthday or next January again.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't do it regular at all.
you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
Sagittarius, and you either have Sagittarius or Aries in your moon.
Who, me?
No, mystical.
Oh,
No, no. I
she's
told you my
arguing with
moon.
you.
I told you
What
what
was
my
it?
moon is. It's Virgo.
Oh, okay. Then you're rising. I got it
My
backwards. You got
rising,
some fire.
no, my rising is fire, but it's Leo.
Ooh, that makes it interesting.
Yeah.
That is an
So
interesting combination.
now remember, I'm a Cancer, but um I do not get along with Virgos as
That's
far
weird.
as relationships,
I wonder what your rising and moon is because usually Cancers and Virgos, just as a basis, are thick as thieves. They feed off
Really?
each other. So,
And
Wow.
Capricorn and Cancer are polar opposites.
Hmm.
But I
which
get
doesn't
along
mean
with
that you're
Cancer. Yeah,
opposites,
right.
you know.
So who is compatible with Cancer? Virgo and who else?
I don't go by signs.
Oh, what do you go by?
The person.
Sorry, I was muted. Uh, you know,
I go by the
probably
person
good.
because I probably should be with a Pisces. I was with a Pisces, and it was the worst experience I ever had.
Hmm.
0 out of 5 stars. Do not recommend Pisces. I don't care what sign you are. I'm sorry. I love y'all. I do. I love all humans, but y'all are
Guess what?
different.
Guess what? My only daughter is a Pisces.
Really? Y'all get along?
Yes. Oh yeah, she's the only one of my children that calls me.
Oh,
She was the only one that called me yesterday for my birthday.
Oh man, that sucks.
oh. If I
Out
would
of
have
four,
known, I would have.
out of 4 kids, she's the only one that called me. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
They
That's
are, but they are the intuitive sign of the bunch.
Yeah.
Naturally, I mean, they don't have to be born with any skills. They are just that
Yeah.
good out of the womb.
But then
But they
you got
also
to
have
take.
anger problems.
Well, my daughter is extremely overwhelmed right now because my grandson um has cancer. He's battling cancer, which
oh no.
really irritates me about a
Oh,
certain person in the Summer Wells case that claims they have cancer. If they are lying about that, God forbid, because my grandson is battling cancer. He's currently in the hospital right now. He had to have a liver biopsy this morning.
oh no.
Yeah.
That's awful.
So, yeah. And then now my oldest son, he did tell me happy birthday in Facebook Messenger. He's dealing with something, so he gets a pass because he's dealing with a death of a friend's daughter and grandchild from a car accident. So he got a pass because he's dealing with that because he was closer to this girl than the girl's own father was. So the girl looked at my son as her father figure. So he got a pass yesterday. My 2 younger sons, no. No excuse. They did not call me. Well, the one can't contact me on Facebook because I blocked him because of his wife.
Uh-oh. In-law
I've got a
drama.
I've got a Scorpio son married to a Scorpio wife.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Are they the same age or is there a big age gap or?
No, there's not a big age gap. The biggest age gap in my family is me and my husband. My oldest son is 48. My husband is 51.
Oh, I bet that was an interesting meeting.
Yeah, that didn't go over very well. Oh well.
Well, when I was 18, I was scooped up by a Taurus with 5 children. Uh, he was 32, and
You sound like
I
me.
I became mama very quickly, and then 3 years later went, what in the hell happened? Just looked around one day and said, how did I get here? Um,
I see
it
that's
was
the same
quite,
thing that happened to me, only he was Pisces, already had like 5 kids. I did not know that she was pregnant, and then I got pregnant when I was 17 by him. I was due to deliver September the 17th, 1973. I delivered August 28th, 1973.
whoa,
His first wife
that's my son's
delivered
birthday.
September the 17th, 1973. Therefore, he got us
Whew.
pregnant on the same day.
Lord, wow. The audacity of these men.
And I was an idiot and stayed with him and had 3 more kids.
I had 3 by the time I was 19.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
At least I got it over with.
I
But
know the
see,
feeling.
I waited until 30.
Yeah.
Not
Wow.
tired, y'all.
I had all 4 of mine by the time I was 26.
Word of advice to anyone that's listening: get it done earlier when you have wherewithal and
And
the
energy.
energy, because I don't have it.
Oh, they got this nice little thing called an epidural. They didn't
Yes,
have those
ma'am.
back.
That was wonderful.
They did not have that back in my day.
I
That
had
didn't
mine
exist.
natural.
So did I. All
You
yeah.
would say that, Miss Cancer. I had mine all natural. I
I
bear my
wanted
children.
to. I wanted to feel everything. I wanted
Yeah.
to. I have a problem with being in control of my body.
Yeah.
Not necessarily control of everything around me, but of what happens to my body. I'm in control.
Yeah.
Right.
I get you. Yeah. That wasn't the reason why I did natural. It was because that was the only option back when I gave birth. Because
Yeah.
the first year was 73, then it was 77, 78, and 81. There was no such thing as an epidural. However, my
Mm.
first 3 children came out breech.
Oh.
Oh, goodness, honey. Oof.
Well, it's a good thing my oldest son came out breech because the cord was wrapped around his neck 5 times.
Oh, so it saved him.
Yeah, it saved him, literally.
Wow.
And he always teases me about it. He says, "You tried to kill me, Mom."
No,
Does
No.
actually, if you
anybody
think about it, you were trying to do it to yourself.
does
Yeah.
anybody remember their own birth?
I
Uh,
did I did hypnosis, and I
Oh,
could get back
mm,
to that part, but I couldn't
mhm.
remember that part.
See, I remember the
They were
surgery.
trying. Yeah.
My mom had gallbladder surgery when I was 6 months. And this was back in 1988. So they didn't give you anything. They just knocked you out and opened you up if you were pregnant back then.
Yeah.
And she says she remembers screaming and
Oh.
the doctor being in her face saying, "It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to feel a lot. We're going to put you back down." But I remember her screaming, but it was black. Like I can't see
Right.
anything, but I remember the scream.
Wow.
and she was pregnant with you?
Her
Oh,
gallbladder was leaking and about to kill us both, and so
Right.
the
wow.
doctor took it out, but they couldn't give you anything. It wasn't regulated enough, and they didn't know. It's not like now where they
Yeah.
know what to give
Right.
you, and so they just basically knock you out in a twilight state and cut you open with a big incision. Now they do it laparoscope or whatever it's called, but they used to just cut you open,
Oh yeah.
and I
Yeah.
remember
I've
her
got that scar.
screaming.
I've got that scar.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Yep. It sure is. They don't do that anymore with the gallbladder. Now it's just a little one.
Well, I told my mother not too long ago, well, probably the last time I ever talked to her, that my guardian angel, my spirit guides, were there when I was born. And she goes, "No, there wasn't nobody in there except me, the doctor, and a nurse." And I said, "No, I mean, you may not have seen her, but she was there because I seen her." So,
Wow.
and
Wow.
my
Do,
oldest
do
sister,
y'all?
she
Oh,
believes
sorry, go
she
ahead.
remembers when she was 8 months, 7 or 8 months old. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Do y'all think that spirit guides pick you, or do you
Yeah.
pick your spirit guides?
I think they pick you.
I do too.
I agree because I didn't know no better. So I do know that you can deny their services if one of them uh,
Right.
gets
Oh,
squirrely
what?
or doesn't feel right or tries to
You,
act like your spirit guide, because some of them do try.
Right.
They try to fake it.
Yeah.
Um,
They didn't do C-sections back when I had my kids. They didn't know my son was breech, I guess,
they'll just, well, no,
till it was too late.
ultrasounds and yeah,
No, the ultrasound didn't exist.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
I was born in
oh, really?
1966.
Yeah.
So
Nin-
So you really didn't know if
1981.
there was anything wrong
No.
until
19,
the birth.
1981 was right around the time the ultrasound came out. And the reason I say that is because after I had my last child, my appendix ruptured and I didn't know it.
Oh,
And the hospital I was in had to send me to another hospital because the other hospital had this ultrasound. The hospital I was in did not have the equipment. And they still couldn't find anything. Had to do exploratory surgery to figure out that I was full of poison from my appendix.
Mm.
I almost died. I'm like, oh, that was the worst experience of my life. Because I woke up on the operating table.
Oh God.
Yeah, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
I
You know,
couldn't
you
imagine.
you know you're breathing, but you can't feel yourself breathing, and that scared the crap out of me.
What's scary is when you really can't breathe.
Yeah,
I
I'm
get
a
that with
smoker.
readings when people drown or suffocate. Obviously,
Yeah.
makes sense, right? But it
Yeah.
really is hard to breathe. And you're like, why can't I breathe? I know you're trying to show me what's going on, but I should have a full autonomy. But when you're in a trance state and they're trying to show you, you really
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
can't breathe.
That's the way I was with Summer.
Have either of you that's done a reading on Summer smelled cigarette smoke while you're doing a reading?
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's,
I couldn't say because I smoke.
and you
Right.
know what else? You know what else I smell?
What
Body
else?
odor.
Ah,
Strong body odor, like people that have been up for days.
No shower.
No
well,
No
shower body odor,
deodorant.
that
but
could
like
be any number of people there.
Yeah.
toxins pouring out of your body kind of thing
Yeah,
because you're on
Mhm.
drugs.
right.
I just
Ugh.
don't believe in the abduction theory.
Mm-mm.
I don't believe in
Nope.
the trafficking theory. I know what I've seen.
Right.
And there's a lot of people that get mad about things like that. They want to say, how could you say she's not alive? Well,
Hmm.
honestly, my opinion, she's better off.
Yeah,
You know
I
what my
agree.
spirit guides always tell me, and I get pissed off. I can admit that I get pissed off at them sometimes
Yeah.
because I'm a fiery Aries moon, and I don't like sometimes hearing the truth.
Yeah,
And and I'm an Aquarius too, so I'm like, meh, I'm not going to listen to you. But um, the one thing that they have always come through when I get upset is that her life path was to save others
yep.
in her name. I get that every time I get upset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She was a bigger picture energy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She wasn't matching the energy of even her brothers, and
No,
um, she was different.
mm-hmm.
she was. And I see something big happening in Summer's
Yes.
name. Something big's going to come up, and it's going to be a law or something big. It's huge. And I
Yeah,
don't know what it is, but that's what I feel.
I
And my
agree.
goosebumps are telling me I'm correct.
Me too. Me too. So Harmony Montgomery, you can look at her.
Yeah.
Poor baby, had no chance either.
No.
But
No,
do you see the same energies surrounding Harmony like you do Summer?
Yeah.
You don't see the same types. What you're seeing, what you're really seeing is people who are low key guilty of not, of course, not harming a child to the point of going missing or not being found. But there are people out there that low key apologize for
right.
people who are neglectful because deep down, either
Mm-hmm.
they have been neglected and they feel bad, or they have been neglectful that could turn up this way in their
Right.
own lives.
Yeah.
and that's why they defend Candace and Dawn so much, because they
Yeah.
know that they might even be capable of this happening or whatever. They're relative. They're relating to them in some weird
They can
way,
relate. Yeah.
and that's why I
Yeah.
think that it's a yin yang thing
So
with
who
her
who wants
case.
to do a reading on my avatar?
What do
Can
you
you see
mean?
my do you see the horse in my
Oh,
avatar in my picture?
I can't see it very well.
Oh,
I can barely see it on my phone. Let me see if I can turn it. Okay. So this is a stable.
kinda.
Oh, wait, I can enlarge that. Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh,
Oh,
I can. Sure can.
Okay. What do you think she's pregnant with, a boy or a girl?
oh, I can't see it
Oh.
actually.
See, I haven't done animals very
I
often.
think it's a
Well,
boy.
I'm
I'm
going
giving
to
you an
say
opportunity. I'm giving you an opportunity to test yourself because she hasn't delivered yet that I know of.
I'll say boy.
girl.
Okay, now you're going to have to let us know which one of us is right.
I
Yes.
will. I had a dream about it, and so I'm waiting. She should be delivering sometime soon.
She's
See,
pretty wide.
my first thought was a girl, and then I concentrated a little bit more, and I'm like, I think I'm going to go with a boy. So
Have
watch it
you
be a
ever
girl.
have you ever used runes, the Futhark runes?
No, what's
No.
that?
Ah, crud! I'd show you, but I put them away and they're buried. They're
Uh-oh.
there's they're like you can look them up on Etsy because Etsy there's plenty of people on Etsy that sells them, and you can get they're different symbols, and the symbols have different meanings, and that's my way of getting a yes or no answer for some things.
I can with my pendulum.
See, I use a
And
pendulum, an amethyst
yeah,
pendulum.
I've got a pendulum, but I have not. I get Here's my issue with the pendulum. If I'm holding it,
Uh-huh.
my subconscious is what's feeding in the energy into that pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's
don't want
dowsing
that.
rods for me. That's
I don't
dowsing
want
rods for
that.
me.
No, see, my dowsing rods, you would not, because my dowsing rods, you don't touch the actual rod.
Yeah, see, mine, you have to touch it and put your thumbs against the bolt there or whatever that
You
No,
know,
is.
I hate to say this, but it seems like to me, in the back of my memory somewhere,
there's my dowsing rods.
my I have seen dowsing rods being used, but the ones that I seen in my mind that I remember, they were more like coat hangers.
Yeah,
Somebody
exactly.
okay,
See?
somebody can make dowsing rods from like coat hangers?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's
So you're
copper,
looking, if
right?
you look at, I took my camera down so you can see
Yeah.
my dowsing rods. See this?
Uh-huh.
This turns. These turn. This is where my hand goes when I hold. I can never find my stupid camera. You see how I'm holding
No,
it?
it always looks backwards.
I'm not touching the rod itself.
Right.
So I'm not in control. Spirit is.
Right. I have known like Indians looked for water and things like that,
Right.
those things.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love our gifts because they go back from the very beginning of time. I think it is so cool. And I'm going
Yeah.
to take my pendulum right now and I'm going to ask because I got goosebumps and I want to ask the spirits, what's your horse's name?
Phoenix.
That is so weird that her name is Phoenix, because that's
Josephine?
the exact image I had. No kidding. When
Yeah.
right before you answered, right
I'm
before.
telling you that moldavite is something else.
And that's funny you say that, because I grabbed my Moldavite and went outside to
Uh-huh.
smoke, and I have it right here with me.
Yep.
Just grabbed it 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
It's crazy.
That moldavite did it. Kicked it in.
It sure
Okay.
did.
From what my pendulum is telling me, it's a girl
Okay.
on the horse.
Doesn't really matter.
No, it
'Cause
doesn't, because it's a little baby and you're gonna love it.
uh
Now, did
until
that
it's
horse
weaned,
have
and once it's
did,
weaned, it's going bye-bye.
did that horse get
Oh,
rescued or had an injury?
Yes, it does have an injury.
Yep, I feel that. So is it the hoof
Okay.
or the leg? Does it radiate down to the front? I want to say front left, but I could be looking at it wrong.
Yes, you are correct. Very
Okay.
good. Very good.
She's hurting
Mm-hmm.
because of the weather, and she's hurting
Oh yeah.
because she's
she's
bigger now.
pregnant.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's grunting and huffing and
Oh yeah.
She's
My
probably getting
husband's.
ready to fold.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She'll feel better.
See, we tried to sell her right early last year, but we can't remember the exact dates. We took Phoenix to this lady's house because she had lost a horse and wanted a companion to her other
Oh,
horse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we gave her a month. She wouldn't pay us, and it's not like I was asking for an arm and a leg or in the firstborn. I mean, for what I was asking, she's green broke, so she's had 90 rides on her. She's not the greatest horse in the world for riding. She does have the ring
she
bone, which
needs
is
a happy freaking life. Oh,
yes, yes.
that's breaking my
So
heart.
what happened was when she was at this lady's house, we didn't know it. She blamed my horse for chasing her llamas and breaking the fence.
Oh
That's not
God.
what happened. That's not what happened. One of her neighbors has to have had a stud, and Phoenix came into heat and it broke the fence getting into her yard to get
Uh-huh.
the Phoenix.
That sounds more like it.
But I'm
Really.
trying to narrow down the timeline, and it's been driving me crazy trying to narrow the timeline down. I'm
But
like, God.
growing up as a Native American, my mom always taught me the ways of Indian culture type stuff. And
Right.
she would tell me to watch the animals. And if you do that, they'll tell you a lot.
Oh yeah.
And
Uh-oh. We
let's see.
lost
There
there she
she
is.
is.
Dang Moldavite.
I know it sounds really kind of weird, but like when I'm thinking about my new place, right? It's always on my
Mm-hmm.
mind, either an apartment or a house. I don't care at this point. I am going to decorate the front room kind of like with lots of mystical and candles and crystals and all this stuff that I have that I've bought here and there, and
Right.
it's going to be freaking cool.
Do it. Whatever makes you happy.
Yes.
I'm just when my son took me to the store a while ago, bless his heart, he just said he is getting me through this. That's the only way I'm getting through this is through him. And he buys me stuff like he bought me a box of chocolates with a teddy bear on it. And this was the other day. This wasn't tonight. But tonight he got my cigarettes and me a pop and stuff like that because it's really bad money wise. Um,
Right.
but he's such a good kid or
Yeah.
young man, I should say. Um, I'm just looking forward to this adventure. I really am.
This
I
is a
don't care.
good thing. It,
Yeah, it is. And I don't really care how poor I get. I just need the help to. That's why I opened a GoFundMe was so I can get the help to get the U-Haul and get the hell out of here.
Right.
there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
No.
To ever ask your community for help in any way, because it takes a village to not only raise a child but the child within.
Right.
And your child within is coming out. You could tell just by your voice. You could tell that your inner child is coming out to play and wants to learn to be free, you know?
Because is it because of the excitement?
Yeah, I mean, that's how we learned
Yeah.
how to be excited, right? When we were children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That
so
makes so much sense when you say it.
sometimes it's the simple things we forget,
Yeah.
you know?
That's true.
We get jaded and convoluted. And I'm
Very,
learning that
very.
from my ancestors coming through me. So I'm an old wise spirit from ages ago, but still fresh.
Okay. Let me ask a new question then, ladies, since you kind of brought that up. Do you guys believe in reincarnation?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank
Hmm.
God. Because
Yes.
I do too. Um, wholeheartedly, 100%. I do.
Well, even God in the Bible says that I will be with you at the end of the age. And that could be also construed to mean and into the next one and the next one.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I think that energy is always recycled. It's
Right.
how it's
Yes.
harnessed.
It
Yes.
has to be, right?
It's just how
Yes.
you use it. You can literally manipulate
Right.
energy to your whim if you
Right.
have the skills.
I
I do.
know when I've had lives before. I know what year, well, approximately what year, and what my location was. And I mean, I know too many details of it for it not to be true. Um, but do either one of you see one of my past lives?
I can't see past lives.
Can
I'm
you,
not one of
Eve?
those.
I I usually can only do that after a lot of meditation and normally when it's face to face because that takes a lot of energy
Yeah.
to do. However, I know that each person on this panel is an old soul that has definitely been around the block, not just
Oh
in
yeah.
this, lifetime, but in multiple. I
Yeah.
can tell you that.
I've been told that before.
So, how many lives have you guys had? Do you know?
I don't know.
I know of two.
I know of at least two, and ironically, I laugh at this Egyptian.
Uh-huh. I could see you as that. I really
Mm-hmm.
could.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Like right before Cleopatra
Hmm.
era,
That era,
and
yeah.
and I do see myself sometimes. I don't know for sure, but I do see and feel like one of a like servant ladies within um, like a
What Castle,
yes, but
England.
Like Ireland, Scottish,
Uh-huh.
that
That's
kind of thing.
exactly what I got whenever you were before you even said that. I was like, castle. I don't know why I was thinking castle, like a castle um, that I would picture being in England, but you said Ireland, so that's cool. That kind of matches my vision that I had.
Yeah, and it could be England. I mean, really, I could have been bounced back and forth. I was a servant for sure, 100% for sure that. So I could have been bounced around like a hot potato because that's what they did, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
they did. They sold you, and
oh yeah, I was looked at as a servant, treated as one. I just know that. I just don't know where. I never really got the clarification. But since you said that, that confirms it that you know it was in a what medieval time.
yeah, I could see you in one of those dresses that look so freaking heavy and long and thick, um, by a castle.
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
That's what I saw.
Hmm. I
That's so
think Mystical was a dictator. I'm telling you, she was a dictator,
I could
and
believe it. I can
hmm
believe it.
she
Please,
made
not a
things
bad
happen.
one. Not a
No,
bad
just
one.
authoritative by the
Yeah.
book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I lived sometime in 1944, New York, and my husband was in the military, like Air Force, because we pulled up, and I know it was New York because there was a lot of big buildings, and I know the era because of the way that we were dressed and the cars, and there were people walking on the streets, and I had two boys, I'd say 11 and 13 years old, and my husband was getting going through this gate at an airport and getting on this jet and taking off. And I know it was like right before World War II, right around that era. And then I have a really weird fascination with Victorian times.
Hmm.
Like, um,
I was going to say Elizabeth Bathory. I'm sorry. I know that she's a horrific murderer from the past, but I feel like that era with you, Sherry, I do. Like
whatever
Victorian,
whatever you feel about me, I don't care what it is. I'm open, like I said. Tell me whatever you feel.
but you've always been religious I feel a very strong religious commitment.
Yeah.
Because it just recycles each lifetime. Like you're very committed to what it means to you, not necessarily the law of the book. It's what it means, what it's done for you, the connection of saving you or something emotional,
Comforting me.
comforting, yeah, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yep.
Especially with abuse of others, I can feel that you've turned to that higher power. I would assume, I don't really know for sure,
Yeah. Yeah.
but if you turn to that for guidance and always will submit to that higher power at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right.
And nothing and no damn body is going to ever take that away from me. You can take my life, but you will never take my God.
Nothing you can say will take me away from
From
my
my
God.
God. But really, I don't preach it. I don't go down anybody's throat about it or anything like that. And I cuss and I smoke and big deal. But I know who my God is. I hope everybody gets
And
that.
that's wonderful. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're not too offended, but I don't follow organized religion.
That's fine.
I follow the way of the old gods and goddesses, which is pre-organized religion.
Right. So what about
In the Roman times, they would call, and I'm right there with mystical. However, real quick, I do believe that it serves its purpose.
Yeah.
Whatever you believe, it serves your purpose, and that's what matters the most.
I think following the spiritual path I'm on allows me to have an open mind.
right?
It allows me to have
Exactly.
an open mind not only about people, but also about their religions and their beliefs, and I understand everybody has a spiritual path they're on or they belong to an organized religion, and that's all fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's just a lot of times people have a problem with mine.
Likewise. I remember Prayer Garden. I don't know if y'all know
Oh,
who that is.
Oh, Lord, yeah, I know.
Oh,
oh,
goodness.
that lady. She is not.
Sherry knows.
Oh yeah, she is not a Christian, and I've
Mm-mm,
told her that. I mean, it doesn't take
mm-mm.
a rocket scientist to figure that out.
Yeah,
But those kind of people in the world that
right.
are
Mm-hmm.
thrive, I call them narcissists. Those type that
Yeah,
use organized religion as another tactic to control and to manipulate.
Mhm.
That's
exactly.
what I cannot do. I cannot live in that environment
I
at all.
see. When I pull the Emperor or I pull the Empress card, if you watched my readings enough, you know when I pull the Emperor, I say, it could be somebody that's in a leadership position or it could be your God source. I never say God. I always say God source because I don't know my audience well enough
Right.
to know if
Right.
they belong to an organized religion.
It's just
They
out of
could,
respect. Yeah.
right. So I say God source. That way I cover everybody. And then when I do the Empress, for those of that believe as I do in a goddess, Mother Earth,
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Freya is Mother Earth.
Right.
So, that's why I say, it could be somebody that's pregnant or a mother, or it could be the blessed, I call her the Blessed Mother, Mother Earth. Because without Mother Earth, we wouldn't be here.
Well, there's a reason why um, the female, the other hand of God, the female side is not in the Bible. It's been proven that she was uh, not written in. It's been proven by many um, scholars, and people who are educated in religious text. Um, she has been removed from the Bible in any kind of religious text because back then, women in general were not
Valued.
valued.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And that went on for many, 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 many years.
Well, the way it was explained to me by my friend, the one that I told you has crossed, he passed
Hmm.
about 4 months ago. The way he explained it was, we didn't get here. Our father didn't deliver us. Our father didn't give birth to us. Our mother did.
Right.
And that's how I explained, the reasoning behind the God, having a God and a goddess in my religion. If you want to call it a religion, I call it a spiritual path. I don't call it a
Same.
And
religion.
that's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
as long as I don't care what people their beliefs are, as long as they all believe in a higher power. Um,
right.
because I don't walk in your shoes, you don't walk in mine, and
Right.
we're all on a different journey.
Exactly. But there are people out there that are offended by
Yeah.
my spirituality and what's associated with my spirituality. But when I first did some videos on Summer's case, I swear to you, I think Dawn came in there under a fake name and was putting Bible quotes in my comment section.
Oh,
And I had to come back at him with, well, wait a minute. And the one I remember most was, talking about, I can't remember what this person's comment was, but my comment back to him was number one, in church, you practice. The preacher walks down the aisle. He's got a chain, and there's like a ball on the end of the chain, and there's smoke coming out of it. What's he doing? He's cleansing the church of negative energy.
oh, like saging.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
What else is in the church? An altar.
Right.
That's the same thing in my religion or my spirituality. Is most people that are follow my spirituality has an altar. I don't because I don't have the room for one. But if I had the room for one, I'd have an altar set up, but I don't. But the altar, where did the altar come from? The idea of having an altar in the church, it came from prior spiritually spiritual people. They didn't really classify them as, with a name, an outright name. Technically, it's an umbrella name. It's called paganism.
I was just about to say,
Yeah.
Anyone that didn't believe in the Orthodox Church was
Right.
called a pagan, and that's where pagan comes from.
Right.
But it's really just anyone that wasn't following that straight line path.
Right. So pagan is an umbrella term, just like Christianity is an umbrella term. Christianity is umbrella for people that are Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, Episcopalian, and so on. And then you have pagans where you have, oh Lord, I can't even think.
It's more
You've got,
spiritual.
yeah,
But
it's more spiritual. You do have Luciferians are covered underneath paganism. Um, I hate to say it, but Satanists, but also atheists are all come under the umbrella of paganism because they don't belong to organized religions. So they throw all those groups of people under the pagan umbrella.
and you were also called a heathen
Oh,
if
yeah,
if you weren't, in line with the church.
right.
Which I love being called a heathen.
Oh,
I
so do
was called a heathen when I was a kid. What the hell?
I don't think they probably knew exactly where it came from, but yeah, heathen is, if you weren't part of the Roman Catholic Church
Uh huh.
or the Greek Orthodox Church or any of that, you were a pagan or a heathen, or
Right.
then it became witchy. Then the witchcraft kind of started
Yeah.
to be blasted,
Yeah.
especially in
And
Salem witch trials, of course. But
I hate to throw the word witch around because then
mm-hmm,
people look at me like, "Oh, you're one of those," and
mm-hmm.
it's
Do
like,
you
"Oh
know
God."
my daughters are so proud to have that heritage.
Yeah.
I think they should.
Yeah.
It's not an easy feat, that's for
No,
sure.
it's not.
God, I am really enjoying talking to you guys, and you guys can teach me things, and I have so many questions for you guys. Oh man.
I
Um
have, if you go to my channel, in my about section, there's ways to communicate with me.
And she's pretty quick to respond too.
Yeah. Well, see, I went and I got a separate cell phone.
oh,
So I have two cell phones I carry all the time. And my, technically, Mystical Hearts is on YouTube on my inexpensive phone, which is not inexpensive, but that's beside the point. So I've got everything for Mystical Heart on this one phone. So I can go into my studio. The only thing I don't do is upload my videos from it.
that's a good
Probably
idea.
take a long time or make it.
Yeah, I
Which is
probably
why I
would.
was able, that's why I was able to communicate on here through my name, my real name, where you're seeing right now. And I have Mystical Hearts open. So I'm subbed to you twice.
Hey,
To me?
The more the
Or
merrier.
to
I keep
That's what
losing
I
and
always
gaining.
say. I've got another one. I've got another account I can sub to you to.
I'll admit I subbed to myself on 3 of my other ones. I have one
Oh
for my
yeah.
kiddo, one for tarot readings that I'm going to start up here in a month or so, and then what's the other one? Oh, my troll account is what I call it. If I don't want them seeing me in the chat, in the chat.
Oh,
I don't. I have no shame in that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't want
getting.
them coming at me.
I've got another channel. I'm getting ready to start too on my iPad. That way I can do panels on my iPad where I can't do it on my laptop because of the, like I said, I have the lag on the laptop. So I can do panels on my iPad. So I've created another channel. I just don't have it going yet. And I haven't quite figured out what we're going to do with it because I'm collaborating with another YouTuber.
That's
And
awesome.
what we're doing is we're working to get our subscribers involved in these cases.
I
If they'd like
love
if
that.
they'd like to get involved in the cases, that's what we're working on.
Mystical, I'm actually doing the kind of the same thing a little, but it's not necessarily with cases. It's just with tarot in general. It's called the Collective Tarot with EVP.
Right.
But I would love to come on panel here and there and piggyback. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Once I get that channel up and running, I haven't. I'm waiting for my friend. Um, I'll tell you who I'm collaborating with. I'm collaborating with Mystery Angels.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah.
We're working together.
Boy,
Now,
I got a lot of studying to do with you guys.
whatever you're comfortable with, I
Yeah.
always say, as long as you have an open mind and an open heart,
Yeah.
um, and respect,
Right.
you're welcome to ask any questions. And
Oh yeah.
you know,
You
Yeah.
can ask me anything. I'll give you the most honest answer that I can if I have an answer. If I don't have an answer, I'll straight up with you. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
I love Judge Judy said it the best. You don't have to have a good memory to tell the truth.
No, you don't.
that's true.
You don't even have to think about it.
Exactly.
I don't know. People are stupid. I mean,
Yeah, that too.
to think that they can just get away with crap. I mean, really? Come on.
Yeah.
Especially in front of a psychic.
That's very true.
I always love saying, by the power invested in me, and then walk away.
I love
They don't know
that.
what to do. Is she
You know-
hexing me? Is she saying that she's in control?
Well-
What is she doing?
Well, no, here's a good one for
I
you.
love that. I'm going to steal that.
Well, let me give you another good one. When a Southerner wants to curse you out, they'll say, well, bless your heart.
Oh,
Yep.
Right?
I do that all the
Yep.
time. I'm like, oh, bless your heart.
Well, I've started saying, blessed be.
Yep.
You just got cussed out in heathen.
I love that.
See,
Blessed be. I know. I say that in comments when they're dissing
Yeah.
anyone outside of,
Yeah.
Christianity. I'm like, blessed be. Love and
Yeah.
light to you. And
Oh my God. You guys are going to have to put these links in here or something so I know who to go look up and learn these things. And I really am interested in astrology. And I'm really interested in Eve, what you can tell me. I'll have to get your information from you. I can get it on your home screen on your about section. Is that right?
yes, but I'm going to put it in the private chat too.
Okay.
So just in case, you need it, it's right there. It's Eve EP Talk at Gmail. I only use it for YouTube. So
Yeah.
if I get spam, that's fine.
Oh, okay. What's your date of birth? If I'm not mistaken, it was 2:10 in the evening or afternoon. But I will have to find out quite for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Um,
I did that, right? And I thought my mother told me I was born somewhere around 5:30 in the morning.
Mm,
Well, I put that in, and that will change your rising sign.
sure will.
Okay.
So when I went and I found, keep in mind, I'm 67. I just turned 67 yesterday. So this little newspaper article I have is 67 years old. And I went to the new, because they used to put, when a child was born, they'd put it in the newspaper.
Uh-huh.
I happen to have mine from when I was born. And it has the time of my birth in there. I
Wow.
was
Wow.
off. I was off by 13 hours.
Oh,
That
wow.
gave me a totally different rising sign.
It can.
Yeah,
Wow.
it did. Yeah.
Sure can.
hmm
There's so many things you girls can just I'm open to listening to you talk. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the lessons. So just keep doing what you're doing. I'm open to whatever you guys are thinking or feeling.
Well, I always say this: the world might not revolve around you, but it evolves around you.
Yes, that's true.
That's a good quote.
Hmm.
Hmm. That is very true. Yeah, if you ever want to look at some of the cases I've been involved in, you go to my channel and you go to my playlist, and I have a folder with missing person cases in it. I've got over 100 videos.
Well, so what do you think about what I said about Chase?
I didn't hear what you said. I come in probably in the middle, maybe.
Oh, well,
About you mean Chance?
one of my subscribers, I believe she's a moderator now. She sent me a picture of Chance holding the baby with he's wearing a cowboy hat.
Right.
And because all I asked for is a picture and a first name. And I told her that, I mean, he was a great man. He was a
Oh
good
yeah.
person, good soul. And his two buddies, he got in the back seat of a car with these two guys, and his wife manipulated this whole situation, and I believe it was for his money. But these two people that he thought were his friends took him, killed him, and buried him like in on a type of a hill or the side of a river.
Yep. I know who the two people are. I know who the two men are.
See, I haven't heard of this case much, or I haven't dived into it.
Well, I
Um,
seen it on the news the other day, and I was like, oh, I couldn't even talk. I was looking and pointing and thinking, that's Chase. And all of my visions came back to me, and it just really, it
Hmm.
got it all back up, you know.
There is another case that happened. He went missing on July 6th. There's another guy that went missing in, I want to say, November. I've got his folder here. I've got all their cases in folders.
If I
Lord have
see their,
mercy.
if I see their picture,
Hmm.
I can tell you exactly what happened. Just their picture and their first name.
Right. Well, I did.
Um,
He went missing in Nebraska as well, about 2 to 3 hours away from where Chance went missing.
okay, I'm close to Nebraska.
He
Um,
went missing near Elm Creek. There's some kind of campground there. He was in the campgrounds.
well, now don't say nothing else just yet. Um,
Okay.
the other day, well, a week or two ago, I don't remember when it was, I did a live, and I just got this spirit that came to me, and I asked everybody in the chat, who is the man who not only loved to go camping, but he lived out there where he camped? Because I see like a forest and him camping out and living off the land and stuff like that. He's passed away, and I don't know who this guy is, and nobody in my chat ever claimed him.
Do you have an age range?
Um, 60s, maybe early 70s.
Okay, that's not the same guy.
Okay.
That's not
Um,
my guy.
okay. But this guy was he lived off the land like he
Yeah.
I felt like maybe he was running from something. This is something else I want to ask you. My opinion, Brian Laundrie is not dead.
I think he is because he's the only case I ever made a statement in my videos, in any of my videos, that you will ever hear me say that a person has crossed over. I said it the night before they found his remains.
I just
I got it in my reading, and it came up in my reading, and I blurted it out that he had
I
crossed over, and the next day they found his remains.
well,
Isn't it
my
funny how if the collective is going to know,
Yeah.
it's weird. If the collective does not know or has a definitive answer on certain things, you
Mm-hmm.
won't know until the collective can truly know. It's
Right.
weird.
but
Yeah.
I see him getting caught like when he's in his late 70s, early 80s, mid 80s, like 85. He's old and he tells somebody who he really is and they take him in. And I see this. It's weird.
But that could be a thought that he had about
Yeah.
himself. Thoughts are energy. And so
Mm-hmm.
that could be maybe something coming through as like, this is what I was thinking, or we were talking about that with the parents out in the field. I really do think that when they went camping, they were
Mm.
saying their goodbyes. They
Yeah.
were saying, this is what really happened, and we're taking it to the grave with us.
Yeah.
What about the couple? I did not do a reading on the couple in Moab, the two females.
I think Brian was responsible for that. And I think
See,
Gabby seen something or knew too much or something, and they got into a fight because she wanted to leave him, and he started strangling her and trying to smother her in the camper, and she took off running, and he chased her down, and he choked the life out of her, and then
right?
he hit her in the head with a rock.
Uh, that's possible. I mean, we, me and some other people have come up with a different scenario of, well, do we know what caliber handgun that he had?
And it wasn't by him, anywhere by him when they found his bones.
No, I'm saying we
So
know they had a gun. We know they had a gun because Gabby showed the gun, right? Or one of the two showed the gun in the one video.
oh, I didn't
I
see that.
know I believe it was Gabby that showed that she had a gun. I wonder what caliber it was, because the two women in Moab were shot with a 9 millimeter. I know
With a
somebody
silver
in
casing. Mm-hmm.
I know somebody in Summer's case that's been bragging or has bragged that he owns a 9 millimeter. And the same person is also has his CDL license, which means he drives truck when he feels like it. Could we have a serial person on our hands?
So here's my logical without spirit, because I do have to separate sometimes and go,
Yeah.
I can't get this clearly. I'm going to use my brain, and that is it.
Mhm.
You just have to, because you can get deterred and steer
Oh
away
Because
from the
yeah.
it's
truth.
okay, there's 3 of us up here. We can't agree on this.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
I
funny.
think that it is very bizarre for Gabby to be murdered by Brian Laundrie without some kind of odd, weird knowledge
Mm-hmm.
or whatever it may be, a secret exposed. I get the, what is it, the high priestess with Gabby
Right.
and the moon a lot.
She
There
knew
was a
what Brian
secret.
did.
There's
I
a
think
secret for
yeah,
sure, but
I
I just
think
don't know what it is.
I think it's that she saw what Brian did to these 2 girls,
Yeah.
and that's what she took to her grave.
That's a good possibility.
I do get chills on that, but I feel like there's another person. I feel like there was a collaboration.
His parents,
Well,
his
of
parent,
course,
yeah.
but I do believe like, and Mystical will know better than I do because of her knowledge, but I feel such a schizophrenic type of feel with
Oh
Brian.
yeah. I get that feeling with
Because
him.
Brian was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. but he had some very strange tendencies. Have you heard his poems
I
and
think
seen
it
his
was
drawings?
if he were to come in for me to evaluate, I'm willing to bet you it was substance induced.
See, I agree with that. I get a
Well,
lot of
I think a lot of it was mental, but he was self-medicating.
Yeah, well, see, substance abuse, if you have that family gene for mental illness, the
Uh-huh.
substance abuse will trigger that mental
Oh,
illness. I know that because I live
yeah.
next door. I lived next door to my next door neighbor when I was growing up. He had a brother. So there was two brothers, and the brothers were being raised by different grandmothers. One brother was by the maternal grandmother, his sibling was raised by the paternal grandmother. Now, the mother had schizophrenia after she had the last child. She, for whatever reason, probably developed what do you call it? After you
Mm.
give birth, and she
Oh,
developed
oh,
schizophrenia. Yeah,
postpartum depression.
postpartum.
psychosis.
Yes, so she ended up with psychosis, and I mean, she was bad enough to put in the state hospital. So the brother that lived next door to me went into the military, got into using drugs, was sent to Fort Leavenworth. When he came back home, he was never the same. He
Hmm.
was way out there. I'd pass him, in a little store, and I'd say, speak to him, and he'd act like he didn't even know who I was, and I was his next door neighbor growing up. Now, the other brother, on the other hand, never developed any issues.
Hmm. Mental illness will do that,
Yeah.
but it is
Mm-hmm.
very hereditary. And when somebody's body goes through a big chemical reaction, it's going to trigger
Right.
the mental illness to come out.
Yeah. That's why I think
Right.
that's what happened to Brian, too.
And then the drugs makes it even 10 times worse.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He was he was sick.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
I think that he was supposed to be on medication
Yes, he was.
and wasn't taking them.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's usually what happens.
if you get off of medication without that consistency, it can throw you off so badly.
Oh, what do I
Well,
know?
and
Right. We've seen
see,
it.
I've
that's
seen
why
it.
I tell, my viewers that is not to do drugs, because if you're drinking or you're doing drugs in an excess, that is a very good time for evil to come in.
Yes.
And if you listen to anything bad when you're going to sleep, like a scary movie or something like that, it is going to get into your subconscious.
Yeah.
You have to protect yourself. And that's one way to do it, is not to watch stuff like that and get it in. Don't let it be in your mind. Keep it away from
Right.
your energy source,
Mm-hmm.
um, if stuff like that comes into your space, it's just going to drag you down.
Right.
You're vulnerable.
Exactly. Well, the way it was explained, and we were discussing this while you were off on your little break, that another person that I watch here on YouTube broke it down. She said, people that use drugs, like certain people that we see in this case,
Yes.
Summer Wells case. And what happens is when they use drugs, their spirit steps out of the physical body. And while their spirit is out of the physical body, that leaves their physical body open for dark energy to come in and step in.
Exactly.
And that's
Exactly.
what we're seeing. And I can name a few people that are like that.
Yeah. And I forgot what I was going to say. No, lost my train of thought. But
That actually, I can prove that theory. To be honest with you, I can
yeah,
prove that theory.
yeah,
Because do you remember there was early on there was two psychics in Summer's case that came to Tennessee.
Yes.
And see, I'm losing my
Louita.
voice. I'm losing my voice. They don't want me to talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about Juanita. I'm talking
Oh.
about the other one.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
That person's a drug user. I know the person he lived with. He, she, whatever he's going by nowadays. I know the person he lived with. She kicked him out of her house because he was talking crap about her behind her back, and she discovered it. When this person got kicked out, drug paraphernalia was found. But in the meantime, he was doing lives on Facebook. And I won a free prize. So my husband came in with a package from the mailbox. And there's a wall behind me. I'll let you see. See this wall behind me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on the other side of that wall is a door that goes outside. So he come in the door, shut the door, started walking up the steps, and the minute he got to the top step, my kitchen cabinet flew open over my sink, and a jar of spaghetti sauce came flying out and hit me it'd be my right leg. It hit me in my right thigh. There was dark energy attached to that item that was mailed to me from him.
Wow.
Jeez.
Then I was modding for her on her page on Facebook because she was making special clothes, whatever you wanted, made to order clothes. And I was being a mod for her, right? And we would see, you could tell that there was spirits. There was something there in her house. And I told her, I said, you need to cleanse. And this was all taking place during a live. I said, do you have Palo Santo? She said, yes. I said, light it up and start Palo Santoing that house. Start at the back and work your way to the front, open windows to let it out.
Right. That's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. You got to open the windows, open the doors,
Yes.
so that you can make them leave. They have out.
Wait till you hear this, and I've got cold chills right now.
I know, so do I.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
As she was walking through the house with the Palo Santo, you could hear something growling.
Mm.
It was coming across her live.
Oh my God.
He had put such dark energy in her house. It was awful. She had to Palo Santo for at least a month after that.
Wow. See, that worries me too. Like, I used to love antiques, and it goes back to the Victorian days and
Oh,
the
yeah.
40s that I love so much. And I started getting creepy feelings about buying these antiques because we know that people get attached to their things. Usually
Right.
it's their home, but they do get attached to their things, and I'm scared to death, especially of mirrors. I don't buy used
Right.
antiques anymore. I have antiques from my great grandma and stuff like that, but it scares me. I don't want that negative in my house,
Right. That makes perfect sense.
My mom, she has this spirit, she has this energy in her house that it is like, this is the way she explains it. It comes out of the corner of the living room or the bedroom or wherever that she is, and it's like a black spider, and as it comes out of the corner of the room, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
And it goes around different rooms where they're at. My mom and my grandson. She has Dylan's brother. But anyway, my mom has cried to me to get it out. And every time I've been over there, and there is another spirit there too. Actually, two more, but they're human. This one
Right.
that's black is not. And
Right.
one of my sisters went over there and said, "Oh no, that's a good thing." And I said, "No, Mom, that is not a good energy. That is not a good spirit, and you need to sage your house." And I said, "And don't forget to leave the windows and the doors open so you can get it
Yeah.
out." And she's, once I get back to Oklahoma, if she wants me to, I would be glad to. I haven't seen my mother in years, um, because of, I don't know, just our relationship. But
I know
um,
that feeling.
I have cleansed houses before. Um, my neighbor next door, she came running over here one day and she said that there was a ghost in her house. And she said, "Get it out. You can get it out for me." And I said, "How do you know I can get it out?" And she said, "I just know." Well, come to find out, she could have done it herself because I told her, I said, "You have abilities too. If you did not have these abilities, you would not have known that I could have taken
Right.
this out." But it was her grandma, and I did not make her grandma leave. I told her that I asked her whenever I was done, I said, "Are you really close to your grandma?" And she's kind of started to cry. And she said, "Yeah, she was. Her grandma raised her." And I said, "Well, she's just here checking on you." I said,
Right.
"So I didn't make her leave. She's still here." Um, but I told her to talk to her. I said, "She's just like she was before she passed." To me, we're all connected. Families are
Yeah.
always connected. Doesn't
Yep.
matter if they're past or present. We're always linked. You just need to open your eyes and watch for the signs.
Right. That's very
And
true.
were you at I hate to be rude about it, but at one time in one of your past lives, were you known as a witch?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I am in my current.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, me too. I've been called worse.
Yeah, so have I.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't openly discuss that in
Oh,
on my
okay.
channel.
I'm sorry.
That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
I just, I don't openly discuss it on my channel because of the people
Yeah.
that can be so judgmental because
All
they don't
the
understand.
all the
They don't
buttheads.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah. I
they don't
get that.
understand.
I lose and gain followers literally so much
Well,
because of one little thing
yeah,
that I say,
But
or
yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
okay.
matter anyway. But
That's no, it doesn't because you are doing so well and you're reaching people and it's you. I mean, if they don't want to watch, I don't care about all that kind of stuff. Um I mean, I do love my people and everything, but this is the way I feel and the way that my spirits and abilities work, just like with you. You guys are different, but put us all in one room together and we're all going to have different ability.
right. Now, on Restream and StreamYard, you can all come up and be backstage. You don't have to be live, right?
yeah,
So
um
one day there was me and three other people, and
oh yeah,
I'm not gonna name names.
that's fine.
There was me and three other people. There was me being a pagan and another person that's also a pagan. I brought that up. I brought the subject up in front of one of the four people when I brought it up because what happened was I lived in Tennessee for a year and we had a lady come to our house talking organized religion, and my husband explained to her, "Sorry, but we're pagan," and she didn't know what it meant, and he explained it to her. Well, when I started to say that in front of these other three women, one of the women immediately stepped out of that Restream. Right away. Didn't want to hear it. Didn't want no parts of it.
Happens a lot, really.
Was it because she thought you were a devil worshiper or something?
Probably.
It's fear based and
Probably. Yeah,
Well,
it
see,
is.
like one
well,
of
and
the
ego.
yeah.
Yeah, and they're not going to tell me who I need to listen to, or my God is my God, and my God, you're going to like it or not.
Well,
You know,
it's like my oldest daughter. I don't know if she still is. I haven't seen her in 15 years, but at one time she was a Wiccan. Now, can
Right.
somebody explain that to me? Now, what I've read about was that Wiccans are not, they're supposed to be good, but tell me, what is a Wiccan?
Okay, Wiccan, first of all, Wicca didn't start and it didn't become a so called religion
religion. Hmm.
until the 1950s. And Wicca believes in do no harm,
Okay,
period. Point
good.
blank, period. So you don't have to be a witch to be a Wiccan, but you can be a witch if you are Wiccan. And if you are Wiccan and you are a witch, odds are you're a light witch, what I call a white witch, or
Okay,
a light witch, meaning you only will deal with the light. You don't want to deal with dark.
right.
Well, I'm sorry, but in this world, you've got both light and dark. You have to
Hmm.
deal with it. Like right now, it's dark outside. You can't deny the darkness. I don't care what you do. You
Right.
can't have light without the dark, and you can't have dark without the light.
And you can't have good without the evil.
Right.
I had
But
that. Mhm.
Wicca is more of love and light and do no harm, which is where the medical doctors got that term because it's part of their creed. If you ever see the doctor's creed on a wall somewhere, you'll
Yeah.
see do no harm. You'll see do no
Yeah.
harm in that. Yeah. But that's Wicca. And see, they don't believe in harming anybody. Even if let's say somebody does something bad to me and I'm Wicca, I have to accept that they did something bad to me and try to turn it around with light, and I can't do that.
Yeah. Well, she said she was Wiccan, but she wore the black nail polish and makeup and all that stuff, and it was that era.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like a phase, not a.
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
I wear black.
I
I love wearing black, and
I do too.
I like the aesthetic. Don't get me wrong, but when you wear it to, and that is your, if you say that you're Wicca and that's all you do, and you don't say anything else about what you practice, because there's many different ways. It's a polytheism. It can be multiple gods and goddesses. It could be
Right. Yes.
one. It doesn't. Usually, it's more than one.
Yeah.
Um, but you get to kind of pick and choose what you want to use your quote unquote magic for, which really is just another word for good energy
Right.
or
Yeah.
natural energy. And they actually don't worship, that I've seen, or recognize Satan or the
Right.
devil like people think.
Yeah.
Um,
Right. I don't
they
recognize Satan.
mm-mm,
I
mm-mm.
don't.
Satan to me
I'm
is just the negative energy that
put.
people
You know.
use.
You want to know what's funny? Think about it. If you're a tarot reader,
Oh God.
I'm a Capricorn, right?
The devil card.
It's the devil card. You got
Are
it.
you
hmm
serious?
hmm
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure is. The
Well,
devil card
So what
represents
kind of
Capricorn.
cards are you guys using?
I use all types of cards.
oh, I
Like,
got, actually, me and Mystical have two of the same deck. We have the reverse uh,
Vice
deck,
versa.
vice versa deck, which I love.
Hmm.
I love to clarify with it.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, we connect on so many. The way that we even shuffle is the same.
Yeah.
I don't like these ones that are fast. I don't. I'm sorry.
Well, I have a set right
Mm.
here that I've never used because I don't really. I mean, it says on the cards what they mean, but it's called Game of Thrones Tarot um, Deck and Guidebook.
You could
That
use
sounds
pieces of paper.
that kind of sounds more oracle than it does tarot to have the meaning written on the card.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does it
I
have like a
thought maybe
description, like a quote or something?
I thought maybe they were.
I'm gonna look them up real quick because
Man, I bought them because I thought the pictures on them were so cool, and it goes back to Eve's life at the uh, castle that I seen her with or by. Um,
do they look like cross stitch type uh cards? Like it's
um,
very vivid, bright colors too, and it's got like cross stitching type black outline. Like the very front of it should look like 3 cards. One of them's
I'll show you the box.
okay.
Let's see how I can.
I think Mystical dropped off.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I think. Oh,
There
there she is.
is.
Okay. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
See,
that one. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Uh,
I love the
hold it up.
cards.
You got the banners in the way, so I can't see what it says on the box.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, now I can't see the box. You're like me. You can't find the
I
camera.
know. I'm going
There
the
we go.
wrong way.
Oh wow, that is a tarot deck. That's unusual for it to have sayings on it.
But I love the pretty cards.
Yeah,
They
That's
are
why
pretty.
I got them.
yeah.
And it has really big letters, which sometimes is good for people like that
Old
can't
people.
see.
Old,
Well,
us old
even
people.
me.
Well,
me.
I hate
They
to tell
look
you
like
this,
that.
but I had the eye surgery
Wait,
last year,
shit. Shoot.
so I could see perfect up close.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Very cool.
Love it.
Yeah.
Let me see. See, I told you I look bad. I've been bawling. I hadn't had a shower. I don't care. Trader card. Damn it.
Oh, I've never seen anything like that.
I thought that one was cool. There.
It
How-
is.
That's awesome. How do you flip the
It says Ten
camera?
of Swords.
I don't know. Uh-oh, we lost her again.
I know. I'm old. Forgive me.
No, I'm the one that's old. I'm the old one up here now.
I'm 55.
I'm
Yeah, I
67.
really do love the. Okay, I've seen people
Whoa.
do homemade cards too.
Yes, I have too.
Do you? I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, I guess you
wouldn't
would.
either.
You
I
would
don't-
have to have a death card.
Yeah.
Speaking of, no
the
kidding.
death card.
Speaking of, it just literally flew on the dang ground. I was trying to show you my cards.
Was it the death card?
Yeah, it just flew out and it just
Oh,
went
shit.
down on the
You know whose sign that is, right?
Scorpio.
Yes, it is.
So this is the I call it my emotional deck,
Right.
and this is the death and rebirth card.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
This is
I
you
like
know
that.
yeah. What is it called? Seeker. I think it's called Light Seeker deck. But it is beautiful work. Like look at this 5 of Pentacles. Where is it?
Oh,
I
yeah.
got
That's nice.
I got this with Kylan Schulte. Locked
That
away, but the
That's
keys there.
pretty.
Yeah, it's
I like
very
that.
visual. So I connect with it in an emotional way. Look at the Empress. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
Oh, and look at the
You-
belly.
you
Life.
probably
The
yeah.
giver of life.
Mm-hmm.
That's see right there.
Is that
I
what
see.
that is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's so pretty. And then
Mother
of course
Earth.
the vice versa.
Right.
which I love. Uh, and then now, oracle cards to me are very, you have to have strong oracle cards, in my opinion. And I got I think it's called the Witch, uh, Seasons of the Witch. And this is a bruja that made these. And, you don't mess with them.
Oh,
And look how, first of all, they're red
Yeah.
and beautiful,
yeah.
passionate. So this kind of ties in my reading sometimes when I'm like, look, just give me that one, you know.
Right.
And I don't know if y'all can see that. The
Yeah, I can
coming of
see that.
winter.
Mm-hmm.
It's that weird kind of
Mm.
witch, original witch type
See, I got
feel.
goosebumps.
Yeah.
And these are strong. These have led me to uh, clarification beyond my wildest dreams. And then, of course, you have your good old fashioned right deck, right?
Yeah,
I don't even use
the
Rider
originals.
Waite yet. I don't even use a Rider Waite.
Do you watch Willow? What is the name of her channel? I subscribe to her channel. Oh boy, what is the name of her channel?
I think I
Oh,
do. I don't remember. I subs-
Mystical, look at my petrified wood for my grounding.
Awesome.
Wow.
I
I
hold
like that.
this and put it on my
Yeah.
cards along with my amethyst and
Right.
a few
Wow.
other things. It really works. You know,
Oh yeah.
I didn't think the petrified wood would, but if you just put other things around it and let the full moon clean it, and it works.
Oh yeah.
You gotta talk to your crystals too. You can't leave them out to dry.
Oh no, mine are sitting out. My
Yeah,
crystals set out. I'm gonna walk.
They
I'm gonna
they
walk
need.
over to my desk and I'll show you. I'll show you the
I
cards I
showed you
use.
mine. You show me yours.
So do they need moisture then?
I
What?
don't.
Crystals?
No,
I don't
Mm.
ever do that. I just clean them, like dust them, or
I dust them and I use selenite to charge them.
Okay.
yes, that works
Her
wonders.
her channel name is Above and Beyond Ancestry
Oh
Readings.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I watch her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Do y'all watch Whispering Moon Tarot 222 or something like that?
Nope.
I've never heard of
Never
it.
heard of it.
See, I
Okay.
don't look
She does
up.
Summer Wells a lot.
Oh,
But
I,
the thing that I don't like is when you say I 100% know for a fact this is what happened. I do not
yeah.
like
No.
putting words out there in the universe. That causes drama,
Yeah.
and you're really setting yourself up if you have a reading that went sideways. You're setting yourself up for ridicule,
Yes, you are.
and that is not the point. To be right, it's to be
Right.
helpful.
I hope I don't come off that way. I just know that I see what I just tell my visions.
Right.
Um, and we all want Summer to be alive. We all do.
So
However, I am a pretty factual person too, and I don't feel that she's here.
right.
Yeah, I think a
And
lot of us do.
yeah,
This is the cards I use for missing persons. That's the
I
High
love that deck.
Priestess. That's the
pretty.
Tarot Royale deck. I've got two decks.
I've
Two of
seen that
these.
deck, and it's so hard to get. Like, it always says out of stock.
Wow.
But I think that's just the world's
Well,
way of saying you don't need these.
you've seen the vice versa deck. So let me show you my others that I use. So for my weekly readings on my Saturday Night Live, yeah, that sounds like a fun show, right?
It was.
I use this deck,
I like that.
the Ethereal Visions
Ooh,
deck. This is the deck I use on Saturdays when I do my one card readings.
yes, they're beautiful.
That's the
Those are
back.
pretty.
This is the front.
Wow.
There's your
Aesthetically
king.
pleasing.
There's your King of Swords.
Hey,
That
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 me?
would be
No.
Dawn.
Now, see, no, he's a water sign. Dawn's a water
Peace
sign.
cups. I
He's
think
Scorpio. That would
I-
be Summer.
I think Scorpio specifically outside of
I'll be right back.
the death card, and there's a breakdown like 1 through 3 is this water sign, and then 3 through 6 is
Yeah.
Scorpio. I have it written down somewhere, but I do get
There's
the
just
Four of
so
Cups
much.
switch on.
There's so much that you could do when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got these.
I gotta get my charger. Is those the ones with the very shiny gloss, like
These are
rainbow?
These are my oracles.
Mm-hmm.
My Threads of Fate oracles.
Mm.
This is the Rose edition.
Okay.
There's 3 sets of oracles. Actually, they're coming out with more now, and I can't keep up with them because
Oh, I know.
they all say the same thing on them.
I know.
And
I
it's
want
like,
something different.
I can't go broke buying the Threads of Fate. But literally, this
I
is.
know.
See, they're so dark you can't even see them.
Right. Yeah, they
And
are,
that's the back.
but they're so pretty when the light
And
hits
now
them.
I've got the Rose edition, which is what I'm just showing you.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the. Let me get the other one. Let's see here. I don't have the Lumen edition out. It's in the box because I've got 3 boxes of decks of cards. This is the Shadow edition of the Threads of Fate. They're also Oracle. They're not black. They're this color.
Yes.
And they're gold on the
Wow.
side.
I like those.
Mm-hmm.
And then I desperately wanted and got the tarot deck, Threads of Fate, of course. The Ascendant edition, the Weaver Tarot. Here's the box.
Mm.
My husband paid full price for this deck, which I was irritated. I said I was going to wait for them to go on sale because they do go on sale. But he paid full price for this deck. This is the
Oh.
back,
That's cool.
and this is the front. You see
I don't
this?
like those.
These are a pain in the behind to read.
Really?
Oh yeah,
You wouldn't think so.
they are because they're not as graphic.
Oh.
There's not as much graphics to these.
You really
Let me
gotta
see.
tap
And
in.
also, look at this. It says sovereign
Wow.
instead of saying king, queen, knight, and page.
See, I
It
get
says
thrown
sovereign
off
instead.
with decks. Like I have a what is it? The Nightmare Before Christmas,
Oh.
Oh yeah,
and
see,
it's
this says
poison instead of cups.
it
And
says yeah. This says coins instead of pentacles.
Hmm.
So that makes
I think mine are swords. They're all swords. Now that you mention that,
those are the basic cards that I use on YouTube. Everything else is put up in boxes.
the
maybe y'all have
possibilities
to
are
teach
endless.
me how to read these.
Yeah, you always want to interview your deck when you
You
get a
want
new
to
one.
know what I do when I get new decks?
Uh-huh.
I put them in. I take them out of the box. I take them out of the box and I put them in a cotton sock. And then I put them in a pillow under my head. And I sleep with them for 3 nights to get connected to them. Now that one deck that I showed you, the Terra Royale, I've got two of those, but I've got one I specifically use for the missing person cases. But I think probably what's going to happen is once Summer's found, I probably will never use that deck again
Yeah,
because
No.
it's almost worn out. It is
Wow.
worn
right.
out. That's why my husband bought me another Terra Royale deck. He said, "Here, use this," and I've tried, and I'm like, no, I've got to go back to the old deck
Until she's found. That's a
until
great.
she's found.
That's
Yeah,
I
great.
remember you getting that new deck, and I think it was right when you got your nails done.
yeah.
And I remember the cards were just so stiff for you, even though they're new. It was more
Yeah.
than that. It was the energy.
Well, I didn't get my nails done. I did them myself.
Oh wow, they look great then. I thought they were professionally done.
It's amazing what super glue does.
Oh, Lord, super glue or nail glue.
No, not the nail glue. Literally, super glue.
Oh, wow. I used to do my acrylic nails, but I don't do those anymore.
Hey, it works.
If that doesn't work and keep them on, I'm going to go to Gorilla Grip glue next. Oh,
So, what is the Empress?
Well, I don't know about mystical, but I always tell people to interview your entire deck. I mean, there's always a basis,
Right.
always. But to interview what your spirit guide or guides connect with you um, every once in a while to make sure you're on the same page. So usually I get with the emperor or empress is someone in a leadership role, but in a spiritual leadership role.
Mm-hmm.
What guides you
Yeah.
within, you know. But sometimes the emperor can come out and actually be someone who dictates law, maybe, or is a very aggressive and authoritarian person.
See, I see the
Okay.
justice card. I see the justice card as the legal system.
Yeah, of course.
Government agencies,
Hmm.
like law enforcement, child services, heck, even the U.S. Postal Service could be considered a government agency. So when I get the justice card, I usually think it depends on the reading I'm doing.
Like government or law officials or something?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing with my cards, okay, while we're talking.
Okay.
And I'm not necessarily reading them. I'm just kind of pulling some. And I got what did I call her? The Empress.
Right.
Then I got the World. Then I got the Hangman. And so I'm
Your new
just
beginning.
is that what that means? Or
your
are we
your
talking about
your
Summer Wells'
spiritual side
phase?
is meeting the full, basically the newbie. I mean, and it's an
The hangman represents sacrifice.
mm, moving away, maybe.
The world card represents, if it's upright, it's completion. See, that's one thing I am different from a
The-
lot of tarot readers. I've watched a lot of tarot readers before I started my channel, and there was so many of them out there that would not read a reverse card to save their life. And I'm like, you are doing it wrong.
I
Yep.
watched a tarot reader once on here,
Mm-hmm.
and she had this board that looked like a door with a doorknob and everything. She had homemade cards, and she was this black lady, and she would knock on the door and pull her cards and all that stuff. And
Right.
I really enjoyed watching her because a lot of, in my opinion, there are so many different types of a spiritualist.
Right.
And I had a good feeling with her. Um, I had that trust for her.
Right.
And I've since lost her, but I think that was really interesting how she did that because she called upon her ancestors,
Right.
you know?
That's pretty much what I
Yep.
do. My
Yeah,
ancestors and my spirit guide.
yeah.
And The way I pull my cards, I pull them different than most people. I don't pull from the top of the deck. I shuffle until Spirit tells me to stop.
Yes. I'm the
And
same way. Me and you both
Spirit,
literally are the
yeah,
same.
Spirit will leave one card hanging out real far.
Yeah.
And that's the card. It might be more than one card sometimes. And if
Right.
it's more than one card, and it's my Saturday Night Live, I don't care. I'll pull 2 cards for a person.
Hmm.
If that's what Spirit wants me to do, then there's a message there. I had a person that I was friends with, I'm no longer friends with, can't stand, don't want to be anywhere near her. And yes, she's on YouTube. I won't mention a name. Okay. She was reading. This was before we stopped being friends. She did a reading for me. As she was shuffling, she pulled the first card and then she was pulling the clarifying cards, right? As she was shuffling, a bunch of cards flew out. She went to pick them up and put them back in the deck. I said, "Don't you dare put them back in the deck. You need to read every one of those."
Yep.
She's
Yep.
like, "Why?" I said, "Because that's the message that the spirit, your spirit that's speaking to you, wants me to know." I
That's
said,
right.
"Don't." And see, that's one thing, that above and beyond lady that you're
Uh,
talking about.
yeah.
That's one thing that irritated me about her, is she did that. She shuffled and a bunch of cards flew out. And instead of reading them like she should have, she put them all back in a deck. Said, "That's just too many." No, that's not too many. That's a message. When cards fly out like that, that's a message. I don't care if it's half the damn deck. That's still a message.
Yeah.
And that's the way I read them.
See, that's the
But that's
same.
just me.
No, that's me too. Especially if they fly over on the floor, because you spirit is saying, "I'm making you take the effort
Yeah,
to bring your sorry ass down here and pick these up because there's a message here."
exactly.
And I always put them out.
Yeah,
And that's funny because that's kind of how I read the Bible. When I pick it up and it opens to a certain page, that's where I read. I feel like that's what God wants me to hear and read
right.
that day.
And if that feels right, it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you know there's witchcraft in the Bible?
I wouldn't doubt it.
There's literally spells in the Bible. There's a whole book of them.
Oh man, herbs. Let me tell you, you can learn a lot of witchcraft right in that
Hmm.
Bible, especially Old Testament,
Mhm.
and New, really.
Well, and it's like I said, there's paranormal in there everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Um, did I tell you, or did you hear me happen to mention that Amy Allen is going to be in New Jersey in July? And I seen it on her fan page. And the tickets are supposed to be like $20.
Right.
So, does anybody live near New Jersey?
No,
I
sorry.
want to
No.
go.
Mm-mm.
I would love to see her.
No, no. I used to when I was in my, before I, but from birth to age 33, I lived in southwestern Pennsylvania. So technically, that at that point in time, I would have been close, but not
Yeah,
now. Not now.
What do y'all think about Long Island medium Teresa?
I like
She's
her.
Whatever.
fake.
I
She's
like
You
her.
think
she's fake. She's fake.
she over explains what she's doing? I see a
She's
lot of
fake.
mediums who aren't
I
authentic.
know how she, I know how she does it. I
How
know
does she do
exactly.
it?
She sends her people out into the crowd when the people are waiting to go into the show, and the people intermingle and they talk,
Uh-huh, that's what I
and
thought.
they release information to these people she sends out there, right?
Yeah.
And they go back. Her people goes back to her and gives her information, and she knows what to say. She remembers this stuff, and she goes out there on stage and performs.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't
Yeah,
I think that she might be she's good at reading
yeah,
people. and vulnerable, you know. But I've always wondered if she had help.
Yeah, that's what she does. She sends a group of people out into the crowd that's coming into the show. They get talking, chit chatting while they're waiting to go in, and they gather information from the people, and then they go back and they give it to her.
Okay.
That's been proven. That's been proven.
What about John Edwards?
I don't know about John Edwards. I haven't really looked into him.
John Edwards, is he from like New York, New Jersey?
Right now he lives, I think, in Australia, but he's from New York. God, he's been on all kinds of shows. And then there's this young guy in California. He does readings for movie stars and stuff. Huh?
See, that makes me iffy because you can look up any celebrity and get details about them because people are obsessed with them.
Yeah. But the thing about like what I do is I don't know these people. All I get is a picture and a first name.
Right.
And I pick up all these things. And some of it, I mean, what, how in the hell do I know this stuff? I don't, I mean, it just, they tell me. It's weird.
Right.
It's effortless, really.
It is.
A lot of people have to do all these things, and I don't.
I don't either.
I'll tell you who I watch on YouTube. My favorite psychic medium on YouTube is Sloan Bella.
Sloan Bella.
You need to look her up. She did a reading on Summer's case.
I'm fixing to write it down.
Yes. Hell, I'll play it right now.
Yes, she did a reading on Summer's case, and I'll tell you now, Summer was an offering to the church. Is what she come up with. That's what she come up with.
There is some direct connection to the church. I'm telling you.
There is. I know it. It's like they know, but they're not telling.
It's like they know that someone's involved in where she either was placed the second time or the first time or both. They know something.
They do.
Watch Sloan Bella. You'll find out.
I get snakes all the time with the SDA church. When I did a reading in summer and I did the spirit box, it specifically said hospital, grandma, snake, blonde hair lady. And I went, blonde hair lady, that's Robin.
Yep.
It's Robin.
Yep.
There is a reason why she's playing silly and goofy.
In other words, Spirit's trying to tell you she's a snake?
I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I thought maybe she was bit by a water moccasin in the watering hole.
But then why wouldn't they just take her to the hospital and say she got snake bit, or she had an accident, she's hurt, she's not responding, something.
Because they would discover something that they don't want to talk about on YouTube.
Exactly.
Essay.
Well, they increased their church intake right before she went missing, correct?
Oh, I don't know.
They were going, I think, around Christmas and Thanksgiving, Christmas, because the church always has things to give.
Oh, okay.
And that's what they would do.
Yeah.
And around, I want to say April, they started coming more and more. From what I remember hearing from Robin, I believe, or someone.
Yeah.
And I think that was to try to get help for some sinfulness that was going on that relates to the CPS call.
Yep.
And SDA, let me tell you, I've been in and around it. It's different, y'all. It is something weird. And I think that someone was trying to help them cleanse their souls or whatever. And Summer was the hindrance, I guess, because of the case.
Right.
And I think that they had the plans to remove her before CPS got there, as in to maybe help them, but she never came back.
Right.
And someone knows why she
Yeah.
didn't. They
Yeah.
were
yeah.
planning on Summer to come back, I
Yeah.
think.
Well, you know, I said this, I don't know how many videos back. This case is multi-layered. It's like an onion.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to peel away at each layer to get to the truth.
Who else feels like there's a lot of corruption in this case
I do.
Intentionally, yes.
I do.
by higher up people?
I do.
Yeah.
I think they're
I got it.
covering up.
I got an email about one of the TBI agents.
Oh no.
I always felt that there was someone within TBI.
Somebody in Hawkins County
Huh?
Sheriff's. Somebody in there, and I'm getting cold chills right now.
Me
I got
too.
an
I wish I could
email.
show you.
I got an email about a corrupt TBI agent. And FBI. I don't trust any further than I can throw them.
Shoot.
Sorry. Just don't.
Especially with the Gabby Petito case. My God.
I know.
I got nothing but just ickies.
Well,
with that
here's
whole
what
thing.
kills me. Here's what gets me. You know about the Chance case, right?
Yeah.
They will not, the local law enforcement agency will not call in Nebraska's equal to TBI, and they will not call in the FBI. They've continued to classify him 2.5 years later as a missing man because absolutely zero evidence has surfaced that he has been a victim of foul play that we're aware of.
AKA, he wasn't valuable enough to use our resources on, is what it is.
Yep. Well, my understanding is there may be some friends or family member in local law enforcement.
Definitely. I mean, that's what's going on in Hawkins County, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did get a
Something's
reading
not
once
right.
that said dispatcher, distrust,
Right.
but it wasn't the call to of Summer Wells missing. It was the call to TBI
Right.
from law enforcement in Hawkins County.
I just think that when this case does finally end, and it will, I think a lot of people are going to be shocked and surprised.
I agree.
I know that for sure. Yeah. That's
Everyone's going to go, oh my
Yep.
God.
staring us
Yep.
right in the face.
Now, see, my husband got a little bit involved beyond his better judgment because he doesn't like to. And he pulled up Google Earth. And he asked me what her address was, and I told him. And he pointed out a building. He says, she's in that building right there.
Was it the Red Barn?
No, it's
Oh.
not
Is
on
it a
his
wooden
property.
shed? Like
It's
a wooden...
not on his property. It's not on his property. It's not on their property. I don't want to
Okay.
say it out loud because I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want,
Yeah.
to
Well,
cast.
I
It
get
doesn't
I
it.
feel
don't.
right to say, then don't, you know?
Let me put it in private chat.
Okay.
The place that because I confirmed this with the person, and you'll see the name. It's in private chat.
Oh.
I confirmed that location because I had circled it with red on and when I went in my photo gallery, I circled that particular location, and that was presented to that person, and they confirmed that was their location. And that's where my husband says she's at.
Wow.
Now, you can take it for what it's worth.
Mhm.
Well, I know that she's close to home because she told me that.
Right. Hmm.
Oh, there you go. That's close to home now,
She
isn't
really
it?
Because
did. That was saying,
If you want to know the exact distance, I can tell you it's 643 feet from that red circle that I put on that Google Earth map
hmm,
to their home. 643 feet.
because I was seeing, well, now this is just my visions, but I was seeing her under a house or
Mm-hmm.
a shed or something like
Mm-hmm.
that, and there was boards and all kinds of stuff over
Sherry,
the
yes.
top.
She
Mm-hmm.
showed me the Wizard of Oz. I don't know if it was her actually. It was I think my spirit guide, but she's kind of funny. Her name is Gayla. She's a black lady in her recent past life. Uh, she was showing me the Wicked Witch where the house falls on her.
Oh gosh.
She showed me that,
Oh, wow.
and I didn't know what to think of it, but now it's connecting.
Yeah.
Oh. Because see, I really felt like they had her in that shed in the
Yeah.
beginning.
That's what I thought too. Because he went straight to that shed. He didn't go home. He went straight to that shed.
I know. And I really thought that grandma took her away and dumped her when she took off.
Yeah.
But Summer has told me she's close to their house.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna set my opinions aside. I'm gonna agree with Summer because people kept asking me, well, if you're a psychic, you would know where she is. And
I
so
know.
I
I
just
hate that.
thought, okay, yeah, I get sick of hearing that. But
Well, I'll explain something to you after you finish.
um I asked Summer when I seen her at one time. I channeled her or whatever you want to call it. And I asked her, I said, honey, everybody's looking for you. Where are you? Where did they put you? And she said she's close to home.
Mm-hmm.
She can see the house from where she is
Mm-hmm.
basically, it's almost like I'm in them or they're in me or something when I
Mm-hmm.
do readings. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Makes perfect sense. Now, when people say, if you're a psychic, you should know where she's at. Number one, a psychic deals with living energy, it doesn't deal with people that have crossed over. Number two, a medium is the one that deals with somebody that's crossed over.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I want to say.
Right,
Now,
and that's
second thing, the
practicing. You
second
have to
thing I want to
practice
say,
mediumship.
yes, the
But
second
I've
thing I want to
always been a
say,
psychic medium.
yeah, the second thing I'm going to say is take a 5 year old, blindfold that 5 year old in your
Right.
house, right?
Mhm.
Walk the 5 year old carefully and put him in the back of the car, in the back seat.
Yes.
Drive around, go to
Mhm.
another town, go to a store, open the door, take the blindfold off, and let them out. Can that 5 year old tell you where they're at?
Hell no.
Exactly.
I wouldn't even be able to.
I rest
Exactly.
my case.
I
That's why
always,
nobody can figure out where Summer's at because she doesn't know.
she
She's
But
doesn't.
5.
I
You got to
know.
think on a 5 year old level.
And another thing is,
And
there's
only
more
entities
things that
surrounding
I
her at the
wanted.
time of her death can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's an energy that does not communicate with the living, our guides or whatever is connected to uh, other energy that is not literally in a physical body,
Right.
they can only connect to what that energy knows.
Yes.
They can't connect
Exactly.
to what they don't know. Or I don't believe spirit energy to be like a wire connecting each other to everything
Right.
in a sense of knowledge.
Right.
Exactly.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
No, there
Plus,
are stone walls to
and
spirit
and,
energy.
and with Summer in the beginning, she didn't realize she wasn't alive.
Right.
Yes, that's
I've
for
heard
sure.
that before. I've heard
That's
that
for
from other
sure.
people.
But
Yes.
that's what I'm just repeating what she says.
Right.
But there are other things that I want to talk to her about, and I need to really sit down and make a list
Mhm.
and ask her. I mean, she did tell me that she can see the house from where she is.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And
Now that
I swore up and down in the beginning that grandma took her away, but I think it's just that grandma was involved in the process.
Hmm.
yeah,
Grandma may have taken her away, just not in the sense that I thought, you know.
right. Now, if she's in that building where I put in private chat,
Uh-huh.
she could see her house.
Yeah.
Wow.
With the leaves off, with the leaves being off now,
Hmm.
she could see her house, couldn't she?
Yep.
The only thing that I can think of is there has to be a hole underneath the shed somewhere where they have her.
Or
Here's the interesting
there's a
part
hole
about
under her
Dawn.
house.
Has to be. The interesting thing that really shakes me to my core every time I hear this interview is when Dawn says, I just hope that she can come outside and play. I hope she's not just locked up. That tells me that he's like, she has the ability to, but
How
I hope they're letting her. That
Yeah.
this strikes something with me.
how can she
They're expecting her to come home.
Mm-hmm.
But not in the way of like, oh, I miss my child, I want them home. It's not like that. It's like, oh, just wait. She's fine. But we haven't heard from these people that we planned with, and we really are worried because we
well
thought she was going to be back.
what
Yeah.
about Dawn in the very beginning saying, I knew she was gone. She's gone. I knew she's gone.
Yep.
I think he meant
Right
that.
from the very freaking beginning.
He
Mm-hmm.
meant that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me he knows. I mean, I can just read people
Yeah.
and I can read the guilt. And I really do think Dawn just covered for Candace for a long time. And it's just because he didn't want to go back to prison.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying he's not totally innocent in this.
Do
No.
we know if Dudley is the informant to Bullhorn Betty? Do we know that?
I
To be
don't
Do
fact,
we
or
know
know.
is
what?
that speculation?
Do we know what now?
Dudley, the worker,
What
the
about him?
co-worker of Dawn that got fired. Bullhorn Betty said that she had an informant, a mole.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Oh. I
Betty,
didn't
Tell
hear
them.
that.
Blowhard Betty,
Yeah,
she is a mole.
I call them crisis actors, all of them.
That's terrible to,
Even Prayer Garden.
uh-huh, and I think Prayer Garden knows some stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Is she a side
I
piece or
just
what? Can we just air that dirty laundry out? Because I get
I
sick and
want to
tired of it.
know. I want to know if Prayer Garden turned all of her information into the law enforcement.
I bet she didn't. She's covering for Dawn's ass,
I
in my
agree.
opinion.
I agree. I
What was you,
totally agree.
yeah, what was you going to say, Eve?
Oh,
Sorry.
I don't even know. I was going on a rant because that woman drives me to
Oh,
drinking.
Oh yeah.
PG, you said
Mm-hmm.
Aaron something. What
PG,
happened?
can we just say, is that a side piece? Is that a sister? Like, who the hell is this woman?
What I hate, and I did a video on this, how she kicks people off of her panel. She'll tell
Yeah.
people to come up. Oh, everybody has an opinion and has the right freedom of speech, unless you disagree with her. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
if you disagree with her, you're out.
Yep.
I call
And
that
that's,
narcissism 101.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I can't stand her.
Mm-mm. I can't either. That voice. God.
When
Yeah.
she
Lord
was
have
cursing
mercy.
out Don B left and right. Oh my gosh. Such filth.
What about Jenna? What do you guys think of Jenna?
um, I think she's really, really good at slowing down and articulating, um, you know, a situation that, like the Emerald Flowers, I think they had a fight. Jenna and Emerald Flowers, who went over to Ziggy.
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know that. I don't
they,
know Emerald Flowers.
well, they had a bunch of drama. Anyway, Jenna's really good at slowing down and articulating things in a way that our audience can go, I see what you mean.
Right.
However, it's very manipulative.
Uh-huh.
Very manipulative, like a snake in the grass.
Yeah.
Because as
And
soon
who
as you befriend her and you disagree, it's the flying monkeys come out.
Yeah.
who are we talking about?
Jenna. Remember Jenna?
Jenna's Journey, is that her new
Okay.
channel?
Okay.
Jenna Hyman.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
She was the one that was communicating with Candace.
Yeah. Yeah. In the beginning.
See, I found her, I'd say probably a little bit legitimate until she proved that she lies. When she proved without a shadow of a doubt that she tells lies, I can't follow you. It just can't.
Yeah. And I get what you're saying. And if you look at a lot of YouTubers, they all do that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm a YouTuber, so I guess I'm not any better, but I mean, I don't have anything to lie about.
But the
I don't
thing
think we would
is,
be here if we thought you were
right.
that way. I
Yeah.
promise you
And not
that.
only that, we three come at this case from a different perspective than they do.
Right.
We come at it from a spiritual perspective, they don't.
Right.
They come
Well,
from the ego,
Mm-hmm.
most of them. And they confuse ego with passion
Yeah.
a lot.
well, I know um a lot of arguing through YouTubers and stuff it's terrible because you think you can trust somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what happened with Tiffany and Ziggy today or yesterday. Um, it's sad. I
Yeah,
mean,
it
because
is.
I could tell how bad Ziggy was hurting.
Yeah. I
Well,
could too.
Tiffany is quick to strike you down, kick a dog when it's already down, or kick a horse when it's down.
I don't
Tiffany
like
does
to
that.
see people hurting. That bothers me.
Right. That bothers me too. That's why I
But
like to choose my words. I like to choose my words
Yeah,
um,
carefully.
carefully
Yeah,
because
tactfully.
I'm not here. I'm not here to bash any creator at all.
Mm-hmm.
None of them. None of them.
yeah,
Because I don't want to be bashed. I don't want them
right.
coming for me. They need to leave me alone, and I promise I'll leave them alone. I won't talk crap about any of them.
Yeah,
But the crap that's going on between them is ridiculous, and it's even hitting smaller channels.
yeah,
It's not just the bigger channels; it's filtering down into the smaller channels.
I lose
So
subscribers and gain them just to keep and it usually evens out. That's how bad it is. I mean, I jumped from 250 to 700 when
yeah,
I was on the collective side, I guess, of that, the creators, and then one little thing of disagreement, and you're
oh,
cast to the side.
tell me
wow.
about it. See, I had somebody come in my comment section complaining that I watched Ziggy, and I'm
So,
like, last time I checked, I have freedom of speech, and that gives me the right to watch who I want.
right.
And if
Who
the
pays
freak,
your electric and your YouTube
I was
bills?
going to say that. You can
exactly,
announce your arrival, but you don't have to announce your departure.
yeah, exactly. But see,
Bye.
I won't kick anybody. I'm not going to say I won't kick anybody. I have removed some people from my page because of issues that we're going through. It's just the way it is. When you
Right.
attack somebody that's got a mental disorder
Mm-hmm.
and has a terminal illness,
Mm-hmm.
we can't be friends.
Right.
If you're going to attack that person, I'm
Right.
sorry, we can't be friends. And
Or
don't
if
come
you
at me, because I can
using,
read people too. Like you can read people too.
I kicked somebody and blocked them forever out of my chat one
Mm-hmm.
time, but he came in showing Nazi signs and saying the N word
Oh
and
yeah,
all
yeah,
this
yeah.
stuff. And I'm like, I don't know who this is, but they are gone
I'm
because
willing to. I'll bet you it was Dawn because the same thing happened in my
He
channel.
does that. He does.
Yeah,
And
Dawn
you
I
can
mean,
does that.
tell.
there's only one person that we know in YouTube world that will put that N word out there, and he's proven it.
Mhm.
Well, Molly does it.
Oh, does she?
Oh yeah, I've got it on tape.
Oh,
Or
Lord have mercy.
That
yeah,
doesn't surprise me.
I got the video. Um, I got the video on it.
See, I didn't know that. That shows you how much I watch her. I don't watch. I mean, they keep regurgitating the same thing over and over and over again. I understand there's no new evidence or anything to show. I
Yeah.
get it. You know, whereas like somebody like me, I can take like Sloan Bella, and I went through her video, her reading of Summer. Now I can come up and formulate questions off of her reading, and I can come up with my own material. They can't
Right.
do that.
Right. That's because they don't have a talent.
Right,
They don't have anything to offer.
right.
I'm
It's all
also
about
noticing
them.
ideas are being stolen. And I hate to say this. I was going to keep quiet, but I've noticed that smaller creators like myself, I'll post a video that maybe only gets like 200 views. That's usually the max for me right now. But then I'll notice that a bigger channel, 2 days later, will put it out verbatim what I
Yeah.
said and blows up.
Oh shit. See,
It's happened two times with my stuff.
I hate that. How many subscribers do you have, Eve?
It depends on the day.
Oh,
Yeah.
The last week it's fluctuated between 750 and 775, almost 800. But just like I said, if they see one little thing about paranormal, or if they see that I said something about a creator that, if I go live and say one thing, they just unsubscribe and then let me know about it in the
Yeah.
comments. Silly. And it's not even bad or disrespectful. It's just a disagreement of opinion.
I think from what I've seen you on Emma's or in her chat. I've seen you on in a lot of chats.
Oh yeah, I am not shy. I go on and say hi. You know, I heard you said this the other day, and I either agree or disagree very respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
I don't start drama, but people want drama. That's what they
Yeah,
want.
they do.
Unfortunately, you're right.
I
That's
don't.
how these people have grown their channels is with drama. And it's a shame because this
Yep,
is all about a missing child, not about drama.
Yeah,
yep.
that's right. And I don't like drama, but if somebody lies on me, you better bet your ass there's
Oh
going to
yeah.
be drama.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, sticking up for yourself is 100% okay, 100% of the time.
I don't
Yeah.
like when people say I lied about something.
Right.
That you might as well break out the weapons and let's go to town.
Yep. I agree. I am right there with you.
Unfortunately, if people believe it, it's like you're damned almost
Yeah.
until you're old news, which is
Yeah.
actually kind of fortunate that people forget pretty quickly these days. But
But see, here's the thing. I don't on my channel, it's mostly, I put out over 700 videos. The rest of them are just my lives from Saturday nights. And I've only ever mentioned one channel in the past on a live, and that was Mystery Angels. And I did that at the time that Chip purchased that constellation for summer. Because I thought that was so awesome that she did
I
that for
didn't
her.
know about this. Fill
Oh,
me
yeah.
in with this.
Oh, God. This was what, 3 or 4 months ago?
Like,
Yeah.
right, I think July. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody bought her a constellation.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Unfortunately,
That's what
it
I
ended in
said.
drama, though.
Yeah, it sure did.
Because every time I've had a grandchild, I have wanted to buy them a star. Is that not weird?
Yeah.
I love that. That
And
is
her,
awesome.
yeah. See, so I gave her credit, for buying that. And I can't remember how long ago it was. But I gave her credit because I was so, so drawn to the fact that she thought so much about Summer that she would buy her a constellation that, I was impressed.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you will not hear me mention anybody's channel name unless I'm promoting them. Unless I'm promoting somebody, I don't mention a channel name. Now, on Saturdays, I allow people to put up their links.
hmm I let everybody promote themselves on my channel. I don't have a problem sharing other people's channels or anything like that. Now, if you're a jerk,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And especially with the spiritual people like us.
Right.
I want to do Sundays in my channel is Spiritual Sundays. And that's when I want all the goofs and goblins and all of us to come out. I want us to be able to come together and do things and talk
Right.
and learn from each other.
Yes.
Well, yeah, this Sunday, hopefully, if things work out, I'm going to have somebody helping me learn how to use my spirit box.
Oh,
Because well, I already told you, I'm collaborating with Mystery Angels. And she wants to put together groups of people. Like, say, people that are, say, in East Tennessee that could possibly help out with the summer case, right?
right.
And then maybe somebody in, let's say, Nebraska could help out with the chance case.
So, like,
Maybe get
location.
some of the subs that want to do it, that could put boots on the ground or whatever. Or, somebody that can't go out and they can do research.
You know what I think would be really cool is all the true crime community on YouTube. If they live in a specific state, say Texas, then they work that state
Right.
on missing people and
Yeah.
stuff like that, crimes and stuff. And then there's so many YouTubers. Let's work in our area. And I think we could cover more ground that way. I think.
Oh, yeah. And
Well,
you're closer to the source, right?
see,
Right.
there's a problem with that with me because the population in my state is not that big and there's not that many that
Happening.
I'm aware of going missing. And if they do, they get found pretty quickly. Which is why I branch out and hit
Yeah.
every state. Heck, I even go to different countries.
Mhm.
I covered that Chloe case, that little girl that went missing when they went
Yeah.
camping. I
Mhm.
covered that case. I've got another case I'm covering that's an old case. It's a cold case from Australia. what I do is I go in, I'll do an initial video on the case, and I'll give the details behind it, like, this is the child, this is when they went missing, this is the circumstances behind it, stuff like that. And then I'll do a reading. The first video, the only thing I'll do is I'll ask the cards what happened.
Right.
And then, if any of my subscribers have questions, I tell them leave them in the comments section, or they can email me if they don't feel comfortable putting them in the comments. And that's how I've got videos out on the Delphi murders. I've got
Oh,
videos out on the West Memphis 3. I've got videos out on the Cal City Boys.
worked that one.
There's so many cases.
Can I tell you what I think happened to them boys?
What do you think happened?
I think they were sold to other families because have you heard of rehoming? It's something people do when they adopt children and then they decide that they don't want them.
Yes. Yeah.
I think they
Ah.
were rehomed.
That's a good possibility.
There is also a missing woman you might want to look into, Bonnie, and her name is Monique Figueroa. And
Hold on. I gotta write that one down.
because I did this video on her, and her father, he actually puts out his cell phone number, his personal cell phone, that he wants anybody with any information to reach out to him and help him try to find his daughter. She has been missing for 6 years.
Oh, that's from the Arkansas girl.
No,
with the streaks,
she's from Palmdale, California.
What was it? Palmdale?
Palmdale.
Palmdale.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't.
What's her last name?
Figueroa. Let me start this. I made a movie or a video about it. Shoot.
I'm trying to.
How old was she?
I swore I've seen this.
She
She had a 2-year-old, right?
let me see. She was 27 when she went missing.
Okay. Do you know her birthday?
I can find out.
I don't need the year. I just need the month and the date because I need the astrology sign.
7 months and 9 days.
I think I can find it.
Beautiful. She is gorgeous. She has a baby, or did. The little girl. Let's see. I'm going to try and get to Figueroa is spelt Figuero.
Okay.
She went missing on 5/19 of 21. And this video is supposed to be downloaded to my YouTube, and I don't know why it's not.
She went missing last year?
No. Let me see here. I'm trying to
No,
find
this was back in. This was like 6 years ago, I think. 2000.
Yeah, it was 6 years ago.
But May
2015,
19th.
I think.
So May 19th.
2015, yeah.
May 19th. Oh, as of 2021, I guess,
Oh, okay.
is her 6-year anniversary.
Okay.
I don't have her birth date.
I'm looking for it.
I have her father's phone number in my phone. His name is Jeff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Figueroa.
Contact.
Where is he from? Is he from Palmdale?
Yeah, they're in Palmdale, California. Jeffrey Figueroa His number is area code 661.
Don't put his phone number out. You're doxing
Oh
him.
yeah.
No, he wants it out there.
No,
He
I
wants,
still wouldn't do it.
he wants
Put it
everybody
in. Put it in
private chat.
Yeah.
There's sickos
Okay.
out there.
Yeah. I'm not
You
trying
know
to tell you
Monique's
what to
middle
do, but
name?
I don't want
No,
to dox anybody. You know what I'm
you're
saying?
fine.
Do you
Thank
know
you.
her middle name?
I might somewhere in here. See, AV Watchman and I are close. He's a great guy.
Oh
And
yeah, I watch him.
he's doing God's work. And this is his phone number. But
Hard to find him.
he has been through so many interviews. I should have put his name in there.
I got the name.
Okay.
I wish I had her middle name.
I'll find it. I'll do some research. And I've got a mod that's good at researching for me.
And there's another child. There's a very old cold case file that I've been looking into that kind of touched me in a way because children
Oh.
tend to do that.
She's a
Right.
Taurus. May 11th, 1987.
God,
I got it from the California.gov
Thank you.
missing persons.
How do you figure
Thank you.
all this stuff out? There is a little missing boy. He's been gone too long. It's less than a year, but it's still too long. And he's in Nebraska, and I will get information from that. And
Ooh.
then I've been working on this other one too. It's a very cold case. Let me find her picture. Oh, okay. This one that's in Nebraska, his name is Ryan Larson, Larsen, and he's slightly autistic. He
Oh yeah, I know this
one day, let's see, May 17th, 2021, so almost a year. His date of birth is 8/9/2009. He was 11 years old. Brown hair, hazel eyes. He's Caucasian. Height is 5'8" and 120 pounds. He left his school during switching of classes. Now, what he is good at is hiding. He's
Right.
ADHD, and they said don't holler for him because that will scare him.
Right.
Just and this little boy has never been found, but because he was missing during July, the 4th of July in 2021, they did not have the 4th of July because they were afraid that those sounds would scare him.
Right.
And I think that was remarkable that the town shut down like that for him. And one of the big grocery stores in that town, in Nebraska, let's see, La Vista, Nebraska.
Okay.
We're afraid that maybe he hid somewhere and something happened to him.
Right.
There's been dogs pick up in the water several different times in this specific area, but they can't get to him right now because it's frozen.
Right.
But he has supposedly been sighted like 2 weeks after he was missing. So I'm not sure about that. And then, let's see.
I'm looking to see if I did a video on him because I've done so many videos it's not even funny. Here's an old case, a cold case from Australia, William Tyrrell.
Oh,
I think he was
Spider-Man
like 3 years
clothes.
old.
Spider-Man. Yep.
Mm.
Yep. I remember that little boy, and I want to find him. His foster parents were accused of doing something to some other foster kid, right? I heard
I don't
something.
know.
I heard
Well,
something about that.
they were at the foster grandmother's house when he went missing.
Yeah.
Have you heard about Hannah Huffman?
I'm not sure.
She came up on, if you watch Ziggy, she came up on Ziggy's channel. Her cousin was in chat. She is mentally ill and has a substance abuse problem.
Oh, okay.
She went off her meds. I think she's like 40, right around 40. She went off her meds and was last seen at a homeless camp, I believe. And then I have Daniel Robinson, the geologist that's missing in Arizona.
Wow.
They found his Jeep. It was on its side, and they found his
yeah.
clothing. CM did an interview with his dad.
I remember
on-
that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one is Morgan Chantel Nick. She went missing. She was 6 years old. And this was back June 9th, 1995. And I believe this little girl was taken by a man. They have this man is drives a red pickup with a white camper on the back. And I have pictures of that truck. If I'm not mistaken, this was the only child this woman had. And it's called the Morgan Nick Foundation, where her daughter was actually catching fireflies at the time.
Oh.
And she was with some other kids, and they were at a ballpark. And the mom was there with her friend watching her kid play while her daughter went off to catch fireflies. And so when you go to Morgan Nick's Foundation, you'll see a jar that's glowing with little red or little hearts glowing,
Right.
and they're coming out of the jar. I really would like to find out what happened to this little girl.
Okay. How do you spell her last name?
Nick.
Okay. And where did she go missing from?
Let's see.
Alma, Arkansas.
That's probably why it's so dear to me. And she was only 6.
Her birthday is September 12th.
Thank you.
You
You
I
knew what I was
remember
going to
her.
ask.
See, you guys are tech savvy.
Well, I remember her. I do. This was back in the 90s.
Yeah, 95.
And I'm in Texas, and I remember hearing that when I was little, and I thought she was found by now, but when you
No.
said a creepy guy with a camper, I got so many chills, like from head to toe.
And
Yeah.
we don't have a
So-
name on that guy, do we?
Well, it seems like we do because he is on the list, I believe, as a predator. But by now, I would say he may not even be alive at this point. I mean, that was 95, and I believe he was an older man.
Right.
But I have a lot of information on her. I've been wanting to do so many videos, and there's so many. It's like, where do you start?
I started with the Chance Engelbert case, believe it or not.
Wow.
That was my very first case.
Wow.
Then Summer came along. Then
Okay,
Michael Vaughn came along. Well, actually, let me take that back.
Harrelson and
Yep,
oh.
I did. I worked on his.
Well, I reported that when he went missing, and then once they found him. And I did not understand that area had been searched. And
Right.
so he had been moved there. But his
Right.
mother was involved with the head trafficker in that area.
Yeah.
And she was mad at him. They were arguing that day he disappeared.
Right.
And I feel like she probably called that guy and said, come get him.
I started with Chance's case. Summer came along. The other missing man, it's from Nebraska. I did a video on him. And then Michael Vaughn came along, and it's just gone. Every time a missing person pops up, I have one of my mods is hit me in Messenger going. And matter of fact, she told me about there's another one missing. Let me get it. She didn't give me the details, and this is a new one. This is a new case. Ah, shit. Oh, she did send me information. Let's see. There is now a 6-year-old boy missing in Tennessee. He went out to play and disappeared. His name's Elijah
Oh, okay.
Kensinger.
Isn't he the one that they, maybe not. I better not say that. But I thought they found him and they arrested his father.
Oh, I don't know. But he lives 2.5 hours from Kingsport. Let's see. 2 hours prior to her. Okay.
What was his name again?
Elijah Kensinger.
2 hours ago. TBI.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours ago?
Mhm.
No, this would well, I don't know. Okay.
Well, TBI.
She took a screenshot at.
Tellico Plains?
I'm
Where's
trying not
that?
to tell on myself, okay?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So I got to calculate the time. So she took a screenshot of this at 1:16. And 2 hours prior to her taking that was 1:16 yesterday, well, the afternoon. And 2 hours prior to that, somebody made a post or made a comment, please pray for a little boy lost in Coger Creek Woods area near Tellico Plains. 6-year-old Elijah Kensinger. Possibly missing since 3 p.m. today. So that would have been 3 p.m. on the 13th.
Oh.
Let's see.
Sinking feeling.
There is an Amber Alert out.
So, which means there's evidence of an abduction.
Yep.
But there wasn't an evidence of an abduction, and they ruled that out with Summer. So why is she on a?
That's an excellent question. And the other day, here's one even better, right? So the Amber Alert on Summer, from my understanding, only covers Tennessee. It doesn't go outside the state of Tennessee because I did not receive an Amber Alert where I'm located at for Summer. So I'm assuming it is only statewide Amber Alert for her. The other day, she come up as an Amber Alert in West Virginia.
You know what I just got a big old taste of when I saw Elijah's picture?
Is he
What?
a little black boy?
I don't know.
Uh-uh.
I haven't seen him.
No, he's a little white, 55-pound boy with sandy brown
Okay.
hair and brown eyes. I got a big old taste of aftershave in my mouth.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
Bad,
great.
like that nasty old man.
he's adorable.
Yeah.
He's 8 years old, right?
Let me look.
6 years old. So
6.
Oh, this
Yep.
is a different little boy then.
he was last seen wearing jeans, a gray hooded jacket with a red zipper. Look at us working. And orange and black sneakers. He went to play in the woods near his home, near the area of New Highway 68, and has not been seen. That
Yeah.
boy was picked up. I know it.
And that was he's 2.5 hours away from Kingsport, Tennessee.
Oh. People are ballsy to even remotely think about doing anything in Tennessee, but they get away with it, obviously.
Yep.
I'm trying
So
to find this little boy because
I know we're bouncing, but I did a reading on. I just had to. I couldn't hold it in no more. I did a reading on Miss Nix, that one that's been missing since
yeah,
Morgan,
yeah.
and I'm going to show you what I pulled, and I want both of you to
Okay.
give me some info.
Okay.
Lots of swords. The devil came up reversed. Now she's a Virgo, September 12th, 1988. But she went missing on June 9th. So I don't know how to flip this camera, so sorry, I have to. All right, so this is what I pulled first, the Star card and the Queen of Swords clarified. Oops. And then I have the King of Pentacles reversed and the Emperor reversed. Clarifying that. I have the Five of Cups, confliction of feelings, and the Devil reversed. So it's like, I feel like it's an addiction to, overcoming an addiction to this girl.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting. Eight of Swords, clarified by Justice.
Somebody in government agencies being quiet. Somebody's
Right.
keeping a secret. Somebody in a
Right.
government agency is keeping a secret.
That's what I'm
Oh
getting.
no.
Yep.
It's almost like they're directly involved in at least some big piece.
Yes.
Right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
here's the Emperor and the Devil and Justice. When I get these three clarified, you can pretty much guarantee somebody, a big wig is involved.
Yeah.
Right? And there's her. Even though she's a Virgo, I really truly feel like this is just giving me a visual of a child.
Right.
And so then I pulled my oracle, which is my clarification, and it says, rooted, may you never tear the living ritual that is magic merged within the roots of your being, the soil of your soul.
Oh, those
Meaning
are
dirt.
cool.
I love it.
Her mother knows that she's no longer here.
Yep.
She's admitted to that. She would just like to have her back to bury her, you know. But I'm going to show you ladies something, and actually I'm going to let you listen to it as well. Oh shoot. What did I do? I did something wrong because I can't do stuff backwards.
I know that feeling.
Police began hunting for the youngster when child welfare workers in New Hampshire couldn't locate him. Good evening to you. I'm
New
Ken Cloud.
Hampshire?
Investigators aren't saying who pointed them to those woods just off Chestnut Street, but his mother and her boyfriend are already charged in his disappearance. Here's WBZ's Zania Maldonado.
More than a week after Elijah Lewis was first reported missing
That's
from
not
his
the
home
right
here
kid.
in Merrimack, police finding his body Saturday nearly 70 miles away. The search for 5-year-old Elijah Lewis coming to an end at Ames Knoll State
I
Park.
think that's a different last name.
Investigators
Is
began
that
searching
a different
the state
kid?
park on Friday.
Yeah, that's a different
Where they
kid.
say a cadaver dog found Elijah's remains.
Look
buried
at his
in the
little
woods Saturday
face.
morning.
The medical examiner will
Yeah.
make a determination as to
Oh.
the exact manner and cause of death of Eli. At this point, no one has been charged.
The fact that he was disposed of down here in the woods,
I hate that.
where our sympathies go out to his family.
Social workers reported Elijah missing from his Merrimack home along Sunset Drive back on October 14th.
Social workers reported him missing. Where's the parents? Why didn't they report him missing?
Exactly.
And how do you freaking lose a kid? I've had 4 and I've never lost any of them.
Same here.
I guess I'm spelling this little boy's name wrong. This is just getting way out of hand.
Well, let's see here.
And I put in there Elijah
Elijah. His
Yeah.
last name Kensinger.
Okay. I had Ken or
Yeah.
Kin.
Yeah,
So-
it's Kensinger.
Okay. And that's from
anybody else-
Tennessee. Huh?
Does anybody else feel like Tennessee is literally the middle way of trafficking?
Yeah.
It's like a central hub. It's like the perfect
Oh yeah.
state to stop and rest. You could literally just do whatever you want. And
They
get away
say
with
that
it.
it's because of the highway access and the interstate or something
Yeah.
that it's yeah.
I think it runs deeper than that, though. I think it's a statewide insider within the law enforcement or the agencies within Tennessee.
Oh, I agree.
I think it's been captivated by them within.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me.
Do you remember of course you do that beautiful baby from Tennessee that her mom is in jail for?
Yeah.
Evelyn.
Evelyn Boswell.
Yeah, Evelyn Boswell. God, she was gorgeous. I would have took her.
Oh, I know.
You know, it's like all these little kids. It's like, bring them to me. Bring them to me.
My husband would kill me.
Oh, I know. Well, I'm too old and too poor, but I would rather them. I know they would be safe. You know,
Yeah.
I know nobody would ever hurt them, or I would be in jail.
Well, my husband doesn't have any children, and he never wanted any children because of the way he was raised.
Yeah. Well, I have a sister that's not married. She has been married, but she doesn't have any children, and she
I
has
have
her
a feeling
time.
about Harmony, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
No,
have a
go
strong,
ahead.
I have a strong feeling about Harmony Montgomery.
Mhm.
Can my internet's not working, like it's flickering. Can someone look up and see if they found her yet? I just feel so sick. I feel sick.
That's when the spirits are coming to you. Does
Oh, I
that
feel like
happen?
I'm
It
gonna
makes
throw
me
up.
sick to my stomach. Does it you?
It makes me feel like legitimately gonna throw up.
Yeah.
But I
Almost
don't
like
know
you're
why my
pregnant.
internet's, yes. I don't know why my web browser won't load. It was working fine until I did that damn reading on Morgan Nick. And now nothing's working.
I believe that. Oh, I wrote Morgan in the name in the
I do that too. I do the
okay,
same thing.
Harmony.
I feel so sick. Oh my gosh.
Harmony. Let me click on news today. No.
Harmony Montgomery, 7-year-old. Oh, I feel so sick. It's usually not this bad.
Oh, would you like to? Oh no, wait a minute.
Oh God, my stomach.
I don't see where they may have found her.
I don't know what it is.
You want to
Something
know
just
what's going on
What
with
is
your
it?
electronics?
Oh,
yes.
Mercury retrograde.
Oh, really? I didn't know it was here yet. No wonder.
Yep. Yep.
No wonder I've been a sassy brass.
what's
Yep.
that?
Mercury
Retro
retrograde?
Mercury retrograde affects the communications
Oh,
and electronics as well.
Yes,
oh.
it does.
Well, I've always experienced it, but I didn't know what it was called.
Yeah.
What is going on? I feel
Like I
so
said, I dabble in
ill.
astrology, but I'm not the
Oh,
greatest.
are they still digging in the backyards?
You know, I have been, for some reason, avoiding Harmony today. I don't know why. It's just a gut feeling to walk away for a second. Usually, when they're about to be a big break, I avoid that. Big intuition thing where you get slammed in the gut when you know something bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
I avoid it because it's almost like the wave is coming and you clutch your head down.
Yeah.
That's how I feel today. Or today, yesterday. I still think that I can feel that.
Oh, maybe there's evidence in that junkyard.
Say
Thank you
what
for
now?
still being here, Marcy. Yes, did you take a nap, honey?
They're digging in the backyard still.
Oh, they found her dad's vehicle in a junkyard. Oh.
Yeah, maybe there's evidence in it, I hope.
Oh, I hope so.
But,
Oh,
you know,
no.
I just, I don't know. Did you guys hear what I said about what I thought happened to her?
Uh-uh.
That her dad beat her to death?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's a
And
possibility.
buried her. And, you
They
know,
moved her. When they moved out, they moved her too.
yeah. And like I said before, it's like when they find her body, she is going to have broken bones, healing stages, and fresh.
Yep.
I feel
Did
like he just beat the hell out of her.
Yeah.
you know that
That's
her
just my
mother
opinion.
asked me to do a reading on her?
Her mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow.
Do what?
Kissy,
I'm
the
having
mother of
trouble
Harmony.
hearing. her.
Harmony's mother asked if Eve would do a reading for
Oh.
Harmony.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you
I
did?
did it for her. I did it for her.
Wow. What
I
did,
said,
well, that's
I
none of my
said,
business, but
are you sure? Look here now. This is stuff.
yeah.
And I had to explain to her that this is not, based on 100% science, right? And she says, I'll do anything to get my baby home. And I said, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll give you a little tidbit of what happened.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes, she was obviously abused and scared and
Yeah.
severely abused before her demise. But that's not what actually killed her. She had been sold for drugs many times.
Oh,
And unfortunately, she was trafficked, in my opinion, and not brought back.
is it possible that that happened to her as well as maybe the abuse from I think it was her father? I mean, because I honestly feel the way that I'm feeling about it, but I mean, I could be wrong, you know?
Kayla had a huge part in.
The stepmom?
Oh, yes.
Well, because she was addicted, right?
They were both in deep, deep addiction. And Kayla had 3 boys to take care of, 3 children with Adam. And what the reading said was that she was going to go for some ice cream. And instead, she ended up at it says Canada. I don't really, I can't connect with Canada very well when that reading happened, but it did say it. And it also, Spirit said,
Well, they're close to Canada, right?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And it said basically that she was living in filth before, but it got even worse after she was sold. And it got too violent with what was happening with her. And she died from it. Awful. But let me tell you guys, I cried.
Oh, yeah.
Bawled my eyes out. This is not easy work.
No.
People
it's
have to
not.
realize this is not easy.
Exactly.
And it's like I've tried to explain to people, it's not like we see roses and happiness and everything. That's not what comes to us,
No, it's not.
unfortunately.
It's downright awful.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
And it's hard. It's so hard to tell people bad things.
Yeah. You know what's worse? Is when I'm doing my readings on Saturday and something bad comes up. And you know, I can't lie. I got to do the reading. It's right there. I have to read the cards the way, you know, Spirit wants me to read them. And
Yeah.
I had one come out that wasn't a very good reading last Saturday. I don't remember. See, I go into a trance when I'm reading.
Welcome to the
So,
club.
you know, I can't remember the readings, but I do remember that I had one reading that was not, you know, it wasn't a good reading. And I'm like, oh Lord, I don't like reading bad things, but you know, and that's why a lot of the YouTubers that do tarot cards will not do reverse readings because of, you know, bad things coming out. But it's not always bad when it's reversed. Not all cards are bad when they're reversed.
The devil reverse is actually kind of good.
Sometimes it's quite the opposite. So,
But devil reverse can be overcoming addictions, afflictions, you know, negative things that are associated with addictions or
yeah,
compulsion.
that's possible.
But it can also mean you have a hindrance to overcoming that if it's a clarification card. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Spirit will always guide you in that direction you need if you're connected, I guess.
Well, you know, as far as Harmony goes, I can't really blame her mom because her mom she was being abused as well. And even though she was on drugs, she was probably doing that to escape.
Exactly.
I'm not,
Yeah.
and I'm not, yeah, and I'm not defending her, but I feel like that's why, because when people are abused, they turn to drugs and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And she was trying to get clean. That's why she hadn't seen her daughter in so long. And
Right.
like I've said, when you come clean, that's a process. It doesn't happen overnight.
No, it doesn't.
It's years.
Yep.
And actually a lifetime.
Yeah, it is because it's a struggle.
Yeah.
Once they get clean, it's a struggle to stay clean.
Right. And you know, she said that she was not going to let this set her back. And I understand she meant relapsing.
Right.
And I hope she doesn't.
I can tell she's struggling that because they've come out of experiences. Um, that's what you automatically go to. How do I feel better? You know, that's how their brain is wired now to feel better through, you know, self-medication. And you can tell that it's a struggle, even during this hard time. But I know she's got it in her to
Yeah.
be clean. And I told her that too.
The thing is, when something happens to somebody's kids, and I can attest to this firsthand, as a mama, you automatically blame yourself.
Hmm.
Even though you're not the one that did it,
Right.
you weren't there to protect your child.
Right.
And even if they're right there under your nose, you know, you don't expect people that are supposed to love your child, you know, to hurt them.
Right.
I even gave Candace and Sam the benefit of the doubt for a while. Because even though their intuition was saying, I was trying to be as fair as I could.
I'm
But the
glad she I'm glad she takes on a certain amount of responsibility. You know, she knows that she did wrong, but she's trying to make it right.
Right.
So I really don't blame her. The one who killed her is the one that I blame. Well, the
Yeah.
parents, you know, the stepmom and
That's, see, I've got another case that's kind of similar. It's, well, when the little girl went missing, she was 9 years old.
huh.
She was, okay, her birth parents, her birth mother, they didn't have money. So the birth mother went to the store and stole diapers and formula and got caught. She went to jail. Then daddy did something
Mm.
and got locked up too. So the little girl was placed with daddy's mom, her grandmother.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, grandma was diagnosed schizophrenic. And she thought, she was a paranoid schizophrenic.
Mhm.
So she got paranoid one day and called the police. The police came in. Next thing you know, child services, whatever they call them in that state she went missing in, they came in and they took the little girl. Because both parents were locked up, of course, she was put in foster care. And I don't know how long the parents, how much time they were served, but somehow, some way, they took away their parental rights. The little girl was adopted by a couple, and within 6 months of the adoption being final, they divorced. Now, the little girl was living with the adopted dad and had liberal visitation with the adopted mother. So, adopted dad met another woman, adopted mother met another man. The adopted dad, so we'll call his new woman the stepmother, or as many people that know this case very well call her the step monster,
Mhm.
because she would put pull ups on this little girl who's 9 years old
Oh.
and make her wear them to school wet.
Oh,
She would make her eat baby food and make her say, "Yummy baby food." So she abused this little girl. They tried to say she had a mental illness, the little girl, called reactive attachment disorder, RAD. So what they did was, without telling the adopted mother, they took the little girl to a children's home and left her. Somebody visited her, and we don't know exactly who it was. Somebody visited her. The very next day, her friend there at the home created a distraction with the employees while she slipped out the side door and ran away. So they brought dogs out, sent dogs out. Her scent ended at a cattle guard. In other words, she climbed in somebody's car. Somebody picked her up, and I've got cold chills right now.
I think I remember hearing this story.
South Dakota.
Was it out in the middle of nowhere? This
Yeah.
home for kids?
Yep. Yep. Black Hills Children's Home Society in South Dakota. Yep. Now, prior to her leaving, some dude, I don't remember his name, he's rich, he's got a crap ton of money, made a very large donation to this Children's Home Society.
Mm-hmm.
What they did with the money, we don't know. And they, you know what the funny part is? We've got Summers case, right? We got TBI, we got Hawkins County, we got TBI, and we got the FBI involved. In this little girl's case, the only ones that were involved, and still to this day are involved, is the locals. They never called in the state's, whatever it is in that state, equivalent to TBI,
Mm-hmm.
and they never called the FBI.
Sounds like to me somebody bought a child.
Yes. And it wasn't long after that the person that was running the home took an early retirement.
Convenient.
And better yet, the head police officer took that person's position at the Children's Home Society. Can you say a cover-up?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know where the girl is. And next month will be 3 years since she went missing.
What I don't understand is when somebody goes missing, especially a child, why is it that that case should ever go cold? And why is it that after a little while we quit hearing about it?
Exactly.
That doesn't make sense, though.
No.
If my kid was missing, I would be tearing everybody's doors down.
But see, here's the strange part about it is when I keep doing these readings, because, you know, they asked me to do readings on her, and I did one the other day that was over, it was so long that my laptop cut the last 3 minutes off and made a separate video out of it. I'm like, oh, good grief.
Wow.
So I ended up uploading an hour and 33 minutes and video, and then 3 minutes and 10-second video. It's crazy how my laptop does it. And I don't know how to put them together, so. But what I kept getting is the adopted mother is the one that picked her up. I keep getting that. Either the adopted mother or her sister, because they're both under the same sign, the same astrology sign.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they thought they were going to get me to do that reading on Facebook, and I'm like, nope, not doing it on Facebook. Mm-mm. It'll go on YouTube. If you got more questions, ask.
I do enjoy doing live readings on YouTube.
Yeah.
I used to do them free, and I was flooded with emails. And now that I charge $50, nobody wants a reading. But
Well,
I won't do it without. I can't. It's not fair to me, right?
right.
I mean, that's a service that I'm providing, and I have only had one person that was not happy. And that was when I had all those emails. And I mean, I was reading whole entire families,
Yeah,
because it was free.
exactly.
And I got to the point where I was so sick, they thought I had COVID, and I'm like,
Oh, wow.
I can't do this anymore. I mean, of course I didn't. Um, thank
Right.
God that I have been blessed to not get sick yet, knock on wood.
Uh-huh.
Um,
I
but
know the feeling.
I'm careful, and I don't even like to suggest it.
Yeah, I totally know what you're saying because I'm right there with you. But what I do is I don't charge, the missing person cases is my passion.
Yeah.
I don't charge for those at all. And I do one live a week. That's on Saturdays, where I pull one card and I give people an angel number. Yeah, sometimes 2 or 3 cards might pop out. No big deal for me. But I don't do a full blown reading. And I've only been paid one time for an actual tarot reading, and it turned out that was actually an in-person reading that I did it here where I live at.
And see, I've read people in the chat. Just all they got to do is just say one little something, and I'm like, no, this is what happened, or that's what happened, and they're like, well, that's what we thought, but we just can't prove it, or
Yeah.
whatever. So
Yeah, I just do one card and I give out an angel number, and let's see, the most people I read for, I want to say, was on Christmas Day.
Oh, the energy is just so aggressive.
I really, honestly did not expect to have very many people on Christmas Day because, it was a holiday.
right.
That was the biggest turnout I've ever had. I did 58 readings.
Oh my God.
I do it on TikTok. I've done, I think, 45 or 6, something like that.
Yeah.
In a day.
Yeah, on Thanksgiving. Because
Well,
they're
see,
thinking about their loved ones, and the energy
yeah.
is connecting and vibing and sucking and
Yeah.
vibing. And they come in like butter. It's just easy.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not full readings though, right?
Mine
They're
aren't, no.
enough. They're enough to,
Well,
have at
yeah.
least something. I would
Yeah.
say like a few minutes each,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do a full reading. I'll pull a card, whatever card, Spirit tells me to pull. Let's say Spirit tells me to pull a card and I pull the death card, right? So I'm going to tell whoever I'm reading for, I'm going to tell them, look, you're going to have a change if you haven't already had it.
Yeah.
You could be a Scorpio, but you might not be. Or it could be somebody that's in your family that is a Scorpio, and they're the ones that's going to be having a change take place.
And a death card is not always death. It is a change.
Yeah, it's a change.
It's the end of something and the beginning of something else.
Right.
Which, if you pulled the death card on me, that's what you would be doing,
Right.
because my relationship is ending and my new start is beginning.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get that. That's great.
Yeah, and that's what I do, and then I'll give them an angel number, and I'll just I'll listen in my head, and a 3-digit number will come to me, and that's the number I give them.
Okay, now, I don't know what you guys think, but I do things in threes.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. And also I wanted to ask, do you guys believe in elementals?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I took a picture there was a full moon, and I took a picture of the full moon, and there was a tree, kind of in the picture. And I kid you not, I saw an elemental.
Yeah.
I actually called my daughter and I told her that I saw a leprechaun in a tree because to me it looked like a leprechaun.
Right.
And she said, "No, it wasn't a leprechaun. It was an elemental."
It probably
And I
was. Well,
and I
if
said,
it's a
"What is
leprechaun, you
that?"
don't want to mess with them.
Yeah,
Don't mess with them. Mm-mm.
but
It's
this
just
one
like,
was just all like tree. I mean,
yeah,
it was it's not like it had a hat on and all that kind of
right,
stuff. It was like part of the tree, part of the earth. You know what I
right.
mean?
If you ever come up on a fairy circle and it'll be in the grass, you'll see it in the grass. It'll be like maybe little baby mushrooms
But baby mushrooms.
in a circle.
Uh-huh.
Don't mess with it. Don't go near it
Why? What's up with that?
because you become they expect things from you if you mess with them.
Oh,
If you give
They
them
can
offerings, they have
tell. That's what you think about.
expectations. So I don't mess with fairies at all.
oh. And
That's
see, I
almost
love the
They're
decoration.
like flies.
yeah,
They're like
that-
flies.
yeah,
Well,
they
see,
are.
I like the little fairies with the sparkly wings, and um, I have a lot of like little fairy things.
They make things disappear.
Well, I have a spirit in this house that makes things disappear.
Tell me about it.
No, fairies will make things disappear. When I first moved here where I'm at, I brought my tarot deck and my husband's tarot deck. He had a tarot deck, it was called the fairy deck. So
So,
we moved from that location into another location. When we went to that other location, he went to do a card reading and he couldn't find his deck. We
wow.
still to this day have not found it.
See, that kind of crap happens to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this boy that's here, in the house that I'm living in. He was kind of mentally challenged, I would say.
Okay.
He was about 17, 19 years old, something like that. And he went out in front of the house and he killed himself. So he is in this house. Well, his
Right.
parents moved out, and I told him where his parents lived, and I called him by name, and I told him, I said, they're not here anymore, but you're welcome to stay, just as long as you're good, And he has the mentality of like an 11 or 12-year-old boy. So
Right.
he's real rambunctious. I hear him down in the basement all the time. And he wants my attention, so he'll take my things.
Right.
But
But my husband's the one that said those fairies have taken my deck and they haven't returned it.
so are they real then, or is that just like a spiritual type thing?
I think it's spiritual.
Energy just manifests in so many ways. I think,
That's true.
and fairies are, I mean, obviously they're real. They have been put on paper, right? And I think that they are the mind's way of figuring out how can something so invisible things. They will misplace things. They will confuse. So weird, and so I think the Bone Day stories would do that because that's how they've been portrayed for a long time. This goes back way.
So do you think I should get rid of them? I mean, they're just decorations.
No. I mean, I've never physically seen one, but I think it's a good metaphor for having something so. It's like like I said, it's like a fly. Always mimicking you when you can't find things. When you know damn well you did not misplace it. Makes you think that you're seeing things or that you're crazy. You know?
Yeah.
Or when you swore that you put like your glasses down, your reading glasses down on the coffee table, but then they're on your head.
Yeah.
Or your cell phone, is in your hand while you're walking around and you're fuzzy headed for no reason trying to find your phone. Fairies.
I have had things end up in the strangest places.
Mm-hmm. Moldavite does the same thing. It'll disappear on you too.
And what was that?
Moldavite, that crystal.
Oh.
If you're not careful, it'll disappear on you too.
I have two of them, and one of them just gets squirrely and ends up. I was thinking maybe my son grabbed it, but I always put my stuff up where he can't grab it.
Right.
And one of them was on the top of. I have a 2-tier island in my kitchen, and it was sitting up there. And I asked everybody in the house, "Did you touch it?" And they know that. I don't know how it got there. I swear, I must have slept off or something.
You keep going in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, your mic's messed up.
Well, I didn't know if that was something messing with her.
It could be. It could be Mercury retrograde.
Yeah. Okay.
It does mess with the communication.
I will, as a stupid question, I'm going to actually say what I feel like. Oh, shoot. What's that called? Why is it that I can never think when I need to think? When you've seen it before or been through it before, what is it called?
Deja vu.
Oh, yeah. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's like a hiccup in time. It's kind of like when electricity kind of jolts on and off.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that is?
That's what I think it is.
That's what I think it is. But I mean, I'm not no scientist either.
Right.
But that's what I feel it is, because I believe in black holes, and I don't think we're the only universe or the only
God,
planet.
No. We're not.
No.
If you ever watch Sloan Bella,
I wrote that down.
Yeah.
Is that the name of her channel?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You will oftentimes hear her say, "We are living on a prison." I'm eating. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
She oftentimes says she feels like this is a prison planet, and aliens brought us here.
I think we are the aliens.
Honestly, I have always, even when I was a little child, said that the Egypt, the pyramids, all that was made with their power.
Yeah.
Because if you look at, there is so many, the writings on the walls that they made.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the chariots of fire all about? The chariots that take these people, but it's got a fire ignition, Are we stupid? No.
I agree.
How could somebody back in those days build something so perfect that you could tell time by this perfectly shaped pyramid?
Right. Well, how did they even build it to begin with?
Right. Exactly. And the pictures that they show and why they why some of the people, they wanted to cone their heads to be like the aliens. Why did they do that? Because they wanted to be closer to them,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
You know what's funny? Have you ever seen the movie Predator versus Alien?
Sigourney Weaver.
I can't remember.
I don't know. I'll have to write that down too.
Yeah. Well, I've never before astral traveled. I've never attempted it. Really didn't have a desire to do it. One night here, I'm going to say within the past 2 months, I astral traveled. And when I did, I seen an alien. And it was the alien from the movie, but he was wearing a black suit. So he had the funny shaped head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how to describe it. If you haven't seen the movie, you won't know what I'm talking about. But if you look up the movie Alien versus Predator, it's the alien that I seen, not Predator.
Okay.
It was the alien that I seen with the funny shaped head. Kind of sort of like in the shape of a C, the letter C, but not quite. Was how the shape of the head is. And I astral traveled, and I came across alien wearing a black suit.
Hmm.
And that's the only thing I remember about the dream.
Well, I believe in all that. I'm not afraid to say that I believe in that because it just it's like hopefully Eve will come back on, but um it's like what she was saying. Uh, we could, when we see things that don't look, right in the sky. I mean, a lot of people have seen the same thing at the same time, and that just can't be a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. And um, who's to say it's not us from the
Yeah,
future?
that's true. That is very true. That was her headset going bad.
Oh,
Now, as I was saying, I had a half brother on my mother's side.
uh-huh.
Never had a half brother on my father's side. My father only put out girls for whatever reason. But I had a half brother. And when I was growing up, I did know my half brother because he was 5 years younger than me. And he worked in Washington, D.C. for the government, working on air conditioning. And he met this woman. They got married. I don't know if she got pregnant and that's why they got married. I don't know. She ended up having a daughter. My half brother had my niece, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they set her in, the old baby swings.
Yeah.
And she was, still little, like 6 months or younger. And they snapped a picture of her. And this is no lie, I seen the picture myself. There was a female apparition bent over. The woman was wearing a dress. She was bent over, whispering to my niece. Wasn't long after that, my niece died of SIDS.
Oh, God.
And I personally believe that was my grandmother. Well, it'd be my brother's grandmother as well. Our grandmother, I believe that was our grandmother. In the apparition. But you could plainly, it's as plain as day in that picture. And of course, he's passed on. My brother passed away like back in May, and my sister-in-law doesn't communicate with me. I tried. I sent, the funniest thing. She emailed me, and I didn't know it. So I was going into my emails because I've got like 3 or 4 different email accounts. And I had to go in this one particular email account to look, because where I live at, I could pull up my medical records online.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to find the app or find the website. And before that happened, let me back up a little bit. I had a dream about my birth father, who is absolutely positively not related to my half brother. No relation whatsoever. They've never met. And my birth father came to me in a dream. And he was calling, and nobody picked up the phone, so he left a message. He says, "Let her know I'll get back with her." Well, I didn't understand that dream. So when I was going through my emails, this is like probably 2 months after my brother had passed away,
Mm-hmm.
I come across an email from my sister-in-law letting me know that he passed away. And there it was, my birth father, who didn't know my brother, was telling me, passing on a message to me, that I had an important message in my emails and I needed to look, and wasn't catching on to his message in my dream.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That came as a shock. I cried for about 24 hours and then I let it go.
You know, when my father was dying of cancer, he was still fairly coherent, and he would sit at the kitchen table where he could look out the dining room window and see people coming and going and all this.
Right.
And one day he said, "Well," a couple of curse words, and said, "There's my mom and daddy." And
Yeah.
my mom looked at me, and I looked at her, and I said, "It's okay. They're coming to get him." I said, "You gotta face it. They're coming to get him."
Yep.
Which she knew it, but I guess she just didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. I can relate to that. Exactly. Yep.
And when my dad had died, it was like the next day or two. It was before his funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Her phone rang, and she was dreaming. She was having a dream that her phone was ringing.
Right.
And she got up to answer the phone, and she said, "It was your daddy." And there was church bells ringing in the background. And I said, called him by name, and she said, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you." And he goes, "It's okay. I'm with my brothers."
Ah.
And he hung up, I guess.
Yeah.
She was still sleeping. And when she woke up, the phone in the house was ringing, and she didn't answer it because she was scared. And I said, "Mom, why didn't you answer it? It could have been Daddy."
Yeah.
I mean, and I talk to spirits all the time.
Right.
I give them confirmation.
Yeah.
There are some times I ask them to just give me some space and come back another time. But, you know, I just think that was his way of comforting her at that time.
Right. See, when my grandmother had a disease that we didn't know about, even the doctors wasn't familiar with it. It's called myofibrosis.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is your bone marrow produces an odd shaped red blood cell. And your body, your red blood cells go through your liver and your spleen, right? Well, hers was catching up and building up in her spleen. and nobody could figure it out. And so she would require pints of blood every so
Oh,
often because, her blood wasn't keeping up. And the Christmas of 1987, or right around that month, December, she had went to the doctors. And I think the doctor told her what was going on because she was scheduled to have surgery to have her spleen removed, because what was happening is it was building up so large, it was pushing up on her stomach, her heart, and her lungs, causing her a great deal of pain.
yeah.
Enough pain that she would not only take pain pills but drink alcohol along with it.
Oh,
So it wasn't really considered a necessary surgery, but to get her out of pain, it was necessary. She was scheduled to have it before Easter, and she canceled it. She said, I'm going to wait until after Easter. And so she did. And she went in. They took her spleen out. It was the size of a basketball.
jeez.
My cousin knew because she was in the operating room because she was a registered nurse at that hospital at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And she came out and told us, how big it was and all that. Well, I didn't spend the night that night, but I was spending the next night there. And I went out the next night to the nurse's station. I said, do I need anything special, to get back in here so I can spend the night with my grandmother? And they gave me a little piece of paper that said I was allowed to come back in after they locked up, after they shut down for the night for visitation. I walked in with that piece of paper, and my birth mother looked at my grandmother and said, do you want me to spend a night tomorrow night? You know what my grandmother said to her? She told her flat out no. Flat out no. And so I spent the night sleeping between two chairs. I was up most of the night because they had to keep coming in and changing her catheter. She
Mm-hmm.
kept having issues. Well, my birth mother, thought everything was okay, so she went back home. We lived in Pennsylvania. She lived in Maryland. So she went back home. Well, I was supposed to take my oldest son to go visit my grandmother. He was old enough to get in to see her, but I didn't get that much sleep that night. So I said, look, I'm too tired to take you up there to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel bad. I still feel bad to this day that I didn't. Later that night, I got a call from my step-grandfather saying she's taking a turn from the worst. She's in ICU. So we get up there, right? First thing that happens when we walk in ICU is she loses control of her bowels. That should have clicked in my mind, but it didn't.
Yeah.
It did in my ex-husband's mind. My ex-husband knew exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
So the doctor took me and my step-grandfather, and he said, well, we've got a choice. We need to go back in. We think we might have missed something. Do you want us to life flight her to Pittsburgh and do the surgery there, or do you want us to do it here? Well, if they would have life flighted her, we would have been driving for an hour and a half. She would have been there in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we made the executive decision, no, you go ahead and do it here at this hospital. Well, I walked her all the way to the operating room doors, holding her hand, and went out in the waiting room, and we were sitting there waiting. Doctor comes out, and he said, he couldn't find anything. He said, and quite frankly, I give her 7 to 10 days. And, at this time, I'm dying now.
Yeah.
I'm bawling like a big baby
Yeah.
because to me, that was my mother.
Yeah.
So I had to call my mother to let her know she had gone back into surgery. Well, while the doctor was telling us all this, I heard the nurses overhead page the doctor. And in the back of my mind is, that can't be good.
Mm-hmm.
And he came back out and he said, I'm sorry that she's crossed over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my ex-husband was, how do I put this politely? He was a butthead. He went to work. He left me sitting there with my
Oh.
step-grandfather. He went to work.
Oh, man.
Instead of calling the railroad and saying, hey, I can't come in, my
Instead of
mother,
comforting you.
instead of staying there and comforting me, he was that
Right.
type of butthole
Yeah,
that
I get
he
it.
literally went to work. So after we were told that she had passed, my step-grandfather had to drive me to where my ex-husband was working at because I couldn't go home. And, my kids were already the babysitters, and I wasn't going to wake them up because it was well after midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to where he worked at and cried my eyes out the whole night. The next night, he went to work. I turned on, this is back during the VCR times, I turned on my favorite movie, which at that time was Jumpin' Jack Flash. I got maybe 30 minutes into that movie and I finally passed out. The next night was the viewing. There's a whole point behind my long
Oh,
story
no.
here.
You
And
go
I'm
right
getting
ahead.
to the point, the paranormal point.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the first night was the family viewing. So we went to the family viewing and we came home. And we're all sitting there, me, my ex-husband, my 4 children. Next thing you know, we're sitting there talking. The TV comes on. The TV was already on. The VCR kicked on with Jumpin' Jack Flash. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm looking at my kids. I said, did you touch the remote? And they were all like, no. Was one of the cats near the remote? No. Looked at my ex-husband. No, I didn't touch it. She turned that movie on so that I would stop crying. And then after that, she would tap me on my left shoulder. Hey, you feel a light tap.
Mm-hmm.
You turn around and there's nobody there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me tell you, my grandmother tolerated my ex-husband, but she didn't like him. He was 13 years older than me and already had kids. So she kept tapping me on the shoulder. I met my current husband. I left my ex-husband, married my current husband, and after that she stopped tapping me. It went away.
She's trying to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I can totally believe in that stuff.
Yeah.
And, I hear you have dogs, and
Mm-hmm.
children and animals, they see things.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah.
they react to things.
Oh, yeah.
I could tell you some stories of when my mother-in-law passed away, and I seen her walking from one bedroom to the other down the hallway. And
Right.
I was sitting on the couch and my dog was next to me, and I kind of just looked down at my dog, and she was staring right where I was seeing her walking
Mm-hmm.
back and forth. And
Right.
her hair was standing up on the back of her neck, and she was growling. And so I knew that she saw the same thing I saw. So I
Right.
wasn't crazy. And I mean, this kind of crap happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
And you see babies that will talk and giggle at people
Right.
that aren't there. There is somebody there. We just can't see them.
Right. You know,
But it's
when I
not
first,
for us to see, it's for them.
right. And when I first started on the Chance case, right,
Mm-hmm.
I started on Facebook in a Facebook group that I only allowed certain people in. And I was using the dowsing rods. And Chance would make my Siri go off on my iPad, on my iPhone.
Hmm.
My iPhone went off, and the only thing that was on it, it said "Hey," and it was dead center of the iPhone at the top in big letters. I tried to reproduce that, and I couldn't.
Hmm.
After that, he communicated through my iPad, you know, and I'm not saying trigger words to trigger.
Right.
I mean, I just literally said that word and it did not trigger it.
Do you ever feel like a beacon sometimes?
A beacon?
Yeah.
I
Like
never
a
thought of
light.
that. I
Like,
never really thought of that.
see, I feel like I am this big light, and I shine in all different directions, and I'm like drawing like moths to a flame, or
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like they know me and what I
Right.
can do, and they're drawn to me.
Usually, people that I'm online with,
Hmm.
a lot of times, you know, people that are like us, they'll see people behind me that I won't see.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know if you can see any, well, you probably can't because I don't have my camera open. But usually, I have certain people, they'll say, "You got somebody behind you." And I'm like, really? You got to understand the history of the property we're living on
Mm.
without giving away the location. This There's a railroad company that owns the property itself.
That says a lot to me right there.
There is the
Spirits ride the
state.
railroads.
Well, wait a minute. This gets even better. This gets even better. There's a big barn, very big barn, that was built in the late 1800s, I want to say,
Mm.
and it burned down. Okay, what they did was they had rail cars that would come in and offload cattle into this barn. So in the late 1800s, this barn burnt down. They rebuilt it. However, there are spirits in that barn.
Hmm.
My husband has seen a full blown apparition and has held a conversation with that person.
Hmm. It's
Dressed in
possible.
the dressed in as a cowboy. Dressed as a cowboy in the barn.
I think
And
that's
that's
awesome.
most likely that's the person that they're seeing when they see the spirit behind me, is he's coming out of the barn and coming in my house. Is what I'm thinking. I
I
don't
don't.
know how many people died in that fire. I really don't. I've never researched it.
You should, yeah. I think that he's just a protection for you. That's how I'm feeling. I don't feel like he's there to bother you or harm you
Oh,
in any
no, no,
way.
no, no. No, I don't feel threatened by any spirits here.
I don't either. And it's funny because I tell people I'm not afraid of spirit. I'm afraid of living people.
Exactly. You know, they put there's this stupid meme on Facebook. Would you sleep in a cemetery for X number of dollars? And I'm like,
Yes.
can I have my damn money now because I've already done it?
Yeah. The the last time I went to a cemetery, I went there to visit these two brothers, and supposedly the story is that they killed each other. They
Mm,
didn't. I know what happened to them, and that was not what happened. Now, I went to the cemetery to see them,
right.
and whenever I left, I heard with my own ears this one of these brothers said to me, he said, "Bye, hun." Because I told him, I said, "I'll be back, and
Right.
I'll come back and visit you." And when I was turning around to get in my car to leave, I heard, "Bye, hun."
Yeah.
And I told his mother about it. And
Mhm.
she started laughing and she said, "Yeah, that's so and so."
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't want to
Now,
give their names away, but
yeah, I know what you mean. Now, when I started working on the Chance Engelbert case, the way I communicate with spirits is through dreams.
oh,
So
yeah.
when I go to bed, when I lay down and I'm in bed, just before going to sleep, I will ask them to please come into my dreams. One night I seen the silhouette of a cowboy. It was a black silhouette, and he said 2 words to me. He told me to stop searching.
Mhm.
And of course, my husband, when I tell him the dream, he's like, "You need to stop searching," because I can't even mention Chance's name around my husband. He gets irritated.
Hmm.
Because, I've talked about him for 2 years now
Yeah.
before I started the YouTube channel. Now I've expanded into more people. I can talk about different people. I just can't talk about him because he
Well,
got sick and tired of hearing about it.
it was kind of whenever I was working on the California City Boys, that case really got to me bad.
Yeah,
Um, I was crying all the time, day and night. I was dreaming about them. I was searching for them in my dreams.
right.
Um, it was overwhelming, and I had to quit for a while. Um, but now that I've backed off of it, I can see things a little bit clearer because I'm not as emotionally involved in it.
Right,
And that's why I said I believe. I mean, I know they were never in California City. I
right,
think they were traded off or sold off
right.
in Bakersfield.
I
And
agree. I
I don't,
agree.
I believe that those two boys have been separated. And in the beginning of this, I kept telling AV Watchman they're in Arizona. And I kept telling him
Mm,
this. And then whenever I get a new lead as far as my gut feelings, I will
mm-hmm.
mention it. And I told him they have been separated. They're not together anymore. They had to separate these boys because they would be more apt to be recognized if they're together.
Right.
And I believe they were sold off to different families. But I could be wrong. But
Yep.
I really don't think those boys are past. I think they're still here.
I want to get your opinion on a Chance case. You said, what was it you said about Chance? I know it was about 2 men and all that, but where is he located? What is your, I need your input on where he's located at.
Um, well, I see, that the two guys that he thought were his friends were driving around. They were having a good time at first, but then it all backfired on Chance because they knew this was all set up. And I don't know where it's at, but he's by a body of water, but he's buried like on the ground by the water.
Do you see an animal buried near him?
Um, a German Shepherd is, I don't know what that falls into. Did he have a German Shepherd or did somebody have a German Shepherd?
Yeah, he had one, but
Oh,
that's not
good.
the animal. That's not the animal I'm looking for.
Okay. Huh. I don't know that much about Chance except for
Right.
that picture that I saw.
Right. And
Um,
that's why I'm asking you, because you've got a clear open mind, where my mind has been clouded with all the garbage that's come out over the
right.
past 2.5 years.
And that's
I
why it's
know I know who the two men are.
okay.
I'm pretty sure I know who they are.
But um other than that German Shepherd, no.
You don't pick up a horse?
Well, now I do, but is that because he rode a horse?
Yeah.
I okay. See, I seen a horse. It was a tan, golden, honey colored horse. But um I don't uh, like I said, I don't know that much about his case.
Yeah. Right.
But I mean, if he rode a horse, maybe that's why I was picking that up. I don't know.
Well, see, what happened was something happened to his horse. It needed to be put down.
Oh,
This is all before he went missing. He couldn't do it himself.
of course not.
His
I,
brother had to do it.
oh, jeez.
Him and his brother got into an argument. I don't know if it was about the horse or if it was about something else. His brother sent him a text, literally, telling him, "You are dead to me."
Wow. That was pretty shitty.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he ends up missing.
Uh huh.
What color was his horse? Do you know?
That I'm not sure about, but I know its name was Big Red, so I'm assuming it might have been a red horse, but that
Yeah.
don't mean anything. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily mean it was a red horse, but it could have been.
Well,
I mean, I could probably get my friend to dig up pictures of the horse.
I just seen a really pretty golden honey colored horse that would be like you would name it Blondie or Goldie or something Sunshine or, something like that. I don't know.
Well, they very well could have named it Big Red.
If that was his favorite chewing gum or I don't know. I'm just
You know,
trying
I
to.
never thought of that. I don't know if he chewed gum or not. Hmm.
I think he
That's an
dipped.
interesting thought, but the
Did
name of the
did
horse was Big Red.
did he dip? Because I'm seeing him with the big dip in his lip.
That I don't know about. I can't say for certain. Considering where he lived at, it's quite possible.
Well, and being a cowboy too.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean he necessarily dips. So,
Right.
but I would like to know if he dipped and the color of his horse. That would be very interesting to me.
Let me ask my friend. She's gonna know.
Is she up?
No, she's not up. I'll
Oh,
ask her tomorrow. No,
okay.
no, I'm not gonna ask her now. But she will know.
I'm curious to find out. I
And
just
I probably won't get a message back from her until later in the afternoon, because she is raising one of her grandchildren and
Mhm.
she's homeschooling her. So during the day, I don't usually hear from her. It's
I can
usually
understand
after
that.
a certain time.
It's a lot when you're a grandparent.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
I
doing
mean,
that.
there's been questions, was the baby that his wife had, did it really belong to him? There's
Yeah.
paternity questions.
Well, somebody in the chat earlier said that it was his,
Okay.
but I mean, I don't, I hate to say one way or the other, but I
Yeah.
know she was in it for his money. There's a really bad greedy feeling that I get from his wife.
Well, yeah. I mean, who has their husband go missing and 2 days later walk into the police department asking how she can get a copy of his death certificate?
It takes more than
I
2
am.
days.
I am not kidding. She did. Oh, wait a minute. Let me back up. Prior to that, when his mother came down and they were riding, she said, I just know they're going to find him in a body bag. He's
Oh,
coming home in a body bag. You know, uh,
a
but
mama
see, here's the
knows.
thing. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. On August the 3rd, 2019, I spoke to his wife's mother. I spoke to his mother in law.
Mm.
And that's less than a month after he disappeared, right? It was before all the drama started. It was before there was a big divide between the families. And his mother literally told me she felt that his family was involved and that he was deceased. And I think this is another big case, like Summer's case.
Yeah.
But I think where Summer's case, I feel like there's trafficking issues involved. In Chance's case, I think it's something different. I don't want to say the word, but
Yeah.
substance abuse, trafficking type situations.
Like he didn't want to do what they wanted.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling.
Yeah. I can read that.
And see, there was another guy that I was telling you about that went missing in November right after Chance. And yeah, this other guy, he was a drug user trying to clean up. He has a rap sheet. He was living in a camper, I guess, in Elm Creek. And he stepped outside to smoke a cigarette and was never seen again.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And was not picked up. If he would have went in one direction, he would have been picked up on camera. He didn't go that direction. He went a different direction where there was no cameras.
I think somebody in the chat earlier was saying that there's a creek or something behind his wife's house, or was at the time or something.
You mean Chances?
Yeah.
Well, it would depend on how you define wife's house. Because you see, Chance and his wife lived in Wyoming.
Uh-huh.
His in laws live in Gearing, Nebraska. His family lives in Burdock, South Dakota.
I think
So,
I think they were saying that it was her parents behind her parents' house.
I
There's a
don't know.
lake or
I'd
river.
have to, you know what? I think there is a body of water behind their house.
But see there, he would be in close proximity where they could make sure nobody was finding him either. I don't
Right.
know why do people do this?
I, I don't get it.
I don't either.
If you don't want to be married, get a divorce.
Right.
I mean, it's not difficult. If you're having problems with your birth family, block them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that difficult.
You have to do
I
it for
mean,
yourself.
I had to block my son, my next to the youngest son, because my daughter-in-law was using his Facebook account. Come to find out, it
Yeah.
wasn't even him I was talking to, it was her.
She
And the
wanted to
last,
manipulate the situation, huh?
oh yeah, and she has totally brainwashed him against me.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can tell my oldest son, because my daughter doesn't want anything to do with her brothers because of substance abuse.
Right.
And she was on pain management for the longest time. She had to get off of it because her insurance changed. And when that changed, she had to pick a different pain management clinic. The pain management clinic they put her in wanted to put her on either Suboxone or methadone.
Mm.
And she said, before I will go on Suboxone, before I will go on methadone, I will quit taking these pain pills cold turkey.
Wow.
And she did. And she hasn't touched them since that I know of.
That's good.
Because she's just got too much stress going on. She's dealing with my grandson
Mm-hmm.
with the cancer. Her oldest son is out living with his girlfriend who already has a child, and now they're talking about trying to create a child. Why you'd want to create a child in this day and age, I'll never know.
Good question.
Seriously.
I know.
I mean, let's face it. You've got 460,000 children going missing each year. You've got a pandemic going on that keeps changing,
Mm-hmm.
consistently changing. You've got what? The Delta variant. Now you've got the Omni variant. It's consistently changing. Why would you want to bring a child up in this environment?
I
I
know.
wouldn't. I would not.
No.
It makes no sense to me.
And
But
I
then, she's dealing with my granddaughter as well. My granddaughter turned 16. So,
yeah.
she's got to deal with her. She's having emotional problems because she's dealing with abandonment issues from her birth father.
So
Because my
why
daughter,
start all over again and cause more pain on another child?
right, my daughter left her ex because he was abusive. Oh, guess what he does for a living?
Cop?
He's a spackler.
Oh God.
Like Dawn Wells. He's a spackler.
Oh no.
I kid you not. He's a spackler.
Wow.
I'm like, oh dear God. Here we go
Not
again.
another one.
I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
That's
Heavy into
funny.
drugs, heavy into drugs. She
Oh,
finally got away from him. Finally. But he doesn't do anything to support the children.
yeah.
Before my grandson became 18, he didn't provide any child support. He's not providing any child support for my granddaughter. He owes $80,000 in back child
Oh
support.
my gosh.
Yeah.
It seems like any taxes that he would get, they would take that from him and give to her.
Oh, they do. Oh,
Okay,
trust
good.
me, they do.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, including, the stimulus checks we were getting.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, they got hijacked too. Oh, indeed. Yeah, they took those too. But I mean, he's still $80,000 in debt. He's not paying.
Yeah.
He's not working because he was out dealing drugs,
Mm.
riding on a motorized bicycle, and got hit by a car.
Oh,
He had internal damages. How the man survived, I don't know. But he's one of those that can drop in a pile of cow manure and come out smelling like a rose,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Well, I believe me, I've known plenty of men like that, and that's so unfair.
Well, I'm not going to go into detail on that because the last time I did that, I got in trouble, and I'm like, not going to say it. But I know somebody else that's similar. Does no back child support, but there's other issues there. Under the same astrological sign. Beyond that, I'm not going to say anything else because
I understand.
I have a reason for that. I made that mistake once before of saying something, and my husband got mad at me because he was sitting across from me. You know, I was on a live on a panel like I am now.
Uh-huh.
And now that, you know, me and the person that I was on panel with are at odds. I've struck her channel. I put a strike in against her channel. I said, those were not supposed to be public. And yet you put it out there. And it's, you know, it's put me in a sticky situation. If
Yeah.
these videos ever get found by a certain party. So I've learned
that's
to,
where we learn to be really careful with our words.
yes, I've had to learn to curtail what I say.
Yeah, me too.
But, I mean, the negativity, the drama on YouTube is unbelievable. I don't even want to deal with it. I don't even want to get involved in this mess with the bigger creators.
Yeah.
But there is some smaller creators, and I won't mention names, that are attacking. I'm not going to say she's a big creator, but she's bigger than they are. And she has medical issues. She has mental issues, but she's very intelligent. And they're attacking her. And I worked in mental health for 17 years. Do not attack somebody that has a mental illness.
No.
Not
That
around
don't
me.
fly with me either because I have PTSD and depression and anxiety. And
Have you ever considered EMDR for your PTSD?
no, I don't know what that is.
It's a specialty therapy geared towards people with PTSD. You have to be a specialized therapist to do EMDR.
Oh, well, I've had a psychotherapist for years.
At the last facility I worked at, because I worked at a total of 3. The last 2 I worked at were sister facilities. But the very last one I worked at, we got active duty military people that would come in with PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
And we would call in an EMDR specialist to help them. And it appeared like it worked.
Well, I feel like our military people need to be taken care of. They need to be the priority because they have sacrificed everything for us.
I
and
agree.
they need to get proper medical care, no matter what it costs our freaking country, in my opinion.
I
Um,
agree.
True Crime with Eve says, "Oh Lord, Ziggy and TM are battling it out. Mercury retrograde
Uh huh.
is quite fun when you get to sit back and watch."
Yeah. You know, I don't. When I first started watching YouTube before my channel, I watched Tiffany Murray because she was basically the only really one out there was doing true crime. And then I made my channel, and then next thing you know, YouTube's exploding with creators
Right.
doing true crime. You know, so I started watching Ziggy. On a rare occasion, I'll watch MGL, not all the time. You know, it's more for when I watch MGL, it's more for the entertainment section of it than it is for any legitimate information.
Right.
But this, these people, these smaller creators, the ones that are attacking this mentally challenged person, the problem is she thinks differently than us.
Yeah.
And if you're not aware of mental illness, if you don't have the capacity to sit and listen to exactly what she says and how she says it, what she says can be misconstrued. And that's what happened. And quite frankly, I think they were riding her coattails to get subscribers.
Mm.
And when I met up with her, I didn't need to ride her coattails. I already had enough to become monetized. I
Mhm.
didn't need to ride her coattails to get monetized. I was already monetized by the time she and I met. So, you know, these people really irritate me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm
Well,
not, like I said, I'm not going to mention their names. They're baby channels.
yeah.
I've already struck one of them. And if I have to, I'll strike her again.
Well, it's like I said before, you haven't walked in my shoes, I have not walked in yours. And
Exactly.
everybody has their own trauma, and they have it causes them to have mental illnesses. Or, it could be that you're partially born with some, but it doesn't matter. Everybody deserves respect, and even the spirits deserve
Right.
respect.
Well, she was born autistic.
Hmm.
So, you know, she has a higher level, I think, of intelligence
Hmm.
because she thinks differently from you and
Yes.
I.
Autistic people, just like people with Down syndrome, they are
Mm-hmm.
freaking smart.
Exactly. And these other creators that are bashing her don't see that.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that's why I've kind of sort of come in as a protector.
Because, see, to me, I always thought if I ever had a baby with Down syndrome, I would love the crap out of that kid,
Mm-hmm.
because that kid is going to give you so much in return, more than you could give them,
Right,
because they don't know hatred.
right. And, you know, my former sister in law and brother in law tried for the longest time to have children.
Hmm.
Well, and she went through some surgeries to try to correct any whatever was going on with her.
Uh-huh.
She finally got pregnant with her first child when I was having my last child.
Wow.
And the minute she started getting pregnant, it was like one right after the other. So the first three come out as females, and they came out with birth. The third one came out with birth defects.
Oh.
She came out with no nostrils.
Hmm.
So they had to life flight her to Pittsburgh in order to give her, open her up so she'd have nostrils to breathe.
Yeah.
Well, then the fourth and last child, was the only boy that they had. Guess what? He come
So the
out
one
Down
that.
syndrome.
Oh.
He come out with Down syndrome. So my former sister-in-law passed away, and I want to say within a year, no more than 2 years, my former brother-in-law passed away. He was a Vietnam veteran, and it wasn't long after that, maybe within a year, the Down syndrome son passed away
No.
from the virus.
Oh
But
no.
he had underlying health conditions. He was
Right.
morbidly obese. Let's start with the fact he was morbidly obese. He was Down syndrome. So, he had other difficulties, I'm sure,
Heart.
medically.
That would be my biggest thing is how is the baby's heart?
Right.
Forget the Down syndrome. I don't care about that. How's his heart?
Right. And I honestly lost contact when I divorced my ex-husband 25 years ago.
Hmm.
So, I lost contact with those in-laws because I didn't know, honestly, how they felt about me divorcing their brother.
Right.
So I just ceased any communication with them. So, I wasn't able to keep up with, my nieces and nephews at the time. So I do know that when the Down syndrome son was born, he did have a colostomy bag.
No.
That much I do know. But whether or not he had any heart conditions, I don't know. Heart conditions did run in that family.
Well, and they say that a lot of times when a baby is born with Down syndrome, that's their biggest health concern is their heart.
Right.
They usually have to have heart surgery or something.
He never had any heart surgery that I'm aware of. He did have, like I said, he had the colostomy bag.
Yeah.
But
But
as far as
sometimes
his
they
heart,
overcome that, don't they?
yeah,
Yeah, I thought so.
I believe so. I believe he did overcome that situation. I can't swear to it, but I think
Uh-huh.
he did because, we moved to Florida in 88. By 1996, I met the current husband at work. I worked at a psych hospital. No, he was not a patient. He was a security guard.
I didn't say that.
No, but my
That's
husband
funny.
my husband has a very weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
And he always uses that as a joke. He'll say, she worked there, and that's where we met. But he won't go on further to say I was a security guard. So I chime in so that they don't think that I married a patient, because number
Yeah.
one, that's bad juju to begin with. But
Yeah.
I chime in and say, yeah, he was a security guard. And we met in April of 1996. Like I said, my ex-husband worked for the CSX Railroad. So I told him, I said, look, I'm looking for a serious relationship, not something that's going to happen overnight and see you
Yeah.
later, bye.
Yeah.
And he made a commitment to me. And so we arranged a date for me to move out from my ex-husband because I was afraid my ex-husband would become violent.
Right.
And so I knew in order for my ex-husband to get triple pay for working the 4th of July,
Mm-hmm.
He had to work the next night after. So I said to him, we're both off. Let's do it the night after. So my oldest son had already moved out of the house. He was married and expecting my first grandchild. My daughter was still living at home. I tried to get her to go to sleep. I fed her Benadryl. My two youngest children were more than happy to go stay overnight at their friend's house. That was no problem. So my obstacle was my daughter. And back then we had landlines. That was when cell phones were first coming out. And so when it was time, I told him that was back in the era of pagers. I said, page me when you're up around the corner at the gas station. And he did. So I told my daughter, I said, I'm going to borrow your car. I'm going to borrow your car. Going to the gas station to get something. We called the police so I'd have a police escort there to get my stuff out of the house. I went in my bedroom, locked the door, and took the phone off the hook so she could not call my ex-husband to let him know what was going on. When she realized what I did, she took off on foot running to her brother's house, the married one, the oldest one. Needless to say, she didn't realize that my current husband had given my son money to take his wife out to a movie so he wouldn't be home when she got there. Because it wasn't that far of a run. I mean, it was less than a mile. And so, got all my stuff out and took off. And one night, my ex-husband decided he was going to follow me home from work. Because I worked a 4 to midnight shift. And my vehicle was parked in a gated parking lot. I was pulling out, and I heard what sounded like a hood shut on a truck or on a vehicle. And I thought, where I was working at was a bad neighborhood to begin with.
Yeah.
And I pull out, and I look in my rearview mirror, and what do I see? A familiar truck. And he chased me, because he didn't know where I was at. He chased me all the way to where I was living at.
Dang.
He even literally rammed the back end of the vehicle I was driving. Could I have stopped him dead in his tracks? Yeah, because I was driving a Dodge Ram Charger that was lifted and had 4-wheel drive in it. I could have backed up over his hood and stopped him dead in his tracks. But due to my feeling that it was not my position to do that because the vehicle I was driving was not mine, it was my current husband's, I didn't want to do that. I had one of those old brick phones that looked like a candy bar.
Yeah.
It looked like a candy bar. It was a cell phone. And I called the landline where my current husband was at, and I said, you need to call the police. He's following me. So he calls and dials 911. Now, this is in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm hauling butt. And what do I drive past? I drive past a Krispy Kreme donut shop that had the hot light on. And there was not one cop in sight. I'm like, are you serious?
Wow.
The hot light is on at the donut shop and there's not a cop in sight. I was hauling butt. I was speeding. Quite literally, I was speeding on purpose to try to get pulled over. And I couldn't. Any other time, I'd get pulled over.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's a crazy story. But I had to get a restraining order against him.
Well, you're lucky to have came out of that alive.
Yeah, I was. I really was, because see, if he, in some way he might have disabled the vehicle I was driving, the windows wouldn't go up. They were broken, so I couldn't close the windows in it. And so, at that point, he could have become violent with me.
Yeah.
And although the majority of the relationship was emotional abuse, he did physically abuse me twice
I
by
think
slapping me.
the emotional abuse is the worst.
It is.
Because your bruises are going to heal and they're going to go away.
Well,
But the mental ones are always there.
yes, the mental ones never go away.
No, they don't.
I have serious trust issues.
I do too. I really do. And I hate it.
I have. Did you ever watch WWE wrestling?
Back in the day with Hulk Hogan and all that,
Do you
my
remember?
friend did.
Do you remember Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yes.
Do you remember what one of his sayings was?
No.
DTA. Don't trust anybody.
Oh. I did meet
Guess
Ted DiBiase once whenever I was working. He came into a place where I was working at, and I thought he was a prick.
Oh yeah. But DTA
Uh-huh.
is tattooed on my arm. Now here you want to talk about coincidence, and let me bring it back into the paranormal. The Moldavite.
Uh-huh.
Here's how the Moldavite works. This is another example of it. So my husband when he was in the Marine Corps, he was stationed in Memphis, and he got a tattoo. And then he got stationed out in Los Angeles or San Diego, I can't remember which. So he added to that tattoo. And what that tattoo is, it's actually literally a comic book character. And he did show me the name of it, and I can't remember it. It's not Red Hot, it's something else. I can't remember the name. But it looks like a little devil with a pitchfork.
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
Okay. So, here's the connection. What tarot card am I in the tarot deck? Capricorn. I'm the devil.
Ooh.
He was destined to meet the devil.
Ooh.
And I didn't put that connection together until after I got my Moldavite.
Huh.
And so I got the same tattoo, but on the opposite arm, so that if we stand with his left arm to my right arm, I've got a female version of it.
Oh.
They're kissing.
Wow.
And then on my left arm, I got the Grim Reaper, and then I have DT8 tattooed underneath of it. And then he called me and he said he was working tugboats. And they would get off, and they'd go visit people, on their time, a little bit of time that they had off the tugboat. So he went to this tattoo shop with the friend, the one that did my tarot card reading that passed away. And this guy that owned the shop, he said, if you do me a favor, I'll give you a free tattoo. Well, my husband called me up right away and he said, would you like a free tattoo? I'm like, where do I need to go? Where do I need to go? And he gave me the directions. And I got there. And that man I swear to God, used a 5-pound sledgehammer and a thumbtack to do this tattoo.
Oh gosh.
But I designed the tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 tombstones. Then there's a little mountain, and it has like a cliff, and on the cliff is a wolf
Mm.
howling at the moon. The people that raised me, my grandparents, their names, their date of birth, their date of death are on the tombstones. I see myself as that wolf up on that cliff, howling at the moon, talking to them and communicating with them.
Mm-hmm.
After that, if you've got any tattoos, you'll know they're addictive.
Oh God, I know. I have well, 3, I think, and I want them. I want
Uh
sleeves.
huh. Well, I've got a partial sleeve on the calf of my leg.
Uh-huh.
I found a picture on the internet that I liked. And really, this tattoo artist did not do this picture justice, but it's
Mm.
there. So, and I can't change it.
Yeah.
It's a double moon. It's like the moon has a mirror image.
Yeah.
And then there's a wolf in the background. And that goes halfway around my calf. It goes from the shin bone to the backside of my calf.
So do you feel that the wolf is your spirit animal? Um I don't know. A lot of people feel a spirit animal.
Yeah, I think it's one of them, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I fully believe in that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I
If I could
sometimes,
afford, if I could afford to own a wolf hybrid dog,
yeah,
I would own one.
yeah. I had a neighbor that had 2. Um and it may be because, my Native American heritage that
Right,
I and the way my mom always said, go watch the animals. Um that I do that. And I
right.
always have. Um
I've always been attracted to wolves. Um, Under my spirituality, I'm gonna get a drink. And this is gonna be a reach because I'm attached to my device, and I gotta reach over to my refrigerator. But I need a drink because I'm getting dry mouth.
well, I like the big cats myself. I mean, I'm a dog person. Um, but in lieu of my upcoming changes in my life, I want a Indian name, a last name. Um, so I mean, I tend to go towards the animals with a
Right,
name. I don't know.
right. Well, you know, I was told early on by our friend that passed away that if I didn't like the name that I was given at birth, I could change it under
Yeah.
my spirituality, right?
Right.
And I chose, and normally I wouldn't tell my spiritual name because people could use it against me.
Then don't tell me. Put it in chat, private
I'll
chat.
put I'll put it in private chat.
Okay.
Makes sense now, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Then I thought about adopting Mystical Heart as my name, and I thought, nah. How I come up with that name for my YouTube channel, I'll never know.
Well, somebody was telling you something. That's for
I
sure.
think my husband had a hand in it. I think he gave me a name and I altered it a little,
Oh,
and somehow to the point where I've got business cards with, yeah, my phone number's on there. But the phone that's attached to my YouTube account, when I go to bed at night, I put
mm.
it on do not disturb.
Oh yeah. My phone is generally turned off.
Yeah,
Because I don't, I don't have
yeah.
anybody calling me. So,
Well, I do because, like I said, I have an area code that is not necessarily where I live at.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
smart.
my area code for my YouTube channel is 904. 904 is Jacksonville, Florida.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, that's smart to do that. I mean,
Hmm. Yeah, considering I work with missing cases and people have been threatened, but my
yeah,
husband's like, but you know what my husband says? He's, I was going on panels and I was keeping myself covered like I am now, right?
right.
He said, don't cover yourself up. Let them threaten you. I want them to show up here. But you got to understand, my husband, get this, my ex husband joined the Air Force, did not make it through basic training because he was diabetic. He
Oh,
got out on the flight line and passed out.
oh boy.
But guess what? He neglected to tell me that he was diabetic. He never told me. And I found out later in life, in our relationship, when we went to get insurance, that if anything happened to him, our house would be paid off.
Mm-hmm.
They required a nurse to come out and do a physical on him. Well, that's how I discovered he had diabetes.
Wow.
Well, then he went to the doctors. The doctor heard a heart murmur. He ended up having to have open heart surgery.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And then, but see, he passed away. He got married for the third time. He thought he could get back with his first wife. When he did attempt that, he discovered she was still an alcoholic, which is a big thing that he didn't like. So he got rid of her for the second time around. And he married another woman. And when he passed away, they put on his headstone that he was a veteran, an Air Force veteran.
Oh
And
no.
I am so angry at that because this man did not even make it through basic training.
I don't understand how he qualified for that.
I don't either. He did
That's
not make
crazy.
it through basic training.
Wow.
Whereas this husband was in the United States Marine Corps.
Hoorah.
Hoorah! Semper Fi. And he served not only in Desert Shield, he also served in combat in Desert Storm.
Yeah, my first husband missed that by about a week. If he would have re-enlisted, he would have been gone
Right.
because he was due to re-enlist, and I had just had 2 babies. and I wanted to go home. And I
Right.
told him, I said, go ahead and re up, and I will go home, and then I will meet back up with you later. But
Right.
I needed to go home. I needed to see my mama. I've
Right.
always been that way with her. I'm a mama's girl, I guess.
I was too, and I think that my grandmother passing away was for a reason. Because we lived in a little town in Pennsylvania that if I still have property there, and she died in April, same month as my grandfather. Come August, my ex-husband got a phone call. They told him, "You got 15 minutes to make up your mind. Do you want to stay here and risk losing your job, or do you want to relocate?" I forced them to give me 30 minutes to make that decision. And I thought about it and I said, you know what? The last person that I cared about is gone.
Yeah.
If you're going to take me south, because he had options, we didn't have to go to Jacksonville. We could have gone to Cumberland, Maryland. We could have gone to Baltimore, Maryland. However, having lived in Maryland previously, that's another whole story. That's because that's where my birth mother lived at, and I knew what it was like. I knew what Baltimore was like, and the other option was Jacksonville, Florida. I said, well, I guess you're taking me to Jacksonville, Florida. And that's what we did. We moved to Jacksonville. We stayed in a motel for a month. The railroad expected him to work and to find a house. He couldn't do both.
Right.
He wasn't mentally capable of doing both. So we were all 6 stuck in one motel room for a month.
I remember living off of MREs that my husband
Yes.
would bring home because we didn't
Oh,
have any
yeah.
money. And
Yeah.
we lived off them things for months.
Let me tell you, when I first left my ex husband, the divorce was final December the 5th. I married this husband on December the 10th. Yes, I left my 2 youngest children with my ex husband because they were 18 and 15. They weren't going to move with me.
Right. Right.
Not only that, he worked for CSX Railroad. He made a whole lot better money than I made.
Yeah. Why
Fresh out of
uproot
college.
why
Yeah.
uproot the children,
Mm-hmm.
when they're old enough to understand? I think they have the right to make their own
Yes, they
decision.
do. Yes, they do. So, my first job out of college, I was making, with a master's degree and 2 bachelor's degrees, I was making $10 an hour.
Mm.
And when the divorce was final, I had to pay child support.
Oh my God.
So I was paying $200 every 2 weeks. I had to maintain health insurance. That was another $200 coming out of my paycheck.
Yeah.
I had bills to pay. My current husband, lost his job because he was working for 2 different security companies, and I had insecurities because of my ex-husband, trust
Right.
issues.
Oh yeah.
So what we would do to make ends meet, we'd go sell blood plasma, And then there was, on our way home, there was no fishing hole. Yeah, they dumped dead bodies in that fishing hole. I don't care.
Oh.
Catfish are bottom feeders. Yeah, I understand. Still don't care. We would stop at night after I got off work, and we'd have the bobbers that would light up,
Hmm.
and we'd be fishing late at night and catch our food, catfish.
Yeah.
And them was some big catfish.
I remember my mom cooking catfish and it was good.
Oh yeah.
And I don't like seafood I mean, I can eat like tilapia.
Oh
But
God.
I am just very picky about the fish I eat, I guess.
Oh, do you know tilapia is lower on a totem pole than catfish?
Oh, I don't want to know.
Yeah.
But like at Long John Silver's, they have tilapia, and I
Mm-hmm.
always enjoyed that.
Mm,
And like if I buy tuna, it's always the albacore.
right. Tuna I can eat. See, growing up in the north, southwestern Pennsylvania,
Oh yeah, that's a
what
lot
did
of
I grow
fish.
what did I grow up on? No, I didn't grow up on fish. At best I had fish sticks. You
Wow.
know, the nasty, gross things
Yeah.
that you bake in the oven.
Uh-huh.
That was my extent of fish. And when I got old enough to meet my biological father, went to visit him one time, he introduced me to king crab legs.
Yeah.
I cannot get enough king crab legs. Now, I have tried lobster, did not like the texture.
We seen that wild fox.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll be doing a video eventually on him if he's not
He's
found beforehand.
he's a cute little boy.
Mm-hmm.
All kids are cute though, so
Yeah, I've tried gator tail, can't stand the texture of it.
I have had alligator. Tastes like chicken.
Nah, the alligator I had tasted nasty and it was rubbery, and it was probably because of the way they cooked it, and I couldn't tolerate it, so I said, nope, no thank you. Same way with lobster. And don't even dare stick a shrimp in front of me. No
Oh, I
thank you.
know. I
Mm-mm.
know.
No, no
Um,
shrimp.
shrimp to me reminds me of cockroaches that are in the sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Now my
But a lot
husband
of
loves them.
people, I mean, my son, he loves all kinds of fish, but he's
Yeah.
part Korean.
Well, you got to understand, my husband grew up in Florida.
Yeah,
That's practically everything you eat down there is seafood.
yeah. But me being Native American, I like more of like seeds and nuts and grains and I don't know, things
Yeah,
like that.
see, I can't eat those, and it's not because of dietary reasons. It's because I'm lacking some. Oh
Teeth?
Lord. Yeah.
Me too.
Yep.
And it makes it really rough, but I do
Yeah, it does.
I do like beef jerky and I mean I've ate a
Yeah.
lot of weird things.
No, my husband eats beef jerky all the time.
It's good
He
for you.
loves beef jerky. Yeah, he
It's a
loves
it's a
that.
it's a good place to get your protein. And the way I feel is people don't necessarily need to eat meat to get protein.
Right.
I mean, you can get it from nuts and stuff like that.
Well, Unfortunately, I don't want to give too much information away, but where we're living at deals with agriculture.
Me too.
My husband, uh, my husband does work here in exchange for rent because my husband cannot get a job anywhere because he had that stroke.
Oh,
And this doctor will not say he's disabled. He went to
oh.
hand me something earlier this afternoon with his left hand and dropped it.
Hmm.
And she refuses to say he's disabled. And I'm like, you're putting us between a rock and a hard place because the only thing income we have is my Social Security retirement.
Yeah. Well, I'm on disability.
Right.
So I mean, I can't work, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to. And I think what I'm gonna try to do is get a job where I can work from home, like answering phones for somebody, or I don't know. I'll figure it out. But
Don't you aren't you monetized?
yeah,
Maybe put out more videos or something.
yeah,
Put
I'm
out
gonna have
put out
to.
more content.
Yeah,
Put out more content. I mean, it it's not going to make you a millionaire. With
no,
this, you and I are both kind of low on the sub count, so it's not going to make you a millionaire. Now, if we had 10,000 like Ziggy and TM and all those other people,
yeah,
we might be bringing in a little bit of extra change. But being a lower sub count, we don't make a whole lot
yeah.
like people think.
No, and the first time I ever got a check from YouTube was December 21st.
Mm-hmm.
And it was $160,
Right.
and it helped. It really helped.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because see, with with me having a YouTube channel, I've had to upgrade some things
Me
like
too.
my Wi-Fi system.
Yeah.
I've got two Wi-Fi systems. When one runs out of data, I have to run off the other one.
Do you know how to create a playlist of your videos?
Yes.
I don't. And I
Okay, you
need to
go to
do that.
let me look because I have to look to I have to have visual.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm a
I'm the
visual
same way.
person, okay?
I am too.
So, what you do is you go into your channel,
Uh-huh.
and when you go into your channel, at the top of your screen, it says home, it says videos, it says playlist.
Right.
You tap on playlists. Now, I can't do it, I'm on my phone. I have to do it from my computer.
Okay.
But
But
it allows you to make a playlist.
right.
If you go under playlist on a computer, it will allow you to create a playlist. Because I've got multiple playlists. All my missing person cases are under missing persons.
Mm-hmm.
I have 104 missing person cases to be exact.
Jeez.
Videos. I have now officially 783 videos uploaded. That's including my lives.
I couldn't tell you what I have. Probably nothing like that. But do you know how to get video, like if you want to share it with your audience or anything? Do you know how to do that?
Are you talking about Like sharing somebody else's video
Well,
or
no, I mean like a news, breaking news story or something, or like Chris McDonough's
well,
video and then sharing that and stopping it and talking over it with your chat.
let me give you a word of advice. Be careful who you share.
Yeah.
I'll start there. Now
Plus,
you should have a button. I haven't started StreamYard or Restream or any of that yet. There should be a button that says
let's share.
share screen. Share
Okay.
screen.
I got a lot of learning to do.
So do I. I'm right there with you because I don't have that on my laptop. So it's gonna all be a learning tool for
Mm-hmm.
me when I start my new channel on my iPad.
Yeah, it is for me too. I guess I'm just too old. I was not raised with computers.
Think about it, I'm older than you.
Not much.
Enough. Trust me, I've got 4 children. I've got 17 blood grandchildren, but technically I have 20 grandchildren because there's 3 adopted. I have 2 blood great grandchildren, 3 from my adopted grandchildren, for a total of 5 great grandchildren.
Wow.
And
I
my
have
oldest
10
the
grandkids.
oldest great grandchild, oh, you go ahead and talk because I got to do some calculations here.
Oh, it's okay.
I think
That's
my oldest great grandson is like 9 or 10 years old.
wow.
Yeah.
My oldest grandson is 20. But I had his mother at 15. Actually, I just turned 15 when I had
Right.
her. Yeah. Which was totally
Well, I got
ridiculous.
pregnant somewhere in November, December of 1972. So technically I was 17 when I got pregnant, but then I turned 18 in January when I had for my first one. And then my ex-husband, and I was an idiot, but he said, "Don't you think we should have more children?"
Oh,
Like a fool, because he already had 6, not counting mine.
but you thought at the time that this was going to fix things, right?
Yeah, I sure
Mhm.
did.
Yeah.
It didn't fix anything.
No.
It didn't fix anything.
But I know the way of thinking,
Mhm.
because we're fixers. We want to fix everything. And
Right.
if that's what he wants, then that's what we're going to do. It doesn't work that way.
So I went off birth control, right?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't get pregnant. Went to the doctor. The doctor gave me those pills that, if I would have got pregnant, would have had multiple births.
Oh.
But guess what? I wasn't the problem. He was. Because he was overusing his equipment.
Oh.
So his little fissures were down very low. And the doctor gave him some medicine, and he told both of us, he said, "This medicine might work and it might not." And he said, "And if it does, it will probably only work for one time."
Wow.
Okay, I listen to you, what you're saying, Doc. Well, he took the medicine. Boom, what happens? I get pregnant. With a girl, no less. So, believing what the doctor said, that if I got pregnant, I probably wouldn't get pregnant again, I took him at his word for it.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. I got
See,
pregnant again.
doctors don't know everything.
Yeah. And thinking, oh, well, okay, maybe now. Oh no. Boom, pregnant again. I'm like, you know what? It's time to quit.
Yeah.
It's time to quit because my next to the youngest son is left handed, takes after my birth father, and has learning disabilities. He's dyslexic. My youngest son has a speech problem. He always constantly had ear problems, earaches when he was growing up.
Mm.
And I noticed that and I said, no, I got to put an end to this. I can't continue to have children with defects like that. And 4 children is enough.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking to somebody that grew up as an only child. So here I am, an only child, and what do I? My ex-husband's at work. Children start fighting. I'm an only child. I don't know what the hell to do. It's like,
Yeah.
what do I do? They're fighting.
I loved having a house full of kids.
Yeah.
I mean, I only had 3, but I had all their friends over constantly. And I mean, the door was always swinging,
Oh,
It
yeah.
was, I loved it.
See, when my oldest son became a teenager, that's when I had a swinging door that every kid that walked through the door called me mom.
Yeah. And you fed them all,
Mhm.
right?
Oh yeah.
That was the days. That was the best, for me.
Of course, I'm not going to say that my kids didn't get in trouble. My boys, my
Oh,
daughter,
yeah.
not so much, but my boys did. My oldest boy got. What happened was my oldest son was 17, my daughter was 14. He had a friend that was 18. His 18-year-old friend raped my daughter.
Oh, God.
So we had him arrested. And that irritated my oldest son. So he decided he was going to run away from home. Now, you know how Summer's parents are reacting.
Right.
I was holding down a job. I was in college. And I was taking care of 3 other kids. And I was pounding the streets looking for my son.
Right.
Cops wouldn't do anything. He was 17. He was classified as a runaway.
Oh, man.
And he had an ex-girlfriend that was in communication with him. They tortured me. Literally, they tortured me. She knew where he was at all that time.
And there's nothing you can do.
And there was nothing I could do.
Damn.
But I'm going to tell you something. Do you believe in karma?
Oh, yes. 100%.
She got it. This girl was not really his first girlfriend, but she was a major girlfriend in his younger days. She got her karma for doing that to me. She got into pills and she accidentally overdosed.
Well, I've always been a believer in you reap what you sow.
Yeah.
And, people need to be really, really careful about what they do and say to others. Because it will come back on you tenfold.
That is so true. And I can prove that 2 different ways. Remember I told you the first facility I worked at, there was two women. If they came walking through the building dressed in black, you knew somebody was getting fired.
Mm.
And they gave me a hard time while I was working there because I had filed a complaint about one of the people there. They gave me a hard time. And then they changed supervisors on me, and they put this man in charge of my department.
Oh, great.
And he was abusive. He was abusive to a mentally ill patient
Oh,
out of camera sight. So instead of reporting to them so they could take care of it, and handle it internally, I reported it to the Department of Family and Children.
there you go.
I got in trouble for that because I didn't keep it in house.
Oh, well. I mean, to
So,
me, your morals and your standards go way beyond that.
oh
Um,
yeah,
I stand up for things that may
yeah,
get me in trouble too, like that, because, I reported somebody for child endangerment, child abuse,
right,
child neglect, and all that before. And the woman took me to court. And I had a year-long restraining order against her, or she had one against me, and she's
right.
told the courts that I tried to kidnap her child, and that
Oh
was not
Lord,
true. So I went over her head and went to the Topeka office because I'm in Kansas.
right,
And what the deal was we had rented one of our other houses out to her husband, and he left state and went to work somewhere else and moved her and all of his 6 children into this house, and we didn't know it, and they weren't paying rent. I mean, we were driving by and we were seeing that somebody was there and just
yeah,
assumed it was him, but to try to get somebody to pay their rent is impossible, and then you have to prove that these people did what they, you know, or you're
right,
accusing them of. And I mean, it's just a ridiculous amount of paperwork and lost income.
right,
And what really got me was that the judge wouldn't even listen to me. And I had not done anything wrong other than reporting her, which, I still have the pictures of that house and the
right.
conditions that these children were living in. And the judge wouldn't even look at them.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's disgusting.
And so, but they told me at the welfare department, or, whoever takes care of the children's cases, I told them, I said, this is why I will never report anybody ever again. And they said, oh no, we want you to. And I said, why? So I can get taken to court and have my name ran through the mud? And she said, you're going to report things again because you are the kind of person that we want to hear from, because you
Right,
care about these kids. And I lost it. I started bawling and I was like, I knew she was right, but I was just so hurt at the time because, like I said, you can do whatever you want to me, but if you call me a liar,
yeah,
um,
yeah. That's the
them's
one thing you
fighting
don't do to
words.
me either. Yeah, they are fighting words. And so what happened was the company, well, the facility I was working for, like I said, state run. There was 2 state run facilities in the city. One was on one side of town, the other one was on the other side of town. We didn't get along with the facility. The 2 facilities didn't get along. Ended up coming under the same company
Oh
in the
no.
long run, right? And but anyhow, so they come up with this bright idea. See, the one facility on the other side of town was able to take certain insurances, patients that come in with certain insurance, certain types
Yeah.
of insurance. Well,
Yeah.
the thing was, when a patient was brought in, 9 times out of 10 by police officers, I had to research to see if they had insurance. If they did they have their own psychiatrist? If they had their own psychiatrist, then I was calling the facility, the different facility, the one I went to work for eventually, the for-profit, because that's where their doctors practiced at.
Uh-huh.
So I'd say the patient would come in, I'd say, "Do you have a doctor?" "Yes, I have a doctor." "What's your doctor's name?" "Dr. Lepley." "Okay." I'd page Dr. Lepley. I'd say, "Hey, I got so and so here." That man knew his patients. He would describe them to a T. And he had hundreds of patients. And I'd say, "Do you want them sent over to this other facility?" And he'd say, "Yes." I'd call the other facility, say, "Hey, you need to send an ambulance. I've got one of Dr. Lepley's patients here." They'd send an ambulance and off they'd go. They wouldn't stay at my facility.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the company that took over both the state facilities put out a memo. That was the biggest mistake they ever made. They put out a memo that if patients came in and they were under the care of this doctor and this doctor, those patients were to be sent to the other facility, our sister facility, that could take insurance, rather than diverting them to their doctors.
Hmm.
They wanted them diverted to their own facility. And I said, that is not right, because they will not see their doctors at your facility.
Mm-hmm.
They have to go to this other facility in order to see their doctors where they practice at. I got a hold of that memo and I notified people in the facility where the doctors were based out of. And I said, "Hey, I've got a memo here that you might be interested in." Yeah, I earned a little cash on the side and a new job because I gave them a copy of that memo that said strictly do not send these. They named the doctors by name in the memo.
Wow.
This doctor and this doctor, do not send their patients to that facility, send them to our sister facility. And I gave those 2 doctors that were on that memo, I notified them. I got offered a job making a lot more money than what I was making.
There you go.
And I got a bonus for giving them a copy of the memo.
That's good.
Now, here's the thing that started this whole conversation was karma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then I left. So I went to the for-profit facility, right? After I'd been in doing intake for so long, I got tired of it. I got burned out. So I switched and I went into, I don't know if you know what utilization review is or not.
Mm-mm. No.
Okay, that's where you have a person in the hospital that calls the insurance company. Let's say a patient has Blue Cross Blue Shield,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I call a representative of Blue Cross Blue Shield that is a utilization review person at Blue Cross Blue Shield. I grab the patient's chart. I give that Blue Cross employee an update on their patient. They therefore tell me, okay, that patient needs to stay in a hospital X number of days. I will extend their stay by X number of days. That's the type of job I had. And then, what I was doing first was working with kids
Mm-hmm.
that were in state care. I transferred out of there. They transferred me. I was the one they transferred out of there and sent to this sister facility, which was initially a strictly woman's facility for strictly eating disorder patients. It wasn't making a go like they thought it would. It didn't turn into a big thing because they only wanted private pay patients. They didn't want insurance. They ended up having to switch to regular psych patients and substance abuse patients on top of the eating disorder patients. Then they only wanted women. That didn't work out. They had to make a men's unit, a separate men's unit.
Hmm.
So I'm in utilization review over there. They finally hired on some extra people to help me because I was the only one working in that facility. And I couldn't keep up with it all. Well,
Right.
one of the ladies that was working with me said, we got talking. We got to sit down and talking. Remember I told you about the two ladies that would come in the other facility dressed in black and they knew somebody was getting fired?
Yeah.
And they gave me a hard time while I was working there for turning in that supervisor to DCF for
Yeah.
abusing a patient. Come to find out, one of those two ladies was killed by a drunk driver. She
Wow.
got her karma.
Yeah.
She got her karma.
Yep.
So in 2012, I was starting to get constantly harassed. And I don't want to go into detail because it's embarrassing about what they were harassing me about, but it was ridiculous harassment. It was unfounded harassment because what happened was I filed a claim against them. I filed a rebuttal, so to speak, and I had 5 witnesses. And they had to overturn it. They wanted me out of there for some reason, and I don't know why. I think it's because what happened was the company, the major company, the corporate company, which is United Health Care Services, I think is the name of it. Not the health insurance company, but a different, I want to say it's United Health Care Services, but don't hold me to that. They're a corporate company. They own hospitals all over the United States. They came up with a policy. Each patient, we want to be in this facility for a minimum of 10 days. Do whatever you got to do to keep them here for 10 days.
Wow.
Really? Really? Do you really think I can pull that shit off? I can tell you now, if somebody comes in, they're an average alcoholic, they're going to need no more than 4 days to 5 days maximum of detox. I can't stretch that detox to 10 days.
Yeah.
And if that person does not have a benefit for rehab or residential treatment, there's nothing I can do to
Right.
keep them. And I fought their politics because that's what it was, politics.
Yeah.
Keep them
Is
10
that
days. Keep them 10 days. I don't care what.
that mighty dollar?
That was the almighty dollar.
Yeah.
Keep them 10 days.
Yeah.
And it got frustrating. And they knew I didn't like it. So it got to the point where I had gained more weight. So I went and I wore strictly black clothes because black makes you look bitter, number one.
Right.
Number two, black is my favorite color.
Yeah.
And you never know when a patient is going to step on your foot on purpose. So I would wear, they weren't steel toe boots, but they were black boots. They kind of looked like steel toe boots, right? They didn't like that. I'd get comments like, why don't you change colors? Why don't you wear pink? I'm like, I don't like pink. I like black.
Yeah.
Well, early 2013, I started getting written up.
Wow.
They installed a new computer system, and people would go into the computer system and delete stuff. We had to go in and enter stuff, and the next day, some of that stuff would be deleted, right?
So somebody's sabotaging you.
Right.
Yeah.
I outsmarted them. I would put the information in that I needed put in, and guess what? I hit the word print. print screen,
There you go.
and I attached it to my paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "You're not pulling that crap on me again."
Mm-hmm.
That was my second write-up, was because I was not putting information into the system, and I said, "Yes, I am."
Wow.
I was so irritated.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "I need some time off." I said, "Give me a week off." And it was granted. When I came back from my vacation, there was nobody in the office. No
Wow.
paperwork in my drawer. There was no paper. None of my paperwork was in my drawer. And when my supervisor got there, she said, "We need to see you." I'm like, okay. Walked in. And see, sometimes I would cover for my supervisor in the management meetings.
Right. That's what you do. Yeah.
Because I was the senior person in that department too. They didn't like that either. And I was the highest paid in that department too. Which, I mean, come on now. A master's degree making $22 an hour is not really that much.
No, you wouldn't think.
It wasn't. It really
Not
wasn't.
after all that college and
No, it wasn't.
wow.
So I go, I follow her, and I walk in to the office. There's my supervisor sits down, and there's the HR lady. And I knew exactly what was coming.
Oh yeah.
I looked at the HR lady, which I couldn't stand her guts. From the year before, and her accusations, I told her she needed to go to a medical doctor and get herself checked. But I won't go into those
That
details.
sounds like something I would say.
I did. I literally told her that. And so I look at her and I said, "You're letting me go, aren't you?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "So what'd I do this time wrong?" She had the flippin' nerve to pull out one sheet of paper. One sheet of paper.
Well,
That
I
I
guarantee you
did-
it wasn't over that sheet of paper.
I did not fax that one sheet of paper over to the VA clinic before I went on my vacation. And the poor little girl that was right around, I mean, literally, she could have stayed in her seat because her seat had wheels on it and wheeled right around the corner to a fax machine.
Jeez.
But you know, I was interrupting her Facebook time.
Oh. Okay.
You know,
Well, that makes sense then. They should have fired you.
so
I'm kidding.
well, they did, and you
Yeah, but
know,
that's just
my husband
ridiculous.
told me, my husband already prepared me if anything ever happened, not to get upset, not get angry, not pitch a fit.
Yeah.
I said, okay. And I didn't. I said, okay. I'm walking out. I went and I gave him my keys. Well, yeah. No, I didn't give him my keys right away because I had to get my boxes of stuff that I had accumulated there and get them out to my car. Because I had to ask if I could do that because other people they had fired, they didn't let them take their stuff. And they
Really?
knew not to mess. Yes, they knew not to mess with me. They knew that I needed to take my belongings out of that
Your
building.
personal belongings.
Yes, personal belongings.
Oh my
If
God.
they fired somebody on the spot, they sent them out of they escorted them out of the building without their personal belongings. I
They'd
said,
be
"You're not
taking
going to
me
do
out in
that to me."
handcuffs.
I said, "You're not going to do that to me. You're going to let me get my personal belongings." And she
Right.
said, "Yes, I'll let you get your personal belongings." So I gathered them up, took them out to my car, and went back
Sounds like
in.
to me, Bonnie, they knew not to mess with you.
I went and handed her all the keys to the building that I had and my badge because they had some of the locks were badge operated locks.
Uh-huh.
And as I'm walking down the hallway away from her office, I said, "Oh, by the way, Karma's coming for you." And I said it loud enough that everybody in the front office has heard me.
And it's not a
They
threat.
were
It's just a
afraid.
comment.
They were afraid of me. They had a thing up at the front desk. If the receptionist seen me coming through the doors, they were to call the cops.
Oh my gosh.
But
See,
here's the best part. No, I'm not finished yet because
that's ridiculous.
remember this conversation's about karma, right?
Yeah.
The CEO was probably, she had a teenage son, so I'm gonna say maybe 40s, mid 50s at best, right?
Mhm.
She was a little short shit. She was like, I don't know, 5'1", 5'2", maybe. She was a boxer. Well, somehow, and I found this out after I left because I kept in communication with other people I worked with in insurance companies.
Uh-huh.
Somehow, she broke her hip. So when they opened her up to repair her hip, guess what they found?
Cancer.
Yes, guess what? She was gone within 3 months.
Yep. Oh, man.
3 months.
Well,
I keep telling people, stop being nasty to people. It will come back on you.
tenfold.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. It sure will.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sorry it took so long to get that story out, but
Oh.
I had to show you where it was going
No,
with the details.
I've enjoyed our conversation. And I think that we're both on the same wavelength, the way we think.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because I have not had any, I don't know how to describe it, but I mean, our same thought pattern. It's amazing.
Oh yeah. And
But I've been
hopefully,
on
if
this.
everything
Mhm.
goes right, tomorrow night. Oh, wait a minute. Later this
No,
evening.
Saturday night, right? What
No,
time do you go live?
On Saturday night, I go live, depending on what time zone you're in. 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock
7 Central.
6 Mountain, 5 Pacific.
Okay, I'm in Central. So, and
Okay, so it'd be 7 o'clock your time.
uh-huh. And I'm sorry, Bonnie, what is the name of your channel?
Mystical Heart Tarot Readings. Let me make it easy for you.
Put it in the chat or something. Oh, look, there's your phone number. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you can call it, but you ain't gonna get nothing because I'm on Do Not Disturb right now.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I'm surprised I haven't gotten more calls than I have.
But I am going to write it down if you'll hold it back up.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Since you, I have a lot of YouTubers, emails and phone numbers and things like that. Like, I don't have it in, thank you. I don't have it on the computer or anything, but I have like a
Right.
little address book.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that way, if I want to contact a creator or something, for whatever reason, I can email them or I can,
Yeah.
go check out their channels.
There's a couple of big channels I need to contact because, well, there's a couple smaller channels. There's a couple smaller channels that need to be struck.
Yeah. I probably have seen them. But I would I am gonna have to check this out. Saturday,
If
7
you've got
Central.
you got something to write on,
Yeah, always.
okay, write down this channel name.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's in my if you look under one of my video, well, you'd have to look under one of my recent videos, but I'll give it to you. Mystery Angels, and Angels is spelled Angles.
Mystery Angels.
Mm-hmm. Yes. She is focused. She's the one that bought the constellation for Summer.
Oh.
She's autistic and has a terminal illness.
Oh no.
Yeah. And she's supposed to be going live tonight. This is Friday. I'm talking
Right.
about Friday. So I will be on panel with her because my
Okay.
channel and her channel are going to be collaborating.
Okay.
And like I said, we're going to do, we're working on missing cases or unsolved cases or cold cases.
Mm-hmm.
So say we have and it's going to be, we're interacting with our subs is what it is.
Okay.
So for, anybody that subscribes and wants to be interactive
Uh-huh.
in the channel, we're giving them that ability to be interactive in a case, and they can pick what
Yeah.
case they want to work on. If they live in, let's say, California, let's say they live in Bakersfield, right?
Uh-huh.
If there's them and say a group of other people that live in the same area, they can get together
Mm-hmm.
and try to help find the Cal City boys,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you have, let's see, a group of people that live in Idaho in the Fruitland area,
Uh-huh.
and they
Michael.
want to work together to help find Michael Vaughn.
Right.
And she keeps telling them they're going to get a golden wrench. I don't know how she's going to get a golden wrench on YouTube, but
They
okay.
don't come, do they? Well, I don't think they come like that. I've only
No,
seen
but I
like
guess it's
blue.
just, it's going to be special recognition.
Yeah.
And then she's got another channel where, let's say we're talking about a case, and let's say the perpetrator wants to come on and maybe wants to say, let's go with the California boys. Let's say they want to make it known where the California boys are, but they don't want anybody to know who they are.
Right.
So she's got it set up where she can disguise their voice.
Uh-huh.
All they have to do is make an arrangement as to where the child can be picked up at.
Yeah.
And they won't be
Because
involved.
because that's all we want anyway. We don't want to out anybody. We just want to find our
Right.
children.
Right. And so she's got a channel. Let me find that. Open Doors. It's Open Doors dash podcast is what we'll be doing those on. For, like perpetrators if they want to come on
Oh,
and
okay. So
have their voice disguised.
what time Friday does Mystery Angels come on?
Now, see, I don't know what time she's going to come on.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was like a set time or anything. That's one
Chip
thing.
is very unpredictable. That's one thing I can say about her.
Oh, is that her name?
And that's her name. She is unpredictable as to when she's going live, and she might not even go live, depending on how she feels because she got the booster shot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mystery Angels wants to do something special for her golden mods, right?
We're calling them the golden mod. If they want a wrench, in her channel
Uh-huh.
in order to earn a wrench back. Because see, when I first started there, she was giving everybody and anybody a wrench.
Oh,
If you subscribed, you got a wrench, right?
right.
Well, we've been dealing with some negative people.
Uh-huh.
We'll just call it that.
Okay.
Some negative people. There's probably, let me count how many negative people I'm dealing with.
Well, I was thinking
That one
if she wanted to
and
do something special for those special people, she could always give them a golden angel. Uh, Couldn't you make like a emoji
I
for
don't know.
her?
I don't know. Well, see, she's not monetized. She
Okay.
refuses to monetize. She
Oh, okay.
refuses to monetize.
Well, there's
Until summer,
surely,
she said she will monetize that channel, Mystery Angels, when summer is found.
yeah,
So we've got six people, troublemakers, and that's why she took everybody's wrench except for certain people.
yeah. I can
So
understand
that
that.
the 6 troublemakers do not have a wrench.
Right.
I've
Is
literally blocked
she
them from my channel.
she is a very trusting person, and that's why she gave everybody a wrench.
Yes.
Um, but now you were talking about her. And I don't want to talk to you about her physical problems, but
Right.
you don't, and you're not the type where you can tell me if you see anything in me, right?
Right.
Okay. So, okay.
When I first seen Chip, I knew she was sick. Physically sick. Medically sick.
Do you get energy from pictures like that?
I get energy like that from seeing her physically.
Okay.
When she gets up and moves out of her chair
Okay.
and walks around, because she'll take a break. She has to get up from her chair because she's in front of a TV screen with her YouTube. Instead of doing it on a phone, she does it on a TV screen. So she has to get up every so often and get out of the chair. So when she does that, that's when I picked it up.
Well, does
So,
this problem that she's having, is it like lung issue related?
what do you mean?
Does she have a problem in her chest, in her breathing?
No, no,
Okay.
no, it's
Because
not lung related.
I was just wondering if it was with her breathing.
Mm-mm.
Because I was told, and like I said, doctors don't know everything, so I'm not going by
Right.
really what they say, but I have some issues going on bad, which I think is one of the reasons why I want to go home.
Right. I mean, when I first saw her, yeah, I could pick up that she had a medical problem. And she'll tell you flat out she's autistic.
Yeah.
She cannot read, she cannot write. But people have falsely accused her of being able to read and write. What she has is a system hooked up to her system, her computer system, where she wears a earpiece
Uh-huh.
so that when people come in to chat, it transcribes it into her ear.
Hmm.
She's trying to get a special set of glasses that will help her be able to read the chat without that earpiece. And these people have harassed her, accused her of lying. I'm not a stupid person.
Yeah.
I know she's not lying. If she can read at all, then the only other option I see is if she can read, it's minimal, like a lower grade level
Uh-huh.
than you or I, and she's embarrassed by it. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, it does.
So she uses the earpiece to read chat, and people have accused her of lying. They've accused her of not being terminally ill. And against my better wishes, she showed me her medical conditions. I said, I don't want to see them. It's none of my business.
Right.
You say you have a terminal illness, I believe you. That's all I need to know. I don't want to know. In this country, it's called a violation of HIPAA.
Right.
I don't want to know.
That's
I
right.
do not want to know.
That's why I
I just,
didn't even ask, because it's not my business.
right,
It's not my story to tell. I'm
right.
big on that.
But
I
see,
mean,
here's what irritated me. She told people, if you want to know what my diagnosis is, message me in Messenger and I will show you. You just got to promise that you will not record it or take pictures of it. And I'm like, Chip, don't do that.
yeah.
Please don't do that. And some of these nasty people that I said was talking about, some of these 6 people didn't believe her and made her show them her medical records. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
No way. I'd say, you don't like it? Tough shit. Get out.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me right now? I said, I told you before, and I'm telling you again, I don't want to see your medical records. I believe you.
Yeah. I get that.
She has got the most beautiful service animal you ever wanted to meet. It is a wolf hybrid
Oh gosh.
service dog.
There you go. That's what you're looking
Oh,
for.
he is big and beautiful.
I typed in mystical angel.
It's Mystery Angels. I'm Mystical Heart. She's Mystery Angels.
Mystery angels. Let's see. Let me do this.
Remember, at the end, it's ES, not just S. When you type in angels, she did that on purpose.
Oh, okay. I know who that is. Yeah, I've seen her before.
She got rid of the riffraff. That's all I'm going to say. She got rid of the riffraff and got me.
And she's got a lot of subscribers.
Yeah, she does. But she will not monetize until Summer is found.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I'm like, if you can live like that, you know, if you have everything you need, okay. But, you know, I needed a little boost in my income, so I monetized.
Yeah, me too. And plus, I knew the upcoming changes I was going to be going through. So that's
Right.
another reason why I did it.
Because in order to have this YouTube channel, I had to increase my data on my Wi-Fi for one thing. I went ahead and added the second phone as a business phone specifically for my YouTube channel.
Right.
So, you know, that's added cost on my cell phone bill. So,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
seems like we have to keep buying different things, don't we?
yeah, I mean, I don't foresee having to buy anything else. And, you know, people were she was helping people put with their wish lists. One girl saying, I've got cancer, you know, and I can't get my medication, and my kids need things. And so what did she do? She posted her whatever PayPal or whatever link it was, Cash App, Venmo, I don't know. Pasted her link and a wish list. Another one was having problems getting medication, and she has, I can't remember, she's on kidney dialysis, but she's not on the dialysis. She needed medication, and she didn't have the money. Chip raised the money, and the woman's husband said, no, you are not going to accept the money, and send all the money back.
Wow.
Chip goes out of her way to help everybody. Chip did not put her own wish list up.
I never had
She
one.
was. I never had one either. They keep telling me you need to make a wish list. I said,
Why? So people can stab you in the back over it? No. No
well,
thanks.
I mean, here's the problem with the wish list. There's nothing on that wish list that I want that can be bought
Right.
off the wish list. And that's all there is to it. What I desire is not something that I can get from an Amazon wish list.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that I wish is that I could get the help financially to get out of here and get me and my son established in an apartment.
Right.
And then once I get there, I know I'll be fine. I just don't want to not have a place to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
You
know,
gotta have a place to go to.
he is doing so good to help me to get my medications and stuff like that, and
Right.
he shouldn't have to.
It
He's my
doesn't help when you have extra bills, like you're saying, medication. And I'm sure you probably have, I don't know if you have a car payment, but you
no,
probably have.
my husband took that away.
Oh,
He's got the
great.
keys. He's got the keys locked away from me, and he's got the garage keys locked away from me. But that's okay because at 2:00 we're going to the bank to have my name removed so that I am not liable for it.
Exactly.
I ain't no dummy. I've been around. I had a divorce
Yeah,
before.
I mean, if you can't use the vehicle, if you can't have access to it,
No,
then why
not
should
at
your
all.
name be on the loan? I agree.
Well, that's true. And as far as I know, my name isn't on anything else. And I made it that way because I would rather walk out with nothing, just like I walked in with nothing, and let the chips fall where they do, you know.
Well, you know, you might want to check one of your credit reports just to be on the safe side. Because you never know. You know, people are sneaky and go behind your back and they use your information and they
Yeah.
do things that you are not aware of.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to find out is to pull a credit report.
Yep.
And that's what I would recommend.
Well,
You
we
know,
have,
you could pull one of three. There's 3 different agencies you can pull from.
and I might have to get back on you or with you on that, but we do have one that's like sitting in limbo right now, my son and I. for different cell phone providers,
Right.
because once we move to a different state, we're going to have to redo all of our stuff. So, but we're not going to do anything like that until last
Well, let me
minute.
ask you this. Are you going to keep the same cell phone provider?
No, because the
Oh,
one that we
okay.
have now is only good around this location.
I got you. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm being very cautious, very careful.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's being really great about things. He said that we could just box up our stuff and just leave with what we, need until we find a place, and then he'll bring us our stuff. But I opened the GoFundMe hoping I don't have to do that.
Right.
So I'm not comfortable with that.
And that's understandable. I mean,
It's
I know
not
what
my
you
first
mean.
rodeo.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
Although when I left my ex-husband, I didn't leave the state. I just left the house.
No.
But his lawyer, he had a very stupid lawyer. Because, I had to sign deeds over, right?
Oh.
We had
Well,
two
I'm really hoping.
properties.
I don't
We had,
want this to get to be a nasty situation,
right.
but I'm
Well,
prepared.
we had a total of 3 properties. 1 in Jacksonville and 2 in Pennsylvania. Where technically the one in Pennsylvania, I thought had actually been sold out for property taxes because we had bought it with the intention of putting a double wide on it, but
Mhm.
because it required an expensive septic system,
Oh,
we
yeah.
couldn't afford it. So we never did put the double wide on there. Well, his dumb lawyer, so we had the house in Jacksonville, we had the property, like I said, that we couldn't use, and then we had the property where the house was that I grew up in.
Oh.
So, when his lawyer sent over the deeds for me to sign over my rights to those properties, he sent the one over for the one in Jacksonville, which I didn't have to make any more payments on. I didn't have to make any payments on because I wasn't living in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent over the one for the property that I assumed got sold out for taxes. He did not send over the deed for the property that the house that I grew up in was sitting on. Therefore, that property is mine. So his family took over that property. They burnt my freaking house down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they burnt my house down. There's a mobile home on the property, from what I understand. They thought that when he passed, his brother thought he would inherit that property. He couldn't inherit something he didn't own because that property is solely in my name. Soon to be in my daughter's name because I sold it to her.
Karma's a bitch.
Very much so. And you know what? I'm born under the sign of Capricorn. Do you know what planet rules Capricorn?
No.
Saturn.
Oh.
Guess what Saturn is? The planet of karma.
Really? That's cool as
Yes.
shit.
Yeah. I know. I know.
Wow. See, I'm going to be learning so much from you two. You guys just, it's amazing.
And as far as, I do have psychic abilities. Now, my mediumship abilities, not so great. And that's probably because my pineal gland has calcified. Over time, your pineal gland does calcify.
I don't want to lose any of my abilities.
Right. So, if you have the ability to hear things and see things.
Yeah.
Let me give you a thing that I got from Sloan Bella that might help you. Number one would be the Moldavite. Get you an authentic piece of Moldavite. And that's not easy to do. I can tell you in private chat who to contact,
Uh-huh.
and I
Okay.
know she has authentic Moldavite. And the other thing is to take coconut oil and mix turmeric in it, and then mix it real good and put a small dab of the mixture over where your third eye would be, where your pineal gland is.
Okay.
That's the other thing
And
to
you
help
said
open up your
my third eye.
Yeah.
The coconut oil, and you said turmeric.
turmeric.
Is that like a spice or
Yes,
would
it's spice.
okay? Because it seems like
Yeah.
I've heard of that before.
Yeah, you can get it in the grocery store.
And this Moldavite,
Mm-hmm.
am I saying that right? Moldavite.
Yes,
Where
Moldavite.
does that come from?
It originates from the Czech Republic. Millions and millions of years ago, a meteorite hit in the Czech Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And when it did, it embedded into whatever was in the earth underneath. They are harvesting and mining the Moldavite in the Czech Republic. And only certain companies can go in there and do that because it's going to run out.
Okay.
Moldavite is going to become more valuable than diamonds.
Okay. And this Moldavite, who do I get it from? The real
I'll put
stuff?
it in the private.
Okay.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Let me get her phone number for you. The lady that runs the shop, her name's Patricia.
Okay.
But let me pull up her phone number because, let's see here. I gotta pull up my maps to get the phone number. Yep, that's what I want. Now I want a phone number. Okay. Her phone number is, and this is going to give you an idea of where I'm actually located at. Oops. I know my secret safe with you.
Oh, yeah.
Technically, my husband says I don't care,
I'm sure he's toting a shotgun.
Oh, a lot more than that.
I ain't gonna hurt nobody.
No, not
Especially
you.
people that try to help me, And
No, it wouldn't be you. It wouldn't be you. It would be people involved in these missing cases.
Yeah.
They threaten people. I'll give you, for instance, in recently in the Chance case,
Mm-hmm.
his Chance's mother's, I think it's her second cousin, which would make him Chance's third cousin, right?
Uh-huh.
He grew up with Chance. Now he wasn't around Chance after Chance got older, but he can tell us a story of Chance's childhood. And Chance's mother and grandmother doesn't want that story to be told. Because I was going to interview him. I was going to record it. I was going to have him call my business phone, put him on speakerphone, record it, and then upload it as an interview.
Uh-huh. And he didn't
And
want that. Why?
they threatened him.
Oh.
They
Okay.
didn't want him speaking out.
Man. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
they didn't want him speaking out. And that's on his side of the family.
See, that's what I don't
That's not
understand.
even on his wife's side. That's not even on his wife's side.
See, that's what I don't understand because his side of the family, I can't see them doing that. But I did get greed with her, and she set it up with those two guys that he thought were his friends. But
Well, let me
out.
tell you the two people that you're talking about, the two men you're talking about.
Hmm.
I can tell you what I got in my reading. One of them's his brother. The one I told you, he sent the text to Chance
Yeah.
that you're dead to me.
Yeah.
Him. And another guy that Chance worked with in the coal mines.
Chance was working in coal mines?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought he was a cowboy.
Mm-mm.
Or
Well, he did
it's
do
just,
that. He did more than just that. He did the rodeo circuit.
oh.
He did that a lot. He did that a lot when he was in college.
Well, will you find out for me if his horse was a honey golden color? Real
Yeah,
pretty.
I'm gonna ask people that will know.
And ask if he dipped. Because I
Okay.
was seeing him with that fat lip, like he's got dip. I know what that looks like.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so do I. My husband doesn't, but the guy that he kind of sort of works for does. Oh, gross.
Yeah, my husband dips. He didn't when I met him, but
Now, you want to hear something funny? When I was younger, like I said, my birth father gave up his rights to me when I was 5, and my mother's second husband adopted me, right? Went to meet my adopted grandparents. They lived in West Virginia, up in the holler. She had an old coal cook stove.
uh-huh.
And she's standing there cooking, biscuits and gravy and all that good country stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And, the old cook stoves, they have these handles that come off.
Yep.
So that you can lift each burner
Cast
up, right?
iron. Yep.
So she'd lift up a burner and she'd spit into it. She was rubbing tobacco.
My great grandma. Now I remember that from my great grandma. She used to dip. And she'd sit out on the porch and spit. Oh, that was so nasty.
I had never seen anything like it. I'm obviously, a young child
Yeah.
seeing this, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell?
Nasty.
That's gross.
Yeah. Yep. And I remember those stoves. They were generally they were white, but they had the cast iron things on the top, and you filled it with these coals and lit the fire. It was
Well, you
almost like a
could
fireplace.
either burn coal in it or you could burn wood in it, which wood burns hotter than coal.
Well, I don't remember what they put in it, but I know they put something in it and started
Yeah.
the fire down below.
Right.
And yeah, I remember that.
Oh, I owned one. I used to own one, a cook stove. the one with the burners and stuff. But
Mhm.
it wasn't good for heating the house or assisting in heating the house. So I had to take that out and replace it with a potbelly stove.
Oh, I love those.
Oh, we remodeled. Okay, my house, the house I grew up in, right? One room was already remodeled when we bought it from my grandmother. I remodeled the entire house. New ceilings, new walls, everything. We tore out the old asbestos and
Oh yeah.
put everything all new in, right? I put that potbelly stove in. So this house had 2 chimneys in it. The one chimney the oil furnace was using was in the living room.
Mhm.
The other one was in, it separated the dining room from the kitchen. And we had never used it. My grandparents had never used that chimney. So we were really risking using it because that house was a minimum of 100 years old.
Wow.
So we opened it up and we attached the wood burning stove. My next to the youngest son, you know, the one that won't speak to me
Mhm.
because of his wonderful wife,
Mhm.
got up for school one morning, threw some coal in there, opened the bottom draft door, and headed off to school
Oh.
and left that draft door open.
Oh no.
The pipe, the stovepipe going into the chimney, was maybe 2, at most 3 inches away from my ceiling. He had that pipe cherry red going into the chimney.
Oh.
I called my ex-husband and he was upstairs in bed sleeping. I said, "You need to come down here. We got a problem." Lord have mercy, the man come down naked. I'm like, "What are you going to do?
Oh.
Pee on it?"
What is it with them sleeping naked? I don't get it. What if the
My
I always said,
this
what if the house catches on fire and you don't have time to find your clothes in the dark?
See,
Good
that's the
God.
way I am. That's the way I am. And this husband does the same thing. And you know, where we live at, he gets called out all hours of the night, 24/7. He's on call 24/7. If somebody needs to come in and stop and rest their load of cattle or their horses or what have you,
Yeah.
he has to go out there and unlock the gate and let them in. And you know,
Well, what if you got a cow that's in uh, trouble having a baby, calving?
do you want to know what happens?
He gets up.
We have had, get this, we get sometimes we get cows headed to slaughter, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you how these farmers work.
I live in Kansas.
They impregnate the cows they know they're going to sell at auction. And they know how long it takes for that cow to get close to full calving.
Yep.
Right around that time, they send them to auction. They get loaded onto trucks. And what happens? They start calving on the truck. My husband had to go inside of a truck and help a cow complete the calving process.
That's dangerous as
That
heck.
was the biggest calf I've ever seen. That calf was well over 100 pounds.
Wow.
And it was a red and white calf.
Oh, I like the red ones.
Yeah, they named the damn thing. They gave her a name. They named her Sophie. I'm like, whatever.
My husband has came home before with telling me stories about, yeah, we had this baby and they would put it up in the cab of the truck because he was a
Yeah.
bull hauler.
Oh, yeah.
So I've seen lots of cattle.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
believe
yeah.
me, where I live at, if they're moving cattle at these feedlots and stuff,
Yeah.
you open your back door or something to let the dogs out, you smell it.
Yep.
And it's not pretty.
No.
But man, I love cows. I just, they're
What
so
about
sweet.
what about bucking bulls?
No.
Or do you know any of the top stock contractors? You
Yeah,
familiar with them?
yeah.
Chad, do you know Chad Berger?
Um, I would
He's the
know
he's
companies.
he's the top stock contractor. That's the name of the company, Chad Berger. He's the top stock contractor 11 years in a row and has had the top bull the past few years.
Hmm.
He's Chad Berger, Smith Pro Rodeos,
I'm gonna
and
write Chad Berger
yeah.
down
Hmm.
because my husband would be the one to actually know like names. I know companies, I know how to get where they're at, I know the process of how all this works, and a lot of the things that they do, like hot shot feeding them,
Oh, yeah.
um, we wouldn't buy a cow off of somebody like that. Like
Right.
um now when he didn't work as a bull hauler, we did get lots of fresh meat,
Right.
um, which was nice. Um, but yeah, I love the cows. I could never have one and kill it
I
to eat.
love the bucking bulls. I love the bucking bulls. We had one here, and I don't remember how many years ago it is. I've got its picture up on my backup Facebook account, and its name is American Sniper.
Oh, that's cool. I like
And
that.
I don't. I may as well just give it away and give it up.
Uh,
Somebody wants to show up here, they're making a mistake. I live in Wyoming.
oh,
So,
nice place.
Frontier Days, does that
Like
sound
anybody's,
familiar?
like anybody's gonna find you.
It, UPS and FedEx can't find me, so yeah,
Well,
you're right.
if you look at the place where I live,
Mm-hmm.
it's not even considered a place
Right.
with the zip code and everything. If you type in the zip code, it says something about they can't find it or something. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah, that happens to us all the time.
yeah.
UPS can't find us, FedEx can't find us.
Mm-hmm.
If we call out for food delivery, they can't find us.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't come up on GPS. So
We're living in the twilight zone.
I don't mind living in Twilight
I
Zone,
don't
really.
either. I honestly would rather be out by myself like this
Hmm.
than in a big city.
This past year that passed,
Uh-huh.
we had the top ranking bull in the United States laying over here in our barn, and I got pictures.
Oh.
The name of that bull is Smooth Operator.
God, some great names.
He is the rankest. Oh, Chad had a bull named Pearl Harbor,
Oh, that's nice.
and he was still he was still young enough to keep competing. And he had competed, I want to say out in Vegas. And he got him back home. And apparently he had got some type of injury that they were not aware of. And he died on him.
Oh, no.
Pearl Harbor was a top bull in the United States.
Wow.
Yeah. And I don't know what his top bull's going to be this year because Smooth Operator, I think he's retiring because he's an older bull.
That's terrible. I hate.
Well, what he'll do
So
is
attached.
what he will do with the when he retires them,
Mm-hmm.
he goes out and breeds them.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
makes baby smooth operators because Pearl Harbor has a son out there that competes. Its name is Sky Harbor.
Oh, I'm loving that.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Oh, it is.
I love it.
And then um we get Dakota brings down the what do you call them? Not the bucking horses, but the wild horses.
Oh.
So it's I can't remember the. He's a Native American that brings them. Yellow
He.
Hawk. His last
Oh.
name is Yellow Hawk, I think.
Oh.
And he brings them right off of um, the reservation.
Wow.
Wild horses, yes, they have wild horse races. People get on them damn things and try to ride them. I'm like, you people are nuts. You people are nuts.
But they
But
can be broke.
no,
But
they can't. No,
but I wouldn't want to.
mm-mm. You
I
can't
don't
break them. Don't believe that. Don't
I
believe
don't
that.
think
Mm-mm.
I don't think it's right. Just let them go, you know?
This person, I'll be nice. This person that runs this place,
Uh-huh.
he bought some of those wild horses.
Mm.
They never got broke. Not
I
once.
think it takes a special person, I think, to
Mm-hmm.
do something like that. And I don't think I would even want them
No,
to be
no.
tame because then you're taking away. I
Well,
am so
oh,
into leaving wild creatures alone.
it wasn't wild horses he bought. It was bucking horses. And what happened
Oh,
is the bucking horses stopped bucking.
oh.
And
So they're
that's
no
why they
good.
sold them. That's
Yeah,
why they sold them, because they stopped bucking.
yeah.
But when he went to get them to where you could ride them, guess what they started doing again? They started bucking again. So he never got them broke.
Huh.
No, he ended up having to get rid of them because he couldn't break them. But then again, you have to spend time with them and not pay
Right,
somebody else to do it.
right. It's a bond, a trust thing, I believe. But it's like when I see orcas in a swimming pool, it just
Right.
pisses me off to no end.
Oh yeah.
And it makes me want to cry. It makes me want to hurt somebody. I just think that that's wrong. And I always raised my kids to, if they saw a baby bird that was kicked out of the nest and this has happened,
Right.
leave it alone.
Right.
Leave it be. Let nature take its course. Its mama
Right.
knew what it was doing. She had to do that in order to save the ones that she knew she could save.
Right.
Everything, nature just has a way of taking care of itself if people will leave it alone long enough.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that I'm very passionate about my animals.
the horse in my picture, Phoenix,
Uh-huh.
is my husband's horse. Phoenix does not like women at all, period. He can't, and the man that runs this place is very jealous of my husband because my husband spent a lot of time with Phoenix. And he's got Phoenix wrapped around his little finger to the
Well,
point where he's got her halter on and he's got a lead rope on her. But what
but
he does is, if he's out in the front parking lot with her, right, he'll throw the lead rope instead of holding the lead rope. He'll throw the lead rope around her neck, and he'll tell her, "Come on, let's go." And
yeah.
she follows him like a
But
puppy dog.
there we go back to what I said. It's
Yes,
a trust. It's a
yes,
bond between that person and that animal. And if that animal, man, animals are smart and they can
Mhm.
sense this.
Oh yeah.
And I am a big advocate when it comes to animals. Um, they can do no wrong.
Right.
And it's just like when I've told my husband before, if I ever get mauled by a lion or whatever, don't kill that lion or I will hunt you. Because that lion is just doing what it's supposed to do.
Right.
It was me that would have been in the wrong because I would have been in his territory, his space, you know?
Yeah. Well, I live in an RV. It's no fun in the winter. I have 4 dogs. So I got my oldest dog back in the end of 2015. We got her from the shelter.
Mhm.
And of course, these idiots at the shelter, they don't know how old these dogs are. And I think she's older than what they said. She has grown lumpy. They're not tumors, they're fatty tissue on her. But
Kind of
she's
like
got,
warts, kind of.
oh, they're a lot bigger than warts.
Well,
She's
yeah,
got,
but I mean,
yeah, yeah. And
uh,
she's been to the vet. The vet has looked at her and he's
there's
seen them. And
nothing
he said
wrong.
they're just fatty tissue.
Yeah.
But she's got 2. One is the size of a very large orange and it's on her front, right under her neck.
Hmm.
And she's starting to lose weight, which tells me she's
Oh,
getting ready to cross over.
yeah.
Because if you listen to some of my videos, you will hear her coughing. But I swore to her I would not take her to the vet and put her out of her misery unless I knew that she couldn't eat,
Yeah.
couldn't drink, and
Yep.
couldn't go out and go to the bathroom on her own.
Right. Right. And let me tell you on that story, I rescue dogs. I can't help it.
Yeah.
And I got one that was 13 years old, and I actually took her from my mother, and that was basically the last time I seen my mom. But
Right.
um, I had the dog till she was 17, and I had to have her put down because for a few days she had gotten to where she wasn't walking on her back legs anymore.
Right.
She didn't have very many teeth left.
Right.
She had those little cyst things on her. They biopsied them. They said there was nothing.
Yeah.
She
It's
got
just
to where
fatty tissue.
she couldn't eat. She couldn't go to the bathroom.
Right.
She was not doing.
Right.
And I took her to the vet, and I cried, and believe me,
Oh,
I
yeah.
cried and I cried. And when I was talking to the vet, I got a really good sense of peace over me, and I can hear God telling me, "Don't be selfish.
Yeah.
You're being selfish by wanting her to stay and
Yeah.
be in this pain. So the best thing you can do is let her go." And I did.
Yeah.
But I talked to her through the whole thing. I was right there at her face, and I was not going to abandon her.
Right.
And I told her, I said, "Run free and wait for me."
Yeah. And then I've got now this guy that runs this place. He's big into Australian Shepherds. And he had an ex girlfriend who also had extra. Between the 2 of them, they had like 8 dogs. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And one of them, all the dogs would pick on her.
Oh.
And he looked at us and he said, "Do you want a dog?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll take her." And he thought we were joking. So he didn't leave her. So Christmas that year, they invited us out to Christmas dinner to his ex-girlfriend's grandmother's house. And we went out there. He said, "You want her?" And instead of my husband answering him, he went out to our truck and grabbed a leash. And we brought her home.
Yeah.
She is as wide as a coffee table. She has difficulties getting up on her hind legs because of her weight. And I don't know what to do for her. She will only go outside twice a day.
Yeah.
She just doesn't want to go outside. She's a lot like me.
Yeah.
She is. She doesn't
They
want to go outside.
they adapt to the way we live.
But then, with Abby, my oldest dog, the one that has the lumps, her name's Abby. The Australian Shepherd, she's so dark, like very dark brown Australian Shepherd. Her name's Dove, just like Dove chocolate.
Oh.
I'm telling my husband, I said, look, I'm too old. I can't lift Abby up and put her in my lap and hold her.
Right.
I want a dog that I can pick up and put in my lap.
Right.
So the shelter was having a sale, and this was in 2018. You come in and get a dog for $20.18.
Wow.
So we went there, and the only small dog they had was some sort of Eskimo dog. And I get this lecture of, do you know how to take care of an Eskimo dog? Oh, for crying out loud, it's a dog. So, they let you go and take the dog into a room, and you sit and see how well you get along with the dog. That
Right.
dog totally ignored me, didn't want nothing to do with me or my husband. And the lady that was helping us, we explained to her, what I wanted. And that we lived here where we're at, and we lived in an RV. It was not the RV we're in now. We lived in a different RV. That RV did not have a motor and transmission. Therefore, that RV could not be moved. And when we told the lady where we lived at, she said, that's not a permanent residence. I said, the hell it's not. And we raised a stink. And I told the manager or whoever she was, I said, I want a small dog that I can pick up.
Right.
She said, well, you don't have a permanent residence. I said, yes, we do. We can't move that RV. It doesn't have a motor and transmission. She said, well, let me send an officer out to check your residence. I'm like, fine, go ahead. You know what they did? They didn't send one officer, they sent two. And they came in to where my RV was sitting from two different directions.
Oh my gosh.
This is no joke. When I opened the door on my RV, they seen the 50-pound bag of dog food. And they seen the big container of water. And they looked at me, they were confused, but they were thinking, the two officers was thinking I wanted another big dog. I said, no, I don't want another big dog. I want one I can pick up and put in my lap. And the guy finally registered in his pea brain what I wanted. So we went back down to the shelter. And I explained to the woman again. So she took me back into the area where the dogs that they had that had not been seen by the vet yet. I said, I want a small dog. So they have them cordon off. Small dogs, medium dogs, large dogs. So she took me into the room where all the small dogs were. And I'm looking down and I see this brown dog. And it's a male. And I'm like, I kind of like him. And my husband says, wait a minute. Look at this one. Let me see if I can find her. Gidget. 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 I'll try to get her so I can get her up on camera. Gidget.
She's probably saying, I'm sleepy.
Gidget. I get treats. I got treats. Where you at? I guess she's not going to come out for me.
That usually gets mine going.
Yeah. Well, I guess she's not going to come out, but I looked at her. She's black and white, Pomeranian type,
Oh, those are fun.
and she's got a partial blue eye.
Oh,
And I said, I want that one. So we brought her home. We were fostering her for a couple. Oh, there she is. There she is. Oh, here, hold on. Don't lick my face off.
yep. Little Palm. Oh,
Uh-huh.
they're so sweet. They are fun dogs to have.
Except for her breath.
Well, I think that's all of them.
Oh, it is bad.
Yeah, mine's got
So
pretty
we
bad
fos-
breath herself.
we fostered her for 3 days until they could get her in and get her fixed, because she wasn't fixed.
Wow.
Yeah. I was surprised that whoever had her before me, whoever had her that the shelter got her from, never had her fixed. And to my knowledge, she's never had puppies, so that meant she had to have been a younger dog.
Yeah, she had to have. Usually they fix them at 6 months.
Yeah.
But I do my dogs. I always have my pets spayed or neutered because too many unwanted animals, and I don't
Right.
want to contribute to that. I can't live my life without a pet, without my dog.
Oh, I did for a few months when I first moved here, because the apartment my husband was renting
Uh-huh.
did not allow pets, and I about went nuts.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, so that we take her back, they fix her, and we go to pick her up, and we go to pay for her. They tried to charge me full price. I said, oh, hell no. She is $20.18. And I got her for $20.18
Yeah.
for the year 2018. Well, after that, now Abby is a red heeler pit mix. And Dove, as you know, is Aussie.
Yeah.
She's full-blooded Australian Shepherd. But I don't have any papers for her. And then Gidget. This is Gidget, the little one you just seen. And you remember Sally Fields and Gidget?
Yes. Yep.
Or the Flying Nun?
Yes.
Because
I started to say the Flying Nun. Yeah.
Sometimes Gidget becomes into the Flying Nun across the kitchen table over to my husband.
Oh.
Well, it was, I don't know, it must have been 2019. My husband got a call. A lady had a dog. She couldn't keep it because her husband had cancer, and with the chemo he was going through, he became allergic to dogs.
Oh, no.
And it was a male. And immediately I said no. But then I started asking questions. I said,
Uh-oh.
and she said, he's 7 months old. I said, oh, so he's still a baby. I said, okay, I'll take him. And she made my husband promise that, she could come visit. Well, since that time, my husband's changed phone numbers. Sorry.
Oh,
She knows where we live at, so if she really wanted to come see him, she could. But
yeah.
she wouldn't stand a snowball's chance, and you know where, to get that dog back,
Oh no. Uh-uh.
because he is attached at the hip to my husband. If my husband is walking out the door to go handle a tractor trailer or a load of cows, that dog's right there at his feet
Yeah.
constantly. The only time that dog does not go anywhere with us is like maybe if we're getting a lot of groceries.
Uh-huh.
And we have a pickup truck, you know, so, and it's not a 4-door, it's only, there is a back seat, but you know, you have to push the front seat forward in order to get in the back, so
Yeah.
we don't take him. That's the only time he does not leave this house. And he is a blue heeler collie mix.
Well, I tell you, when I got my mom's dog, she made me want to rescue senior dogs
Yeah,
because people want puppies and then they realize they don't want puppies because they pee and poop and people don't want to take the time to take care
right,
of them properly. And then when they get old, it's like people don't, they lose interest or something.
right, yeah,
And that that girl that I had, her name was Biscuit. She really blossomed
right,
quick here. She never was really treated like a real dog. She was just left, you know. And
right,
with at my house, she strutted her stuff. She thought her didn't stink, you know. I mean, she had her own doggy bed, her
oh
blankets,
yeah,
and her treats, and her, I mean, she had everything she wanted. And I didn't care how spoiled she was. I would lay on the floor with her and I would
right,
massage her and just talk to her real nice and stuff.
yeah,
And she was, she really was. I had a lifetime with her in 4 years,
right,
and, I don't know, I get so attached so quickly.
oh yeah. I tried my best to not get attached to the horse, and that didn't work out so well. But before I moved here, we had 4 dogs before.
Yeah.
Same pattern. When I had my children, I had 3 boys and 1 girl, right? With my ex husband. We got dogs. I had 3 girls and 1 boy. Now, my first group of dogs that I had, the male was a Beagle Pekingese, and he would hike his leg on everything.
Oh, no.
And it didn't matter if it was brand new furniture or not. And that was one of the reasons I was against getting this dog, this male dog.
Right.
But he's been good. He does not go in a they all go outside to potty.
Uh-huh.
So before I moved up here, I had an old Australian Shepherd. She was pure white. And she was my old girl. Her name was Boo Boo. And I was living with my daughter temporarily. And my daughter had steps going up on her porch. Well, Boo Boo she could climb down the steps, but she couldn't get back up them. And she knew I was leaving.
Oh.
And she knew I wasn't going to be able to take her with me. 3 days before I left, she took off, and I never found her again.
Oh, gosh.
She went off to die. She
Yeah.
did not want me to see her.
Yeah.
And I knew she was in bad shape. But she wasn't in. The only thing she couldn't do was climb up the steps. So I had grandchildren that just lifted her up and put her in. That
Yeah.
was the only thing she couldn't do. She was able to eat, she was able to drink, and she was able to go out and go potty. She just couldn't get back in the house.
Sounds like that hip dysplasia thing they get.
Yeah. Then I had AJ was a big old Pekingese. He was the only male. Then I had Blossom, which was a Rottweiler Great Dane mix.
Wow.
When she stood on her hind legs, I'm 5'8". I'm 5'8". When she stood on her hind legs, she could throw her front paws over my shoulders.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And then my daughter had a pity. And I got one of the babies from her. And mine was full grown. And when I moved in with my daughter, neither one of them were fixed. That was Nubbins was the only one of my female dogs that was not fixed. And they would get into a bloodbath battle. My two
Ooh.
grandsons had to pull them apart. So I told my daughter, I said, I knew I was leaving. I said, find her a home. Do you know where you can take her to? She said, yes, I've got a home for her. I said, how about Blossom, the Rottweiler Great Dane mix? Yes, I've got a home for her. Boo Boo was already gone. The only one left was AJ. And he was just a little dog, so she kept AJ. And he eventually passed on. To my knowledge, Nubbins and Blossom are still alive, but I don't know for sure. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah.
But Gidget, I used to do dowsing rods on Chance's case. On Facebook, I had a special group set up. It was hidden. The only way into that group was through invitation. And I don't know how many videos I did with dowsing rods on that case.
Hmm.
Well, before my husband, oh no, it was in this RV, I believe. I'm trying to think, it was in this RV. Before he built, see this wall here, he built this wall.
Uh-huh.
Because the back of the bench, these damn seats don't last. The opposite side is already up against the wall, so it's not going to break. But the one that's next to the door always tends to break, and I was always the one that broke it. This time I made him sit on this side. He broke it, built the wall, and I said, I can't stand that air conditioner blowing on me, trade me spots. Well, before he built the wall, right, I was sitting on the other side and doing my dowsing rod videos. Gidget would climb up on the back of his seat. Now, he wouldn't be in the house. He'd be out doing work. Gidget would climb up on the back of the seat, and she would be barking, and there was nobody out there. Gidget's my spirit dog.
Yeah.
She sees spirits.
Oh, yeah.
She's the only one of the four that sees them.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I'm doing my readings on Saturdays,
Uh-huh.
she's laying at my feet. At my desk. She's laying right there at my feet.
Hmm.
She is my spirit dog. She knows when spirits are around.
Well, that's good. I mean,
So she's my spirit dog. Dove is my dog that alerts me because we do live near railroad tracks. We do get hobos that like to climb off the damn boxcars,
yeah.
and they try to sleep in the barn.
Oh,
we have to play security here, so we have to run them off.
yeah.
So Dove is the one. If she barks, she's the alert. Because Abby
And
doesn't bark.
they all have a different bark. What I've tried to tell people is like they have a warning somebody's out here, or warning it's just another dog, or you just have to know your pets, and you have to have that animalistic instinct, I guess, like I have.
Well, She was outside. Dove was out. I didn't realize Dove had gone out potty with the rest of them, right? Because Dove, I don't know how she does it, but sometimes she will only go outside one time a day, and I'm like, oh dear God, you're holding it that long?
Yeah.
And she doesn't potty in the house. That's the thing. But she had gone outside, and I heard she put off a different bark,
Mm-hmm.
like you said. Now, if she
Yeah.
were in the house, it'd just be a normal bark. Okay, somebody is around. But she was outside because there was people out there. These people were trying to climb in my horse trailer.
Oh, shoot.
You don't know what my husband uses my horse trailer for. We
I
are
plead the fifth.
we are deceased animal recovery.
Oh, you do that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We call them spam wagons here.
Well, we did have a different trailer here, but he didn't want to invest the money into fixing it.
Uh-huh.
So we ended up starting using our horse trailer. So my husband's got the horse trailer all set up to just go and drag the horses in and head to the dump. Off we go. But these idiots that were trying to climb in the horse trailer to stay warm, what they don't realize is the majority of the dead horses that have been in there were put down for a reason.
Right.
The vet uses chemicals. Those chemicals are going to leak out of that horse and they're going to leach into the trailer.
Right.
You idiots are trying to sleep in a trailer that contains chemicals that killed a horse.
They probably don't care, honestly.
Well, when my husband went out there with a gun, they had a change of attitude.
Yeah, I bet they did.
Because, you know, I live in a constitutional carry state.
Well, hell yeah.
And we also have the stand your ground law now,
Yeah.
which was
And
nice. Then
yeah.
they
It
put
should,
that into place. I really was.
it should be that way.
It should be that way nationwide.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I have a 9mm semi-automatic.
yeah.
I'm not giving it up.
Oh no. I don't dial 911, I dial 1911. And take your pick, I've got two. I've got a 1911 in a 9mm, and I've got a 1911 in a 45 ACP. Pick your poison. You know,
Well,
I like
here where I'm at, we can carry as long as it's not concealed. You don't have to be licensed.
right. Here, no license whatsoever is required. I can open carry and I can conceal carry. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Do not need a license, and that's the way it should be everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and in places where, like we live, and you and I, we have a lot of hunting. People live through their hunting.
Well, there's no hunting in the area where I'm at. I'm right on the outskirts of town, so to speak. So I'm not really that far out of town, but the town is small compared to Jacksonville. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, the population of Jacksonville, Florida, or I should say better yet, it encompasses an entire county. Duval County is Jacksonville, Florida. There's well over 1 million people.
Yuck.
There's not that many people in this entire state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
there are. They do
so-
hunt, but not not here where I'm at. In my
Yeah.
location, there's no hunters around here. Not saying that my husband didn't pop off a 12 gauge round the other night.
Well, they do. They hunt pheasant, and wild turkey and
Mhm.
deer here, and all the ranchers are toting because
Oh
of the
yeah.
coyotes and the mountain lions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But here it's called a constitutional carry state, which means you are not required to have a concealed weapons permit. Now, if I want to go out of state and conceal carry, I have to get a permit and pray that they will honor the permit from my state.
Well, now you remember me telling you my husband was a truck driver.
Right.
He's told me that I guess up where you're at is the prettiest place on earth to be, or at least in the
Okay.
United States.
That's not my opinion, but okay.
um, Montana, right?
No,
Okay. Well, that's what I was thinking of was
I'm
Montana.
just south of Montana.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I've been to Northern California and I thought that was beautiful. And I've been to the Carolinas. I've been from one side of the coast to the other. So,
Oh, I have been too. I've been back in the 70s, was the one and only time I ever flew on an airplane. We flew out of Pittsburgh into San Francisco. My ex-husband had an uncle out there that lived in Oakland area.
mhm.
So we went to visit him. My son was a little bit over the age of getting a free ticket, and we lied about his age.
Oh.
We had to hold him on our lap, but it didn't
Well,
cost us
still.
money.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and they don't let you do that stuff no more.
no.
Everybody has to
Well,
have their own seat and
see, I won't even get on an airplane nowadays.
no, me either.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Since 9/11 happened, no. And now that we got the pandemic on top of 9/11,
Oh, yeah.
that's a double no.
Yeah.
Only way
Well,
I'll move now would be to travel by my own vehicle.
right. I like to keep my feet on the ground, thank you.
Yeah, I came here by Greyhound. It took me 2 days and 12 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, that was miserable.
Yeah.
And some of the Greyhounds, when I started, you have plug-ins in the wall to charge your um, cell phone or whatever, and they have Wi-Fi on board.
Wow.
The further west I came, the worse the Greyhounds were. We lost the outlets, then we lost the Wi-Fi, and we didn't have shit.
Well,
By the
whenever
time I pulled into Cheyenne, I'm like, are you kidding me?
the only time I ever took a Greyhound was to let's see. It seems like it was South Carolina from Tulsa. And I don't know how long it took me, 20 something hours. I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
But that was before cell phones and stuff. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
still back in the VCR pager days.
Oh, well, I'm 67, so when I was 14, so 14 or 15, I think it was 14. I was 14. I was kind of sort of dating this guy in West Virginia. That was a 14-hour bus ride from where I lived at, and I was only an hour deep into Pennsylvania across the West Virginia border.
Wow.
And where he was at was on the southern tip of West Virginia. And I traveled by Greyhound by myself at 14.
Wow.
So that was, let's see, I was 14, 67. That was 19. Let me see. My grandfather died in 67. I was 12. That would have been 1969. 1969, I traveled by Greyhound to go see this dude
Wow.
down in West Virginia. My grandmother let me go. I paid for the ticket. Ticket was cheap. It was like $15. Couldn't beat that.
Yeah, but not nowadays. I
Oh,
mean, not letting your kid out of your sight, you know?
mm-mm.
But,
Well, my kids now, yeah, because they're all in their 40s.
well, yeah. My oldest is 40.
My baby's 40. My oldest is 48. And then
But I
they're in between. Let's see, my daughter is, she's got a birthday coming up in March. My daughter's a St. Patrick's Day birthday.
my sister is too.
And my aunt got so angry that I did not call my daughter Patricia. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not naming her Patricia. I already had names picked out.
Yeah.
So my daughter is 44. Let's see. My next to the youngest is 43, and then my baby is 40. And I have not seen my children in 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. I've got grandchildren I have never seen. I've got a great grandchild I've never seen. It's not fun. It's not fun. But you were talking about not speaking with your mother.
Yeah.
See, my birth mother didn't raise me. So to me, she was an older sister.
Yeah.
And this was back when my half brother was still speaking to me. And my half brother got married to somebody that my mother. I said, my brother could have dated Lady Diana, and my mother would not have been happy. That's just how my mother was.
Yeah.
And they didn't like his wife. And of course, my birth mother and my adopted dad were drinking. They showed up and they started getting in her face. And I stepped out. And I got in my mother's face. And I blasted my mother. I said, you were never there for me.
Right.
You didn't care about me. You were not a mother. And I dropped a few F-bombs. And she looked at me and she said, you can't say that to me. And I stuck my finger out. And I said it again.
Yeah.
In the meantime, my adopted dad is standing behind me, and I knew it. I was aware of my surroundings. And I turned around and I said, as far as you're concerned, you are not my father. You were never my father. We are not blood related. You can blank off too.
Yeah.
And she called the cops. And the cops come up, and I go out and I talk to the cop. I said, you might want to watch those two. They're drinking and they're going to be driving.
Oh.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you
One
go.
time we broke down. We went before we had that blowout. Before that blowout, we went down there to visit, and our car broke down. So they gave us a ride home. It was right around Christmas time. And they had both were intoxicated, and I'm like, oh, dear God, let me get home safe. Because we lived like over an hour away.
Mm-hmm.
And my adopted dad was driving, and I'm like, oh, dear God, let me get home safe. Please. And then my half brother stopped speaking to me because he had given me a car, a classic, a 69 Mustang.
Oh, God.
And he wanted it back. Well, you know what? You're an alcoholic. I'm not giving it back to you. He refused to speak to me after that. And I did some calculations that was about 18 years ago that he stopped speaking to me. So it was longer than that I had spoke to my mother. So probably about 19 or 20 years.
Wow.
And I didn't even know that my birth mother, I knew my biological dad died because I did get notified of that. I did not know my biological dad was sick with cancer. I had no idea that he had cancer. I didn't know he died until I got notified that he died. And we went to, it wasn't even a funeral because he was already cremated. But my birth mother, nobody notified me when she died. And I got up here and my oldest son said, "There's a lawyer trying to get a hold of you." I said, "Oh, really? Let's give me the phone number and I'll call." So I called, and it was a lawyer from Pennsylvania. And I told him who I was. And he said, "I got some paperwork to send to you. It's dealing with your step-grandfather." I'm like, "Okay." So I get the paperwork. I'm getting an inheritance. And I'm like, "Okay." I got along with my step-grandfather. Well, when I start reading the paperwork, the only reason that me and my half-brother got any inheritance was because my mother had passed. And nobody told me. My brother says he didn't know, but I don't believe him. I think he knew,
Probably.
which really irritates me, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
He claimed he found out the same way I found out through the inheritance paperwork. And I'm like, I'm waving the flag. You know what flag I'm waving.
Yeah.
And, so that's how I found out my birth mother died. I'm like, "Are you serious?" I didn't even know she died. And then I found out through my sister-in-law that she died from stomach cancer. Found out, people have family secrets they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And I found out that my birth mother had stomach cancer prior to her having me.
Oh.
And I didn't know it until my sister-in-law told me.
Hmm.
I'm like, talk about having family secrets.
Yeah.
Holy moly. That's a
Yeah.
huge one.
I think that goes along with most families,
Yeah, it does.
unfortunately.
I was in therapy a long time ago because of my ex-husband. And the therapist says, "You need to figure out what your family secrets are and deal with them."
Yeah.
I'm like, "I don't have no family secrets." And it took like 20 some odd years to figure out I had more family secrets than I realized. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" So, when it comes to my kids, I don't hold back.
Yeah.
If there's something they want to know, they get it and they get the truth.
Right.
There's no family secret being held back from my side. I
Mm-mm.
can't say that same thing from their dad's side. He lied to them because he didn't. He told me when I first got with him that he had messed around with his first wife's, I don't know if it was her cousin or her aunt, and got her pregnant.
Oh.
My children said something to him about that, and he denied it. So there you have a family secret.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's why I've never done that with my children.
Yeah.
I feel like if they're going to ask, they need to know, and I need to explain it to them the best way they can understand it. And because I don't want them to say, "Well, Mom, you lied. You told us this or that,"
Right.
and I don't want that to come between me and my kids.
Right.
So, but I really should. I've been on here almost 10 hours, and I probably should go get some sleep because I got to go to the bank and the courthouse and get a little bit of sleep anyways.
Is there anybody else left in the chat?
Probably not. I don't think so. I haven't looked. I think it's just us.
Well, hey, 10-hour live, you're almost at Ziggy's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I came on here and my title is a short live.
Yeah, I know. Well,
But they
well.
never seem to go by what the title of the video is.
Yeah.
So that should have been a clue.
Well, I just happened to come across you being live, and I've seen you in other people's chats, and I'm like, and I was already subscribed anyhow. I said, let me go see what she's talking about, because there's none of the other people are on, and if they are, they're talking a bunch of nonsense that I've already heard 10 gazillion times. Let me
Yeah.
go in and check her out.
Well, there was a couple of other ones on earlier, but they were fighting. So
I'll probably spend the rest of the day. I mean, I probably won't go to bed now, and I'll probably sit here and watch their fight.
oh, in the replay.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Whose side do I want to be on? Neither.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's
picking
right.
sides, you know.
No.
When it comes to my channel, I don't know.
I don't.
Mm-mm.
I try to stay out of it, really.
I only mention channels on my channel that I promote.
Right. Well, promote me out if you want.
I sure will. If you're there, I will. Let's see. I have to find somebody that I got somebody, one of my mods, that can drop your link.
Okay. And I will try to get a hold of this Pam. You said her name is Pam? Or maybe
At the store
yeah, for the
Moldavite?
yeah,
No, it's Patricia.
Patricia. I thought I
Yeah.
wrote that down. Oh, okay. I said Patty or something, didn't I? Pat?
I don't know.
Patricia.
Yeah, it's Patricia. She's the owner, but you know, sometimes her husband's there, and she's supposed to be getting some extra help because she just opened up this metaphysical shop a little over a year ago.
Man, I'm gonna have to go in there and shop around. Not that I have any money, but I would
Well,
I
the
would like to.
Moldavite, I think the Moldavite, just be careful with it. Like Eve was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And she has jewelry, or you can just get just a piece. You don't have,
Yeah.
you know. But I recommend if you get a piece, let me show you so you know what I'm talking about. I recommend if you get just a piece by itself, that you get a cage like this,
I have something similar.
right? And put it
Mm-hmm.
in there, right? And then super glue the clasp. That way, if you're like me and you sleep with your jewelry on,
Uh-huh.
it won't fly open and the Moldavite won't go hiding. Because
Okay.
Moldavite will hide from you.
Wow. Okay. That's good to know.
Mhm. But that will
Wow.
help you. You'll start seeing consecutive numbers like 333 and
I
11
do
11.
already.
Yeah.
Mine is
this one,
11, 11, 11, and
yes.
it's my thing is always in threes. I had 3 kids. It just seems like everything comes in threes for me.
Yeah. Mine is the number I've been seeing mostly is 1111.
Yeah.
And I'll see that number pop up and I'll grab my phone and I'll take a screenshot and I'll shoot it over to my other. I got 4 Facebook pages.
Oh boy.
I don't keep up with all of them, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I have enjoyed talking to you and visiting with you.
yeah, like I said, I'd seen you in chat before in other people's chats, and I'm like, let me see what she's talking about because I got to have something different. from the same old from,
Yeah.
the bigger channels. So,
Yeah. And here you won't get any drama.
right. That's the same way on my channel.
Yeah.
If people come in, now the people that I'm having issues with, they are blocked. They can't come in my channel and start any drama.
Yeah.
Well, there is one that is not blocked. However, she claims I come on too late for her because she's in the UK. But I have, my husband's an admin. And then I have, what do I have? I have 3 other mods. And they know to, if she shows up, they've got her name. If she
Yeah.
shows up and shows out and speaks poorly, that she's to be removed.
Right.
I mean, if she keeps it set, calm and keeps it sane and not
Yeah.
goes off her rocker, getting angry because she is a Scorpio, so she could, do that.
Mm-hmm.
As long as she keeps it calm, sane, and professional, she can stay in a chat. I don't care.
Yeah.
If she says one bad thing, she's gone. But I will probably, if she does show up in chat, I will end up blocking her anyhow. But I have to have her chat first in my chat so
Yeah.
that I can block her.
Yeah. And a lot of times they don't write in the chat if they know they're
Yeah.
not supposed to be there.
Right.
So,
Well, I know I've got 3 that cannot speak in chat. They can probably be there, but they're not going to chat. There's no way they can chat with me. And then I only get rid of the bots. And that's the same way with comments in my videos. My husband said, don't delete those negative comments. They boost your algorithm, even if they are negative. I'm like, okay, as long as they don't go against community standards and
yeah.
they're not the porn bots. Because
Yeah.
I hate those porn bots. Oh,
Yeah. You got to be careful about who you let up and
yeah.
and stuff like
Well,
that. And
see, nobody comes up on panel with me on Saturdays because I don't have a panel.
oh,
There's no panel on Saturday. It's just me. You will only see my hands. I do that for a reason. I've been accused of using the book and using words from the book. So last Saturday night's live.
uh-huh.
Look, we got somebody. Last Saturday night, towards the end of the last Saturday night's live, my husband made a point to point out that I don't use a book. And then I can't remember I can't remember which video it was that I did. I pointed it out again to get my point across. I don't wear sleeves, so I don't have any cards hidden up my sleeves.
Oh, God.
You see my hands at all times. That's all you see. You don't see my face.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what I look like. And I pulled my box out that had the book in it. I said, here's the book. I don't use it. It's useless. And then I threw the box. I said, there. Stop accusing me of using the book.
What I've told people before when I use a pendulum is if you don't like, what I'm doing, then you don't have to be here,
Exactly.
I'm doing this for the people that are interested because a lot of people ask me to use it. And
Right.
it's like I said, it's more for other people than it is for myself
Right.
because it's just a visual tool.
See, I could probably use a pendulum on a case that I'm unfamiliar with, where I don't have a bias in the back of my subconscious mind.
Yeah.
I could probably do the pendulum that way, but like say on the Chance Engelbert case, I couldn't because I have too much knowledge. I have too much subconscious knowledge on his case that I'm afraid that it would come through my energy field
Right.
and force the answer that my subconscious is telling me. And that's why I don't use pendulums.
Right. Well, I've even gotten what I think would be a correct answer. They've told me otherwise. And so I tend to just go with what they tell me
Right,
other than what my brain is telling me. I mean,
right,
it may be a common sense thing to me, but I have to listen to what they say.
right. And the only way I can get the pendulum to work is if I hold it. I put it on a stand. Do have a stand, and I can't get it to do anything. So,
No, it won't on a stand. And I've done several experiments on my channel showing people because they say, your hand is shaking. Well, the gravity of the pendulum causes your hand to move a little.
right,
And I'm not going to be completely still either. And I've even put it on a stand and I've explained to people, you know, okay, I got a pendulum on a stand and then I got one I'm holding and I'm asking questions. Well, the one that I'm holding is moving, but the one on the stand is not. And I
right,
try to explain to people it's not moving because it feeds my energy or feeds off of my energy.
right.
Do you remember back in the days when people used to put their wedding ring on a string and hold it over a pregnant mama's belly?
Yes,
Okay, that's the same thing, basically.
that's true. That's very true.
You can use a needle, you can use a paper clip. It really doesn't matter as long as it has a weight at the end. It's all good. It's kind of like your dowel rods or
Right,
dowsing rods.
right.
So, but it's been 10 hours. So,
There you go.
but I have enjoyed talking to you.
I enjoyed talking to you too.
Hopefully, we can get together and visit some more
I hope so.
because we seem to be on the same wavelength.
I agree. And you have my information,
Yes.
on my channel, to go my about section. That's where everything is.
Yep.
Phone
And I got your
and all.
number.
The phone number's on my about section.
Yeah. Okay.
The phone number's not a secret. It's not a secret.
Okay. Well, I didn't think so, or you wouldn't have it up
No.
there, but I have enjoyed our conversation, and I look forward to seeing you again.
I look forward to seeing you too.
Maybe I won't be hiding behind this camera thing.
I'm only hiding because I want my horse out there.
Oh.
Because I had a dream that she had her baby and she hasn't had it yet, unless she's had it since he's been in the house. So I don't know.
Well, Spirit's telling me it's a girl, so Eve was right.
Well, let's see. Let's see. You got spirit telling you it's a girl, right? And I used the Futhric ruins, and I got a boy. So,
Well, see, I said boy, but
mhm,
my pendulum was saying it was girl.
right,
Because I asked earlier. But Eve says it's a girl.
right.
Either way, we're going to love it, right?
Oh yeah. But I'm just curious to see, whether my ruins are right or you guys are right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've used runes before. I was using those before I was using the tarot cards. They're just different symbols. You have to know how to interpret them, just like the
Right.
tarot cards.
Yeah. What do you think about Roman glass?
I
How
don't
they
know anything about that.
Okay. Because they do make jewelry with Roman glass.
Hmm.
And I've seen moonstone and stuff like that.
I've had somebody tell me that moonstone is not a good stone to have if
Okay.
you got other if you've got other crystals around. Now, I don't know why. I don't remember. I'd have to ask her. She's another YouTuber. She's on here. She does tarot cards. She does have an outside business. She does biofeedback. And she can do it over the internet. She did the I paid for a session of biofeedback with her. And it was aligning my chakras and clearing up my chakras with her. And her name's Athena One Muse is her name, her YouTube name. She's not on very often, I don't think, lately, because she's been going through a life change of her own. She moved from Southern California to Texas, I think.
Is that the lady with the pictures?
What pictures?
She puts pictures up on her website or her YouTube page or something and tries to get people to see what she's seeing in her pictures? Or in the pictures she's showing?
Probably not.
What did you say her name was?
Athena One Muse.
I think that's who I'm thinking of. Okay. Well, I got some things I get to look up now. Check into some of these
Here,
people.
let's see if I can show you her picture. Oh, God. Oh, dang it.
Hang on, let me take that down. One Muse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I had it spelled wrong. That's why.
All
Okay.
she does, only thing she does is tarot reading. She does not work on missing person cases. She refuses to work on missing person cases. She does do private clients. She does readings for, and she does have probably famous clients because she was in the LA area before she moved to Texas. So, and then she does the biofeedback stuff for clearing the chakras.
Okay, I'll have to check her out too.
Yeah, she's another good one. I've actually, unless she's changed her phone number, I've got her phone number.
Well, I'm going to try to catch a little bit of sleep. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to. I'm getting too close to daylight. And I'll probably take a nap, though. I got to find out what time Mystery Angels, if she goes live, I'm going to have a nap before that.
Mine's chewing on a bone. Sorry.
That's all right. Oh, thank you.
Carissa says, yeah, she loves your nails. I do too.
They're just press-on nails from Walmart with super glue. And I do mean super glue. I don't mean the nail glue. I mean super glue. And if that doesn't hold them, I'm getting Gorilla Glue.
I don't like that Gorilla Glue. I like super glue better. But anyway, it was nice talking to you. And
nice talking to you too.
I am going to try to get some sleep. Who knows? I might just have some coffee. I don't know.
I'll wait for my husband to get up to make coffee. If I make too much noise, it'll wake him up. And, well, he's got to get up early anyhow. He's got to go let a customer out. I don't know what time he's got to get up. He's going to be like, have you been up all night? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that a lot too.
Happens with old age. You know, eventually you don't. And I even took my sleep medicine. It didn't work, so.
It's like you don't need as much sleep And
Yeah.
especially when your head is as full of things as mine is,
Yes.
it's hard to shut it down.
I have to take prescribed medication.
Yeah.
Plus, I take almost the maximum dose of this prescribed medication. The maximum dose at one time is 3 milligrams. I take 2. And then on top of that, I use 1,000 milligrams of CBD cream. That's the only thing that'll knock me out.
Hmm.
That or what I put in a chat earlier about how much I drank last night.
Oh, I guess I must have missed that part.
No, you didn't miss it. It's up the top. It's the second one down.
I go back and I read my chat sometimes.
Well, no, it's in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
In the private chat, the second one down.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Uh-huh. Pina colada.
Oh, yummy.
I ran out. Started drinking my husband's because he got sick on his. It
Oh, here,
activated it.
let me
It
finish that for
activated
you.
the saucer. I didn't know. I didn't finish his because of what was in it.
Oh,
The type of alcohol that it contained.
oh.
I would have had a hangover had I finished his, or if I even attempted to drink half of what he had left, I would have had a hangover, and I knew not to do that. So I only took a little sip off of it because I was too lazy to get up off my seat and go over and get a tea out of the refrigerator. But yeah, I drank that much and did not have a hangover.
Wow. Well, you have a good evening or a
You
good
too.
day. I'm sorry. Have a good day.
You
And
too as well.
let us know about the horsey.
It was really nice meeting you.
It was nice to meet you
I mean,
too.
like I said, I've seen you in chat before. I don't remember whose, but I've seen you in chat before. And you can find me on my channel, or you can find me on Mystery Angels.
Okay. I will
With that
definitely do that.
collaboration. I think she's going to discuss the collaboration tomorrow or later this afternoon. If she goes live, it depends on how she feels.
Okay. Okay.
But I will definitely be live Saturday night, and nobody will be on panel because I can't do panels.
Okay.
I have too much. There's too much lag in
Yeah.
my system, so I can't do a panel. So I just I put out a list on Wednesdays. I put out a video on Wednesdays. If you want one card and an angel number, put your name in the comment section, right? So I read those people first. And then my husband takes notes. He's got a copy of my list. Then he takes notes. If somebody says, "Can I get a card?" He writes their name down for me. And I go until the very end. I will read every single person. I will not let somebody go without getting a reading. And I don't charge for it. Only thing I charge for is a private reading if somebody wants a private reading with me.
Yeah, that's a lot more detailed, isn't it?
Yeah, because I do the Tarot Royale for the question. And then I use the vice versa for the clarification. And then I top it off with one of my oracle cards. And my oracle cards don't have anything written on them other than one word. Or maybe two, depending on the card. But I use the Threads of Fate. That's the cards I was showing you earlier.
Yeah, you got some nice cards.
I got a lot of cards.
Yes,
I got
you
three.
do.
No, you haven't seen all my cards. I got 3 boxes full. Those are just the ones that I'm attached to.
Well, there's some pretty ones
Yes, there are.
and probably pretty expensive too.
The only ones that were expensive were the Threads of Fate tarot deck that I showed you last.
Uh-huh.
That deck was $85.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can believe it.
And I can't shuffle, You know how you would shuffle a deck of cards?
Right.
Just a regular plain deck? You can't shuffle that deck that way.
No.
It's too thick, and the cards are thick. It's a well-built deck, but like I said, it's difficult to read. Because the drawings, the images on it are totally different than they are from the other decks. But I'll let you go.
Okay. Well,
I'm
I
gonna
am
go
gonna.
check out the fighting.
That's funny. Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can get some rest. If I can't, I'm just gonna make some coffee.
Yeah.
But I know not to fight it.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed spending time with you.
It was good talking to you too.
All right. Good night.
Good
Or good
night.
morning.
Yeah, good morning.